it was weird trying to do the rewrite for this because there were so many points where I was going through it, and I'm just like, there are decent ideas in here, but they messed it up. They squandered it.
Yeah.
Um, we'll get to that eventually.
Yeah, we get.
So, hello everybody watching. I'm Chris from Nature View. I'm here with a special guest, Ian, and we will be going through Dexter seasons 1 through 8, and then that weird fan fiction like spin-off thing that they did, I guess, called New Blood.
Yeah, it
Um,
was fan made.
yeah, it was really weird. I don't know why Showtime was like, I guess we did it, lol, whatever. But
Yeah.
yeah, so we're gonna talk about all 9 seasons of Dexter's continuity. We're gonna talk about the positives and the negatives. I think there's a lot to talk about.
Oh yeah.
Um, So, I guess with that being said, this is going to be the first video in, I guess you could say it's a 2-part series. The first one is what we're doing right now. So, we're going to do our general thoughts on the 9 seasons of the show. We'll do season rankings where we feel each season lies if we were to rank them all definitively. We'll go through each season bit by bit, and then we will figure out what we liked, what we disliked, and we'll just see where the discussion goes. So, welcome to a general breakdown slash review of Dexter 1 through 8 and New Blood. So, I guess starting with that, we'll talk about our general thoughts about the show. Do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
You can go first.
Okay. Um, so I came into Dexter not really knowing what to expect because I knew absolutely nothing going in other than I had seen bits of the last episode, which I'll explain that when we get to season 8. But there's a little bit of a story behind that. Um, I really liked it initially. I think there's some really strong writing elements to the first few seasons, and then obviously it trails off. I mean, that's not a controversial take. I do think probably one of the more controversial takes that I have would be to just stop the show completely after season 5.
Yeah.
But whatever. Of course, I guess that's the thing. I'm going to get sidetracked here. But I was reading, someone was like, oh man, I wish they didn't do any character stuff with people like Batista or Masuka. I wish instead they just like focused on his kills. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I think the more interesting part, of course, I think they don't do a very good job with it, but I think one of the more interesting parts is getting to know the people that are eventually going to probably take him down or kill him. It's like that seems to be the way to go, but all right.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, I quite like the first 4 seasons. I think they're really good. Season 2 is kind of iffy, but the first 4 they hold up relatively well. Got some really really good stuff in there. Season 5 is where it kind of starting to get to like iffy territory, and by iffy I mean like compounding issues that season 2 had, kind of getting things to a really bad point. And 6 through 8, I really don't like them. 7 has some redeeming qualities, or well, I guess you could say that about all of them, but uh, 7 has some redeeming qualities, but it's not enough to really overwrite the issues that I have with it. And then I think New Blood is probably the worst of the bunch.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
So what about you? What do you got?
Um, so I watched this whole show, seasons 1 through 8, initially before New Blood was even announced. And my dad had always had told me about the show, even though he told me the ending was terrible or whatever. Um, Basically, didn't really know what to expect, kind of like you. I didn't really know what to expect going into it, but
Mm-hmm.
I remember being kind of hooked after the first like 5 episodes of season 1. I remember just being hooked and really liking the first 4 seasons. I'd say I'm positive on seasons 1 through 5. I think they're pretty consistent. Season 5 is obviously the drop, like sort of where the show starts to drop off, and I do agree with you. Season 2 is definitely the weakest of the first 4. It has some characters like Lila that I'm not really huge on. certain characters are just there to be, they're there to be to move the plot along. They don't
Yep.
really have another purpose. I think the death of Dokes is uh, it kind of sucks. I wish they
Yep.
would have done more with his character, and I really, I love the idea of season two. I think season two would have been a great final season, like just full on like Dexter's gone rogue. Dexter's, his identities, released, but obviously they did it super early into the show's run, so it's like you can't really redo it again. But um, and then season six, I really don't like. Season seven has some great aspects to it, but not really that great of a season. And then season eight is is really bad. I do not enjoy that season at all. There's some interesting aspects to it that we'll get into, but it's not that great. And New Blood, before I talk about New Blood, I'll say that seasons one through eight were like a roller coaster of emotions, where it's like a lot of great aspects to it, but it's just sort of it's up and down. I will say season four my is probably my favorite, just or at least it's up there because I love season four. I think it's like Dexter's like it's up there with like the peak of this whole show. I feel like that's what I would say is the essential Dexter season. It's like season four. It's just because it's like it's the most to me it's the most interesting and it's the most entertaining. And I was excited for when they announced New Blood because they were bringing back some of the original writers of season four and or like the first four seasons. And I remember watching New Blood as the episodes were coming out week by week, and then they had like a couple like a 2 week like drop off between the last two episodes or no, it was yeah the last two episodes aired in between, like I don't know, I forget there was like a little bit of a wait that you had to do. And
I
I
missed it.
remember
What episodes are you talking about right now? I'm sorry.
um I'll look up New Blood. I think it was in between season or episode 7 and 8, because there's there 9 episodes in New Blood, I think.
I think it's 10 because the usual
10.
every other season is 12. I think New Blood is 10.
10. Okay, then it's episode 8. It was the time, I think it's the time frame between. Let me look here. Oh, okay. Google gives you a time frame. Okay. Yeah. So there was like a 2 week separation between episode 8 and episode 9. So we had to wait until the new year to watch the last two episodes. And I remember absolutely adoring the second to last episode. And then I remember I went over. This is a kind of a story, like a not really a long story, but basically, my friend was telling me, "Yeah, I heard the last episode is like really bad," and I was like, "Oh no, no!" I was New Blood was like I was super excited for it and pretty positive on it for the most part, and then last episode completely drops the ball. I do not like it, and then rewatching it with you, I'm not a fan of of that season at all. I think it's wasted opportunity. But yeah, we'll get into that, I guess.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
this is just I'm
I
it's supposed to be my summary,
completely
but
yeah. I mean, I completely glossed over it, and I don't mean to talk over you, but the I don't. I watched season 8, knowing going into season 8, you were telling me the ending of season 8 is fucking terrible, and it is.
yeah,
I went in expecting it to be really bad. I did not expect what they did because I don't know how you get that bad. And when we get to season 8, there's a couple things that I was reading that the writers were talking about. I'm going to have to tell you because I'm not sure if you know, I'm not sure if the people listening know, but they did some really, really. They committed to payoffs because of really, really stupid reasons, and
mhm.
it really shows. So going into New Blood, I'm like, oh, well, it can't get worse than the first ending, right? Like, how can you make it worse?
Yeah,
And because again, like that was the thing. I heard New Blood is good up until the ending, and then the ending is. A lot of people were saying it was worse than the original, and I'm like, no, no, that can't be true. And yeah, no, it is.
yeah, it's like a million times worse.
Oh yeah,
And
Um,
it's we'll get into that. We'll
oh,
get
we
into it.
will.
There's a whole can of worms there.
Oh yeah. Um, so I guess that said, let's get into season one, shall we? So, if I recall correctly, we basically start off with learning about the cast of characters. We learn that Dexter is a blood spatter analyst at Miami Metro. He's secretly a serial killer, and that's basically the premise of the show that we're running with, which I thought was kind of interesting because like I always just assumed the work he did never came into what he was doing. I always just assumed it was a serial killer show. That was pretty much it.
Yeah.
Um, Maybe that sounds naive on my part, but that like this would be the way to do it is integrate him into the police department.
Yeah. It's a
Um,
great setup.
oh yeah. At the same time, we learned that his adoptive father, Harry, who was also a detective, learned that Dexter was likely to have homicidal tendencies, and so he basically gave him a code that he uses to sleuth out other serial killers and then kill them. Um, which I think is interesting as a further setup slash character moment slash world building element is having Harry be a significant part of who Dexter is today.
Yeah.
As we're going to talk about, I think there are several different instances where they fuck this up, but we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, at the same time that all of this is going on, Deborah, Dexter's adoptive sister, is working, I believe, as an undercover cop, and she's trying to earn her detective shield. Meanwhile, Miami Metro is looking into a serial killer who is murdering prostitutes called the Ice Truck Killer. And at the same time that all of this is happening, Dexter is in a relationship with a woman from a I don't even know if you want to call it basically a broken marriage, but that's probably the best phrasing I can come up with.
Yeah.
Her ex husband was an abusive piece of shit. He's in jail for drug related crimes, if I can remember correctly.
Yeah.
And yeah, again, I think it's a pretty good setup. Um, I don't know, I like as far as getting the different plot beats that you want to get out. I don't know how you could have done much better.
Hmm.
Um, so I guess that all said, let's get into it, shall we?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So, what do you like about season one? What do you dislike?
Um, I like our introduction to Dexter. I like I like the introduction to the different characters. I feel like it sets up this really like offbeat tone where you don't really know if you're supposed to be um if it's supposed to be a thriller or if it's supposed to be sort of like a dark comedy. Because at first it feels like that. It feels like, oh, this is like supposed to be
Yeah,
humorous. It's supposed to be kind of like not really lighthearted because of the subject matter, but it kind of seems lighthearted at times. But I do think the way that they characterize Dexter, where they set up the reasons why he kills and obviously the code that Harry teaches him and stuff like that. I feel like it's interesting. It's I think it's a good setup season. Could have been better. I mean, all these seasons could have been better, but um, I don't know. I think it's a decent season. I I like I like the twist of his brother being the ice truck killer, but at the same time, I'm not really. There's issues with that kind of, especially as you go along with the show and how they set up Harry as a character. It's
yeah.
kind of it
Oh
kind of it
god,
kind
yeah.
of
I
makes that
forgot
whole
almost
background.
immediately. We're going into issues that I have with Harry. God damn.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
because Harry's such a interesting character that they set up, but it's kind of hard going back to these older seasons because you kind of know that that maybe this wasn't their intention, that what they set
right.
up in the later seasons maybe that wasn't the intention of the previous writers. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Them changing writers really fucked a lot of things, but
Oh, totally.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I think the setup is pretty good, like you were saying.
it's easy.
Um,
Yeah,
I guess that's the thing. I'm a sucker for characters, and I don't think this show does enough with the characters to really. Because I guess that's the thing. Like with Batista, Dokes, LaGuerta, and Masuka, I would like for them to be doing something other than just showing up and having a couple of lines about the case that they're working on.
yeah,
Especially since like the first season plays with the idea Angel thinks that Dexter is his best friend, and I'm trying to think. Masuka's another weird guy that, as far as I am aware, in the novels, Dexter basically believes that Masuka is pretending to be normal, I should say. And I kind of feel like that it's not explicitly said, but that is sort of a thing throughout the show is that Masuka is just borderline fucking weird.
yeah,
And his entire thing is saying things to get a reaction, saying things to make people uncomfortable. But the later seasons kind of play with that, and they're like, no, he's actually like a normal person too. It's like, oh, so like, why did it take us 8 seasons to do anything with him?
yeah,
And then I
yeah,
mean, we were talking about it earlier, but Dokes is completely wasted. I think there's a lot you can do with him, and they squander it immediately.
hmm
Um,
yeah, totally.
so I think that's my biggest complaint is they should have waited on some of these payoffs, and they should have definitely given us time to get to know these characters and connect with them. Because like
Yeah,
especially the payoff that they have for Dokes and Dexter, I believe that's something you can easily play with, and it feels almost like that's what the end game of this should be. That whole payoff, but they rush through it in the second season.
yeah,
Um, Granted, I there's a meta reason for that, which is that the writers apparently didn't know how long the show was going to run for, which I think you and I have talked about
yeah,
this.
yeah. We
Um,
have, yeah,
the writers had no idea how long the show was going to last. So they were like, "Well, we better cash this in now." And I'm just like, "How? First off, how little confidence do you have in your own show? Second off, you're going to rush through a payoff because you're not sure if the show is going to stay on the air."
yeah,
I don't know. That doesn't seem very good to me, but all right.
yeah, yeah. It doesn't. Yeah, it's not that. It's not that great of an excuse to sort
No,
of rush through those payoffs. Yeah,
no,
no,
not
I
at
agree.
all.
I agree with everything you're saying. Honestly.
Um, cause again, like the character premises for a lot of these people. You have Dokes who's suspicious of him for being involved in something nefarious. You have Deb who's trying to move up the ranks of the police department at the same time that her brother's got a cozy little job that he's perfectly okay with. Um, you have those two. You have LaGuerta, who's implied to basically be in charge of everything, but she also has a thing for Dexter, but she might have also had a thing with Dokes. Um,
Yeah,
which is really weird when you consider that her and Angel get together later, but we'll get to that.
yeah. LaGuardia is like one of the most wasted characters of the whole
I
show. Like,
she's that's I tried to do a bit more with her in the rewrite, and I think I got it probably as good as I can get it.
yeah,
But my God, they do nothing with her.
yeah,
But
yeah,
yeah, I think the biggest weakness of the first 4 seasons is that they do not do much of anything with the characters aside from Dexter and Deb. And
yeah,
I mean, I guess you can say Rita too, but
yeah. Right when they start to set up like something with Rita, they kill her off. Like it
yep,
seems like with all the characters, every time they try to set something interesting or like, whoa, this character is now involved. It's like, well, we have to kill
yeah.
them, and it's like, I don't really,
Well,
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
yeah, I'm gonna jump ahead quick, but like you and I had talked about it after I had finished season 4. The idea that him and Rita get married, and then within 1 season of them being married, we have immediately changed the status quo pretty much back to what it was at season 1. I'm not thrilled by that because the idea of Dexter being married, having a home life, having 3 kids that he has to watch,
Mhm.
I like that complicates things. I like that because that creates drama between the characters that you can potentially use to develop them. But
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
at the same time, you can use that to establish a completely different storyline. You can take this story pretty much, well, not I wouldn't say in any direction because we saw what the later seasons did with that. But
Yeah,
there are things that you can do that probably should be done, and the kids in there, having the kids in the mix, I think really complicates the plot line, which is both a positive and a negative. Obviously, it's a negative for the writer because it's something that they have to account for, but at the same time, it's a positive because if you can account for them correctly, you can use that to kind of put Dexter in several different no-win situations, and they didn't do that.
yeah,
At least I should rephrase, they didn't do it for very long, which I think is a shame.
yeah, yeah, definitely.
I'm trying to think. So, God, I'm sorry. There's so much stuff in the first season that we got to go through.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
okay, I guess we'll start off simple. So, Harry's code. What are your thoughts?
Um, I like it, but I think a lot of the stuff they set up in these early seasons, like we said, the later seasons kind of ruin them.
Yep.
Specifically, like there are certain moments where Dexter will kill a person that is a terrible person, but
Yep.
he doesn't align with the code, so Dexter feels like shit. But obviously, with New Blood, uh, we'll get into that. Dexter doesn't even fucking follow the rules there, but whatever.
No, not even close. And
It's like,
it's so out of.
I,
Oh God, we'll get to it.
yeah. I like the idea of our main character following a set of rules because that
Yeah.
allows
Yep.
for like a certain amount of boundaries in this show.
Yep.
So it's like the writers could like play with them and like play with those boundaries and like
Right.
because I feel like that's what makes characters in TV shows interesting is when they have restrictions. They can't just do anything they want.
Mm-hmm.
Because like you could have a TV show where it's like, oh, Dexter can just do anything and he gets away with everything every time. It's like it wouldn't be as interesting as, oh, Dexter is in on with the police, but he also has all these different
Yep.
aspects of his life that make it so he has to organize around it. Like I think that makes it more interesting. But yeah. You know, I like Harry's Code. I think it's cool, but at the same time, maybe they could have spruced it up a little bit by like specifically say like, oh, it doesn't have to be murderers, but at the same time, like,
It never even crossed my mind the first season because I always assumed I'm like, oh, bad person, you would just kill them, but it would they would have to line up with the code, right? And then I think
yeah,
it's season 3 or 4. He murders a pedophile, and he's like, well, you technically don't fit the code, but you're perving on my stepdaughter, so I'm gonna kill you. I'm just like, wait a minute, what the fuck?
yeah.
Because
I feel like if
oh,
yeah,
go ahead, go ahead.
no, I feel like Harry should have just said like any bad person that does like a violent act onto somebody should
Mm-hmm. Well, and
yeah, like I think rape and like emotional scarring is pretty bad. It's almost as it's equal to
right,
murdering somebody. So
yeah, yeah. Um, I the thing that really stood out to me as jarring. I can't talk. Um, was I think it's the first 4 seasons he repeatedly says I connect with kids because of the fact that I watched my mom die when I was young, and
yeah.
that scarred me. But at the same time, I connect with kids pretty well. Kids seem to trust me. I really like kids, stuff like that. And then
Hmm.
the idea that it's like the only reason you kill a pedophile is because it's your child. I'm like,
Yeah.
I guess that's the thing. I'm not advocating for pedophile murder, but just throwing it out there. If the character connects with kids, I don't know why you would have him have a code that excludes the people that abuse children.
Also, um, not to jump the gun straight to New Blood, but in New Blood, he talks about killing a clown and as like a
Yeah.
this clown that like abuses children, and they don't really go into the fact that I guess they say he
I was gonna
murdered
say I
children,
think
but like
they have a throwaway line. Well, I say throwaway line. It's not technically a throwaway line, but it's like yeah, when he disposed of his victims or something like that. And I'm like, oh,
oh, okay,
so
yeah,
that's why you killed him.
it's like
Okay.
he's and and then the whole lesson is like, oh, I do this to like so that the guy doesn't murder
Which,
more children, but it's like that's not really what he does it for. He does it to calm
yeah,
himself down. So it's like I think the idea of the dark passenger following this rule too, like it's not just Dexter following it. It's like I guess it is him, but it's like his inner self
yeah,
following it. That to get peace with himself, he has to follow these rules. I think that's cool. But yeah, I feel like there should have been more like, oh yeah, like you can kill like a rapist or like a child rapist or something or like a sex trafficker.
yeah.
Like you can kill them. Like I feel like you could. I think you could justifiably kill them.
Oh yeah. Well,
But
and the,
hey,
the the one thing I don't like is the fact that it's like, well, you don't fit the code, but fuck it, I'll do it anyways. It kind of cheapens the code.
yeah,
Like I feel like it's almost like a well, I tend to follow you unless I personally disagree with you at this instance.
yeah,
And then
and
in New Blood, it's just
yeah,
like, yeah, if it's just completely inconvenient for me.
yeah. God, no blood. Yeah,
um,
God,
I don't know. Because again, I like the idea of having him follow a moral code suggests to me that Harry is a relatively moral person, which we find out is not the
yeah,
case, which is really
yeah,
fucking weird to me. Because I guess that's the thing. Like, I would almost envision that Harry is some sort of not like he doesn't have to be like a messiah. Like he does everything. He feeds the homeless, stuff like that. It's just like no, Harry's an honest cop.
yeah.
Like that's it. That's all you have to do. But the show
Exactly.
doesn't even do that. It's oh god, we'll get to that too. Um, so yeah, like the code, but there's some issues with it, and the show kind of pretends that it works, except for when it doesn't. So, um,
You know, I agree.
now the other thing that's interesting because I completely forgot about this going through. I always assumed the Dark Passenger was just around in every season. I think
Mhm.
it's the first two seasons. It's just flashbacks, and he only refers to the Dark Passenger as a thing, but he doesn't like explicitly see it until the third season.
Oh, okay.
At least as far as I'm rereading here.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, to be fair,
which
it's been a little bit since I've watched the first 8 seasons. So
see, I mean, I watched them all back to back, and I would think my memory is pretty good on all of them, but yeah, no, I completely forgot about that. But I do remember because what they did is they do flashbacks, and then slowly through that they explain everything that you need to know about him and Harry and yada yada yada. But they
yeah,
kind of just stopped doing that, which is really weird. And then they
yeah,
replaced that with the Dark Passenger, like manifesting itself,
yeah.
which
Which I like that.
I like that. But I guess that's the thing. It's like why not both?
Yeah, I think both would work pretty well. What do you think of the flashbacks, like specifically like how like Dexter as a kid? Like, what do you think about those?
Um, I really like them. I there's the one I think that you're hinting at, which is just Michael C. Hall in a wig,
Yeah,
which is really weird.
yeah, it's really funny.
It's super jarring too, because as soon as you see it, you're like, "What the fuck, guys? You couldn't get anybody."
Yeah,
Um, the flashbacks are really good because they're pretty effective. They get across to a point. They're very simple. They're very direct, but they're not in your face direct, where it's like, "This is what I'm trying to tell you."
yeah,
Um, that said, I do think that getting rid of them after the second season really does hurt the show because we are extremely limited already in what we know about Dexter and Deb, and I mean to an extent Harry too. That
yeah,
it almost kind of feels like their adoptive mother is basically no one. It doesn't matter. Shut up. Um,
yeah. I wish they would have done more with her because
I
she's just like
was thinking about
some
it when I was doing
character.
the rewrite. They just offhandedly are like, yeah, she died at some point. I'm like, the fuck?
It's like, yeah, do they even talk about how that impacted Harry or that how that impacted, Dexter?
No. Well,
Uh,
you would think throughout the course of the show, maybe Dexter could figure out that, maybe he because they have it in this. He indirectly, well, not indirectly, pretty directly, um, leads his adoptive father to suicide. It's like, man, okay. But
Yeah.
like, why are we only seeing Harry's side of this? Is there anything that happened with the mom? Is she just not important?
Yeah.
You mean to tell me she had no impact on Dexter or Deb in any substantial way?
Yeah, that's a very glaring issue that I noticed while watching the show for the first time. I was like, oh, I was just expecting like a flashback of like the mom and stuff, but they just never visualize her. So it's like yeah, I can't really connect with that.
Yeah, it's really weird. And
Yeah.
the other issue that I think I have with this season is the twist with Brian, because I don't think there's enough context wise for that twist to make sense. And I guess that's what I'm. It's one of the things, one of those things where if you're gonna make a twist, actually, hell, The Prestige is a good example. You
Mhm.
can hypothetically predict both twists in that movie. I mean, hell, you and I both predicted
Yeah.
the initial twist with Angier. That second twist with Borden is a
Mhm.
lot harder to figure out. But
Yeah.
that, you know, the context clues are there if you are paying attention. You can piece both of them together. With this,
Yeah, exactly.
there is no connecting piece really that links Brian to Dexter until the moment they make that reveal. Except for, I believe there's an offhanded mention that there was a second kid, and that's it. And even then,
Yeah.
I'm like, police reports would have there were two kids. That wouldn't be hidden, so like that should be a red flag right there. But it never comes up, and Dexter looks at the police reports. At least
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken, it's either this season or next season. He looks at them, and nothing really gets brought up about it. Um,
Yeah.
and even if he doesn't look at the reports, there are people at the precinct still, like Camilla Fig, the woman that runs the I don't even know what you want to call it, the archives of files, police files, I guess. She
Yeah.
is still there. Captain Matthews is still there. Both of them would know that there was a second kid there. I don't know. It just like it seems really weird to me because I don't think it's all that convoluted to throw in a couple of references here and there. That it's like maybe there's something. Actually,
Yeah.
never mind. I know
Well,
what the reference is now to him being kids. Those two not being kids, being brothers, and it is there's a flashback Dexter has where he looks at an old photograph of some hospital or whatever,
mhm.
and he's with Harry. Harry starts having chest pain or something, and they take a picture together. And basically, the gist is smile even if you don't really feel like it. Basically, put on a happy face.
Yeah.
Um, and Harry makes some comment like smiling means we're family. And if you look at it, when he turns the photo over, there's a smiley face written on it by Brian, and that's it. That is the only
Gotcha.
reference there. And even
Yeah.
then, it's just Brian put a smiley face on a photo because it happened to line up with a flashback that we just got, and that is the only hint. Just like that. That's not it. There's not.
Yeah,
Well,
that yeah.
there's nothing there to really latch onto. Um,
You know, I agree.
so, because again, like I think that's a pretty important character moment is these two like reconciling everything that's happened to them. The idea that Harry abandoned Brian as a child, which I think again really fucked up, really changes the way I'm going to look at Harry now. Which I guess that's another thing. They consistently do that too. This season, especially right at the end, the show doesn't really like grapple with the fact that Harry goes from I am a cop to I'm a cop who is raising a potential serial killer to I am a cop who has now taught my son to kill
Mhm.
to like recontextualizing that as I adopted the son of the woman that I slept with outside my marriage and abandoned her other son slash his brother to the mental health system because I thought he was a socio.
Yeah.
Like the show doesn't really
Uh,
do anything with that. They just kind of gloss over that like that was the right decision.
yeah. Yeah. I don't like that at all. Yeah.
And it's like
That's really odd.
what is again what really irritates me is the idea that he takes in Dexter because he thinks he's undamaged, then figures out he's not, and we just completely skip over the fact that he abandoned an older child for no reason.
Yeah, yeah. I don't like that. Yeah, like when I started thinking about that twist, it was like you just you're you have Brian, and it's like, oh, it's a cool like as a shocking twist. It's like, oh, it's interesting, but then you start to think about it, and you're like, oh wait, why did Harry just abandon this kid? Like they
Well, and
never really go into that.
right, and the conclusion that that leads me to is okay. So initially, I'm like, okay, so you did it out of the kindness of your heart, as most people thought.
Mhm.
You learn about the Brian thing, and you go, oh, okay, maybe you're not that good of a person. Then I think it's season 2 or 3. He finds out that Harry slept with his mother.
Yeah, I don't
So
like that at all.
no, I don't like it either. Um, and it's that idea that it's like maybe you did it as a personal favor to her. Maybe that explains it. And then you keep thinking about that second kid, and you're like, wait a minute. Then again, it's okay. So say Brian's fucked up, you get him help. You don't have to abandon him to the mental health system and foster care and all this
Yeah,
other shit.
yeah,
But
exactly.
because that's another thing I've seen the argument quite a bit. I think it's right. Harry, in a sense, created Brian to like made him become who he is in part
Yeah,
because
he definitely
abandoning
did.
him and separating him from his only living family is probably not the best thing.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Because Brian's
Um,
older too. So like he's older than Dexter, right?
I yes, I can't remember how much older he is though.
Okay. Because even if he's a little bit older, he's gonna remember that accident a lot more than
Oh yeah,
Dexter is. So he's gonna remember seeing
oh
his
yeah.
mom get killed, and
Well,
he's
and
gonna remember seeing a cop picking his brother over him.
yep.
So
Well,
it's
and
like,
the show is like, well, that's why he hates Deb. And I'm like, what? Okay.
yeah,
Um.
yeah.
Oh
Brian's a
God.
cool character, but at the same time, I think he's definitely one of the characters that is wasted a little bit, just in its execution.
Oh yeah. Like the novels, I guess they keep him around. I believe until like the very end of the initial run, which whatever. I don't think you need
Yeah,
that. I just think you need to use him more. If you're gonna do this and have him die at the end of the first season, that's fine. But I
yeah.
think you need to do a hell of a lot more with him, and we need a better setup for that connection. Um, so I'm trying to think because we just speed ran through most of the payoffs. Oh, okay. Here's a simple one. How about Dexter and Rita? What do we think for the first season?
I like their little connection they have. I like how it starts like Dexter's just doing this for like he, Dexter's doing it to kind of like I don't know if I'm reading this correctly, but he's kind of doing it to like boost himself, boost his like ego. He's getting, I guess, and he's also doing it because he feels bad for Rita, and so it's like he's just doing it out of like I guess obligation rather than
Mm-hmm.
like he likes her, but it's like not entirely, you know, they're not entirely like close of a connection as they are like later on in the show.
Right.
Um, I like that. I like their little relationship they have. I think Rita is probably one of my favorite characters of the whole show. I mean, I do think them killing her off does kind of ruin her character a little bit for me, but um, I do like it. I like the beginning of their relationship and the setup to it, and I like her, the whole drama with her husband and stuff like that. And I don't
Mm-hmm.
know. I like it.
I like it too. Um, I wish they gave us a little bit more about her because, like, I'm fine with everything that they have with Paul. I'm fine with her and the kids kind of being sort of an extra burden that Dexter needs, either to, like you were saying, fuel his own ego, but also to blend in. Like they don't
Yeah,
mean a ton to him. They are a cover so that he can do what he needs to do. Like I think that's an interesting thing to run with.
yeah,
But
exactly.
I don't know. I think we need more than just oh no, Paul got out of prison. It's like, well, that's not really a thing for you, I guess. But I mean, I guess it is. But at the same time, it's like I'd like more than just someone else defines who you are.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see. Oh, Dexter's biological father. God, I forgot about that.
Oh, I need to look this up because I totally forgot about that.
So I think that episode is one of my favorites of season one. Of course, I think probably one of my favorite episodes, period, is I'm trying to remember if it's this season or season two. I think it's season two, so never mind.
Is it Joel Driscoll? Is that the guy?
Yes, that would be him.
Okay.
Thought it was really weird that they offhandedly mention him, and they're like, maybe he's Dexter's father, and then kind of without much of anything else being done about it, it's really unceremonious. They're just like, yeah, it is. Um,
Yeah.
because it's one of those things. It's like it doesn't need to be this shock twist reveal, but it's like it feels very underwhelming when it's just like, yeah, he was here, he died. That's about it.
Yeah.
Um,
It was so quick and untouched that I totally forgot that was in the show. Like I
yep.
literally have no memory of that. Like that's insane. Like I'm just remembering it a little bit, but yeah, I don't remember this at all. It's like it's not it's the I guess it's the thing that just didn't stick out to me.
Well, and I guess that's the other thing because I can't remember if they've already confirmed by this point that Brian's related to him or what the deal is. But the idea that Brian killed potentially his own father, it's kind of
Yeah.
interesting to think about in retrospect.
Yeah, I think that is
Um,
interesting. Yeah.
but I don't know. I because they don't again they don't do much with Brian, so we don't get confirmation on that being the case.
Hmm.
So I don't I don't know.
Yeah, I
Um,
totally forgot about that. I don't really have an opinion on the father thing, but I do think it's cool that like, he killed his own father, or Brian killed his own father.
I guess the question I
Kind
would
of,
have is why, but then again, the show would probably just be like, "Well, he's crazy." I'm like, "Oh, that's
yeah,
not an answer."
yeah, yeah. I guess there's a lot of reasons that he could have done it. I mean, for like the
Right.
abandonment of them and all that kind of
I was
stuff.
gonna bring that up too, because that just means that Dexter's biological father must have agreed to just sign over Dexter. Then, right?
Hmm.
Hmm.
I guess, yeah.
That's weird.
That's
I
that.
didn't even think
Yeah, that
about
is
that till
weird.
just now, but all right.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, yeah, take the kids. Fuck it. We'll take the kid. I guess,
Yeah,
yeah, put the other one in a
take my
mental
one
ward.
child and send the other one to a mental institution, Lamau.
Yeah, yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah,
Because that's the thing. Like, I'll play the odds here. He was Dexter's father, which means he would have been with Dexter's mother, which means probably at the very least they were boyfriend girlfriend. So, assumedly, the kids probably would go to him or some sort of family member. So, at some point along the way, assuming Dexter and Brian have the same relatives, or the same father, I guess I should say, someone signed a form. It was like, yeah, fuck it. Take the one kid, send the other one to an institution.
yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, I don't. I don't really believe that. Like, unless this guy's just a huge piece of
God.
shit, then
I
perhaps.
don't.
But
I see. That's
I
the
don't know.
thing. This relies on Dexter's mother being a piece of shit, Dexter's father being a piece of shit, and Harry being a piece of shit. It's like I understand that these Dexter's parents are not great people, but what the fuck, guys?
Yeah, by the end of the show, it's just like when you're looking back on it, it's like, oh, everybody in Dexter's life like kind of sucks.
Just a little bit, yeah.
But I think that could have been interesting. Like that could have been interesting as the show goes on. Dexter unravels more. Well, I think they kind of do this, but like he unravels more about the people that he thought were good people. Or and when he does this with Harry, but at the same time, they kind of make Harry a person that you can't really excuse what he did. Like
No,
you
yeah,
can
no,
you can
they,
try to make excuses, but it doesn't really work
yeah,
like in a moral way.
yeah.
I think it's interesting
God,
though.
well, I think it is too,
Interesting.
but at the same time,
Yeah.
like some of the stuff is like irreconcilable. I can't talk. That probably wasn't English.
It's
Um,
okay.
irreconcilable. Yeah, I don't know. fuck it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Um,
I know what you mean. Yeah,
yeah, I don't know. A lot of that's like really hard to look past. So,
yeah.
but yeah. So the only other thing I can think of aside from like addressing the very end of the season would be Dexter and Dokes.
Yeah, really like the relationship. I think it there's a setup. There's like a tension there that like is very well done. Both actors were very good.
Oh yeah, yeah. I Eric King is great in this role, and Michael C. Hall is fan. I guess that's the thing. I don't have really any complaints with the cast. The cast is great.
Yeah, they're all good. Like I used to have like, oh, maybe this per like there's certain characters. What's his name? The actor that played. No, we'll get to it later. But like, there's certain actors where it's like certain characters where I'm like,
Yeah,
I don't really know if I like this guy. But then you start to watch them more, and you're like, oh shit, this is actually like as they're setting him up is that this guy's actually really good at acting. But like you said, there's certain characters where it's like, oh shit, Batista's actually getting kind of interesting, and then they don't touch on
yeah.
it again. And
We're gonna have
yeah,
a fucking field day when we get to Batista because
hmm
there's so much stuff that they do with him that they just drop immediately. And actually, no, I just checked. It is this season. I'm an idiot. The episode where Tony Goldwyn plays a therapist is probably one of the best episodes of the entire series.
that's the first season.
I guess so, yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, that's one of my favorite episodes. Yeah, I totally agree with you. That
Yeah,
honestly.
it's episode 6, it looks like.
Okay. Yeah. That
Or
like
is it? No, he directed episode 6 and
oh,
episode 8, I guess. Huh.
that's cool.
Okay, then.
So
And then, yeah, he
this
was in episode 8, Shrink Wrap. I get
and
it.
that's the uh yeah. I love that episode. That
That
episode's
episode's
awesome.
really
Like
good.
that yeah, that's like one of the most memorable episodes of the whole show.
Yep.
Like
It it would be a shame if they introduced a character that was kind of similar, but did it at the fucking 11th hour and pretended that it was like this incredible reveal.
yeah, that'd be so
That'd
so
be
bad.
yeah, that would suck.
Yeah. What if they made him a truck driver and he takes in Dexter's son? That'd be really cool too. Or it would be bad.
Oh, I was
I'm
talking about Vogel, but I mean,
Oh, Vogel? Oh, okay.
but no, I
Yes.
mean they
No,
Clancy
well,
Brown's
there's certain characters where it's
God.
like,
We're
oh,
gonna
this
have to.
person's a therapist for this person, and then it's like, oh no,
Yep.
they're actually the killer, and it's
Yeah.
like,
No,
okay.
you're right though. He God, he's another one. He's really good. His character shit though.
Yeah, oh yeah, there's so many characters in this show where it's like, whoa, this is fucking great. This actor's great, and then it's like, oh,
Yep. Okay, so I guess we'll speed run the fuck out of the ending of this. So Dokes thinks that Dexter knows more about the ice truck killer than he's letting on. Dexter doesn't tell him anything, and that begins the setup for their feud in season 2. Brian captures Deborah and basically ties her up and leaves her so that Dexter can find her in their childhood home and then kill her the way that he kills all of his other victims. Dexter says no and then rescues Deb. There's a whole fucking to do about Dexter and Dokes treating each other like shit for a little bit. And then Dexter captures Brian after laying a trap for him and then kills him, making it look like it's suicide.
Yeah.
So, thoughts on all that?
I think it's a pretty decent ending to the first season. That's pretty decent. I don't really have a strong opinion on it, to be honest with you.
I guess that's fair.
I guess just the motivations of Brian, like we were saying,
Yeah.
aren't 100% clear. And the link to Harry is kind of little to none. So like when you start to think about it, it's not entirely the strongest finale to a season, but at the same time, it's definitely not the worst. I think
Right.
it definitely could have been it could have been a worse finale to the season.
Oh, for
So
sure. But I mean, I guess that's the thing. It's like I don't have a ton of complaints with the first season. It's just a lot of stuff becomes worse in retrospect because of the decisions that are made from probably season 3 onwards with characters like Harry.
mhm.
But all in all, it's not terrible. Um, and I think a lot of the stuff with Brian is just someone thought it was a cool payoff. Well, I mean, I guess that's the thing. It's ripped from the books. So, which is, this is part of the problem with adapting someone else's ideas without ever thinking about it. Is, like, again, this is an interesting idea, but I don't think we do much of anything with it in terms of either giving Brian his own agency, his own depth, explaining his motives past the surface level of, well, you know, Harry Morgan did this to me, but you got to really think about that. You kind of have to stretch your imagination a bit, and then through that, you can figure out what the show is trying to go for, which is not great. But, I mean, it is what it is, I guess.
Mhm.
Um, all in all, I think the first season's relatively solid. I just, again, wish there was more for character, and I wish there was a little bit more thought put into the seasons and payoffs that come after, because otherwise you kind of run into what we have here, which is some things really fuck up this season.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I honestly, I pretty much agree exactly with what you said. Um, this season is good, but it's a little worse in retrospect compared based on the stuff that's, you know, that it sets up that is kind of ruined later on in the
Yep.
show. Yeah. No, I agree with you though. Definitely.
Cool, cool. All right. Season 2.
Go.
Season 2. So to speedrun this, Dokes follows Dexter because he thinks something is going on. Deb has trauma from being engaged to Brian and almost being murdered. Uh, Dexter is having trouble killing because Dokes is following him, and it seems like he's feeling guilt over the fact that he has killed Brian. Rita is starting to begin to doubt Dexter's reliability because the fact that he set up Paul so that he would go to jail, and there is a drug angle that comes into the show. Dexter lies to Rita and says that he is a drug addict because it's significantly better than telling her, hey, honey, I kill people. So he goes to Narcotics Anonymous meetings, but there he meets this bitch called Lila, and she's fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. So she decides to eventually kill Dokes after he discovers that Dexter is the Bay Harbor Butcher. Which, on that note, the bodies of some of Dexter's victims show up on shore, and a agent from the FBI called Lundy is brought in to investigate, and then him and Depp become a thing, but then they stop being a thing because he fucking leaves. And then I'm trying to think. Lila blows up Dokes,
Oh yeah.
and Dexter tracks her down to London and stabs her in the heart, and that's it. That's the season.
Yeah. Not the strongest season.
No. Um, so I guess we'll start with the positives first. Um, you want to go, or do you want me to go?
I can go, I guess.
All right, go for it.
I I guess like I said before when we were just doing the summary, but this season has a lot of potential to be the best like season finale of like the whole show if they would have waited, kept
Yep.
this storyline for the end of the show. But obviously, like we said, the writers were excusing it by saying they didn't know if they had enough time or if they were going to be able to, you know, um, actually get a rerun for the show or get it greenlit for another season. So it's like I guess that's understandable, but at the same time, like we said, that is a little bit of a lazy cop out for
Yep.
kind of writing your season kind of in a shitty fashion. But I there's a lot I like about this season. There's a lot of interesting ideas that I like about it. But I remember when I was watching it, I was like, this could have been a great last season. Like this is like wow, this is really cool. Like I started thinking about all of the different possibilities you could have had for this season. And I love obviously like one of the best parts of season one is Dokes and Dexter, their relationship that's starting to they're back and forth. And I
Hmm.
really like the little bit of a cat and mouse game that you get with Dexter and Dokes in this
Yeah, no,
season. I think it's
yeah, it's
really
great.
good. But I just think that I think the death of Dokes kind of is unfortunate. And I feel like painting him as the Bay Harbor Butcher really it kind of leaves a sour taste in your mouth because it's like I guess that was one of the only ways that Dexter could have gotten out of being accused of it, but I don't know.
I see. There's a similar payoff without getting into spoiler territory in Better Call Saul, and I think you're gonna hate it because I hate it. um,
Okay.
but it's basically I get what you're getting at. It's the idea that Dokes' legacy, regardless of whether or not his name is ever cleared, which I mean technically now it is, his name
Yeah.
will forever be tied to that, and there will always be people that, regardless of the amount of evidence, will still think that he is the butcher. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of fucked up.
And Dexter doesn't really I don't know if I remember right, but it doesn't seem like he really like he obviously doesn't like obviously like when he does like the flashback, I think it's in season seven where
Mm-hmm.
he does the flashback of Dokes and he does like reminisce on like the good times between him and Dokes. Wish we would have gotten more of that.
I was gonna
Wish we
say I don't mean to cut you off, but I wish we
okay.
got that in the first season. I would much rather have
Oh,
had those two get along, and then progressively Dokes is like something's not right with you.
yeah, because like there's like an instant like it's almost instantly where Dokes is like I don't like that guy, he's weird, and it's
Yeah,
like
and it's
it's,
it's
like
one of
there's
those
not really a reason
things
why.
like for the audience, it's almost like we're acknowledging the meta that it's like, yeah, we know he's the serial killer, so of course, if one of us was in that show, we would be Dokes, like naturally. It's like, well, no. The entire
No,
point is Dexter is good at blending in, so the idea that Dokes notices him right off the bat, I don't particularly care for.
yeah, yeah, I don't care for that either.
I like the idea that he eventually catches on before anyone else does, but you can't,
Mhm.
like, they rushed the fuck out of that.
And they like repeat it in
Yeah.
with LaGuardia. They basically repeat it like and well they repeat it
Which
again with fucking Angela in New Blood.
which
Like
this is the problem when you have someone do this. Like in this case, I don't think Dokes should die. I think Dokes needs to go to prison because two things. Dexter is now responsible for what happens to Dokes, whether he lives or dies, and whether or not he actually goes to jail or prison, I guess I should say. Um,
yeah.
Dexter has made a conscious decision to frame another person for the murders he's committed. That is a decision that he would have to commit to. Or
Mm.
Dexter kills him, has to defy the code, and is now making a conscious decision to murder to cover up what he's doing. By having someone else kill him, you eliminate any potential storyline that you can run with, and you remove any sort of culpability that he has in what happens to him. And it's really shit.
Yeah, it's and just the idea like what we were saying that this season could have been a great um plot device for a final season.
Yep.
You could kind of see that they reused that in New Blood with Angela uncovering things, but I
Yep.
kind of wish we would have had the character arc that Angela has for Dokes.
Oh
Like,
god,
give Dokes a reason.
actually, you saying that reminded me because I got issues with her arc because it's kind of
Oh yeah,
fucking retarded. But I get what you're getting at.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
Like I like part of her. I like part of her arc, but it feels kind of half baked and a little lazy, and it doesn't
yeah,
really go anywhere by the end of it. Like yeah, when we get to New Blood, we'll talk about her arc and why it kind of pisses me off. But
yeah,
um, I feel like because like in New Blood, she they kind of set up that she has this reason why she became a cop because her friend was kidnapped or whatever
yeah.
and presumably murdered, but she wants it she's using it as an excuse so that she can like feel like she has a purpose. I feel like if we would have had that with Dokes, perhaps set up a little bit of a purpose why he became a cop, like done all that kind of stuff, that would have added that would have made his death more impactful if they would have killed him off like in season three or whatever, or, killed him
Yep.
off like early on in the show. Like his death, it does have an impact because obviously, like we said, the actor that plays him, I forget his name, Eric
Eric
King.
Eric King. Yeah.
Yeah, he's fantastic, and
Oh
he
yeah.
really has this great personality, and you kind of like him. You like it's the same thing with Dexter, where it's like you don't like that you like him, but you like him, and the same thing with Dokes. It's like you obviously want Dexter to get out of this, but you also know
Mm-hmm.
that Dokes is morally in the right because he is a like he is following the law. So it's like I like that concept.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of reminds me of the show Death Note, where in that show it's like you have this person who does start to do things that aren't morally right, and you have this one person who's a a part of the police, and it's like this cat and mouse game that's happening, and it's like you obviously you like both of these characters, you don't want one or the other to be taken down, but it kind of questions your morality, and I feel like if they would have explored that more in Dexter, with specifically with Dokes and Dexter's relationship, that would have been great. But they kind of don't really do it as well as they could have.
No. Um, I'm trying to remember because I had a point. Um,
Sorry.
oh, no, you're good. You're good. Not more than fine with that. I remembered what it is. So the other issue that I have with you killing Dokes like this
Mhm.
is, as you were getting at, we see this cycle start and end the same way twice, and then we see it start a third time, and it's like, oh my god, it ended differently this time. It's like, well, yeah, you cheated to get there.
Yeah, exactly.
That, like, I almost prefer, maybe this may or may not be a hint for something that will come up in the rewrite. Who knows? Um, but I almost prefer Dokes gets caught. Dexter takes responsibility for that, like internally, not publicly, obviously.
Mhm.
Um, Dokes goes away, maintains his innocence, and then someone else decides, I'm going to look into this a couple years later when I have leverage now.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that would have
That
been cool.
that almost makes more sense.
It does
But
make more sense. But the Dexter writer mentality is, oh, this person uncovered Dexter. We can't do anything else with him except kill them. It's
I
like,
was going to say their
no,
whole fucking thing was they wanted to make sure he didn't kill an innocent, and in doing that they got, there are so many instances where he just does not, he's not responsible for anything because they
yeah,
have to remove that. Like, actually, hell, I'm gonna jump way the fuck ahead. Season 7, the entire situation with LaGuerta, they removed the innocence from her for a moment so that they could have Deb do it, because the entire thing was, oh well, we don't want to make Dexter guilty of killing an innocent. We would rather pass that off to someone else, even though in that moment she can leave and the same result happens.
yeah,
I and again, jumping ahead, but I think that does more for the characters if LaGuerta's death is on Deb indirectly, and as a result, she does the things that she does, and she starts to spiral, and she slowly starts to lose interest in what she does, and then she does her own thing. Versus, I shot a woman that was unarmed to protect my brother, who was in complete control of the situation. But I digress. Uh,
yeah.
back on topic. Um, yeah, I they wasted so much with Dokes, and it's an absolute shame because the actor's good.
Mhm.
It's not like that was the issue. The dynamic
He's
between them
great.
is good. That wasn't the issue. The issue was quite literally from the meta. They didn't know how long the show was going to last, so they did it now. And it's just like, I find that it's almost disrespectful to the characters.
It
Like
totally is. Yeah,
you're rushing through the payoff because you're not sure if you're going to be able to do it, instead of taking the time to lay the groundwork and do it right. Um, so I guess that would be that section of that. I mean, you talked about it earlier, but what about Lila and Dexter? What do you got?
she's like one of my least favorite characters. She's just so forgettable, and she's just like, what is she meant to be? I don't really. I guess I don't. I just don't get her. Like she's just like
Yeah, I
supposed to be the
don't.
character that you don't like. That, oh, Dexter's succumbing to her, but it's like I don't really.
I don't. I've never
I don't
understood
know.
it, but whatever. A lot of people like her. A lot of people don't like her. Not a fucking clue.
I'd be interested to hear from people that like her because I
I guess
can't
that's
really
the
find
thing.
a
It's like
reason why.
I don't mind her character, but by the end of the season, I'm like, God, you are fucking annoying.
Yeah.
And I guess that's the other thing. The other thing I really don't like is the idea that those two start a relationship while he's with Rita. Because again, it's just like we're doing something else now. So Rita, goodbye. It's like, but oh, okay, why?
Yeah. It's like all right. Yeah.
Um,
It's like a pause. It's like a pause in
yeah, they
between,
basically hit pause, and
and
that's
then
a
they
good way
just
to
go
put
back
it.
to it. And it's like, yeah. It's like I was like, oh, okay. Well, yeah, we'll just go
There's
back to Rita.
basically
Fuck
no
it.
problems too. She basically finds out that they slept together, and then that's it. She's like, "Oh man, I don't like you." And then like 3 episodes later, she's like, "No, I'm kidding. I love you. Come back."
Yeah.
They,
It's like,
God. Um, what about Lundy? What do we got? Anything?
Lundy. He's um, he's not bad. I'm not really. He's not one of my favorite characters, but
Hmm.
I like him.
Okay.
What do you think?
I'm going to take a semi controversial stance. Lundy is one of the better characters in the show. It's a shame they don't really develop him a ton. And it's a shame
Yeah,
he's not in more. But I say
I
that.
think he's really good.
I say
I
that.
like him,
Oh,
but
yeah, yeah. I say that, though, because he is almost what I envisioned Harry would have been in a better version of the show, which
yeah,
is Harry is dedicated to his job. He's dedicated to doing the right thing, really setting the example, and also contrasting very heavily what these characters stand for the most part.
I agree.
Um,
I like him. I like him. He's not. I guess when I say he's not one of my favorites, it's just he's
oh yeah, no,
not a character that
I get
when I
that.
think of Dexter, I don't think of him as a standout. But at the same
Yeah,
time, I'd have to look back on it again. But
no,
I think he's
I
a
get
good
that.
character. He's a good character. I like him.
Gonna jump ahead slightly. His death is super underwhelming,
Yeah.
but we'll get to that.
It it makes you almost forget about him. It makes it sort of
The
like
show
his
basically
presence.
forgets about him. Like
Yeah,
there
and
were
it's like
points
his
in the
presence really
season
meant
where
nothing.
this, yeah, there were points in the season where it just, first off, you know what? Never mind. We got to keep going with season two.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. So this is also where Dexter finds out that his mom was a CI for Harry and that they had an affair. Just
Yeah.
stellar for how I'm going to characterize Harry now. Um, God, they I don't even know if you can call it character assassination, but it's like death by a thousand cuts with him. They just continuously are like, actually, one more thing. Here's one other shitty thing Harry did. Because that's the other thing, really thinking about it. As far as I'm aware, he covers up the records of what happened at the shipping yard. He covers up his mother's involvement as a CI. And obviously, he kills himself, so there was that, which that gets covered up. And then there's the fact that he cheated on his wife multiple times, and that got covered up. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
oh, actually, I should say my one huge point of praise. I really like the idea that Dexter's victims start washing up because it
Yeah,
forces
I
him
like
to
that too.
go. He's got to go back to the drawing board. He's got to figure out what he needs to do now. He's got to figure out a different dumping ground. Do I move my boat? Do I, all sorts of stuff.
Mhm. Yeah,
Um,
because like you can't really predict a natural occurrence. You can't really predict that
right.
as much as you really want to.
The God, and I guess this is another thing with killing Dokes and then killing LaGuerta and then having Angela pick it up fucking 10 years later is the investigation into Dexter lasts for not even a season. It's a handful of episodes, and then by the end of, I think it's by the end of the season, they're definitively like, okay, we are desperate to close this, so it's Dokes. Okay, Dokes killed those people. We're done. And then about 5 years pass, and then someone's like, well, wait a minute, what if he didn't do it? And then that person
Yeah.
dies. And then 10 years pass, and that's you get what I'm saying. Like it's
Yeah.
the cycle of people looking into him. It's not very long, and I really don't like. Again, I don't like the idea that there's not really a ton of risk in it for him. Like he can still get caught, sure, but it's not until he fucks up with that blood slide in season 7 that anybody's like, "Oh, Dexter's the BHB."
Yeah.
But whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Oh god, so I'm reading through the wiki right now. Dexter's relationship with Lila becomes closer as she accepts who he is. When Rita discovers Dexter spent an evening in a hotel with Lila, they break up and then they sleep together for the first time. And then Dexter learns that she's a pyro. Oh god, I forgot about that. Lila's a pyromaniac.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that too.
Because
The
they
fuck?
very offhandedly are like, oh, she was drunk and she set her boyfriend's house on fire, Lamau. It's like, what the fuck?
The fuck? Yeah. They. Nah.
um, Oh god, yeah, and then Lila date rapes herself to frame Batista.
Yeah. I don't like that.
Um, Dexter finds one of the guys that killed his mother, called Jimenez, kills him. I believe this is the guy he kills in front of Dokes, yeah. Which, the conversations those two have in the last few episodes really damn good.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
think one of my favorite exchanges in the whole series is Dexter talking to Dokes and saying like, you know, I've been thinking about it. I think I'm going to turn myself in. I think you're right. Basically, there's no point in running from anything, and I'm only going to get more people hurt, so I'll just do it. And at one point, he makes a comment that basically implies that he would potentially harm himself. And even Dokes, the guy that doesn't give a fuck about him, is like, wait, you're not actually thinking about. And then Dexter goes, killing myself? No, that's pathetic. And I'm like, oh man, that's kind of neat.
Yeah. Yeah. I like that exchange a lot. Yeah. It's very, very memorable and well done.
I think so. Um, so I guess we'll skip to the end here because there's not. Basically, it's just Lila does some fucking dumb shit, like try to kill Dexter's stepkids, which is
Yeah.
I cannot believe. I remember watching that. And I'm like, this. What the fuck is this? Um. God. Yeah. So skipping to the end, Lila finds Dokes in the cabin and then decides to save Dexter because Dokes makes the comment that Dexter is the Bay Harbor Butcher to her, I guess.
Mhm. Yeah.
That she's going to just leave him locked up and then light the gas stove on fire and then just leave. And I guess him blowing up. I guess this is the thing. So if Dokes had stayed in the cell and couldn't get out, there's no way in hell anyone buys that he's the butcher. But because he tried to escape, that's the fucking thing that gets him solidified with that reputation.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah. I still don't like that. Stokes is like he's what people think is a Bay Harbor Butcher. I get
Yeah.
why like it's in the show, but I just don't like it.
I guess that's the thing. It's like it doesn't feel earned. It was handed to Dexter by someone else. Like he didn't forge the evidence. He didn't really do much of anything. It was just Dokes happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time and bumped into someone that was willing and able to frame him.
That's true.
So it does. It feels kind of cheap. And then the later seasons kind of compound that when they're like, wait a minute, but that's not what actually happened. It's like, well, yeah, no shit. So yeah, Dokes dies. Dexter takes absolutely no accountability for any of the decisions that he's made, including tying Dokes up, bringing him to a cabin, and imprisoning him for days. Apparently, Dokes can't kick through a fucking door or bail out of a window or anything. He just dies. I'm pretty sure there's context for the door, but I'm sure there's another way out. So okay.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, they find Dokes with Jimenez's body, and they're like, "Oh, well, lol, you're the butcher."
Yeah.
Um, Dexter reaches out. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm skipping ahead. Uh, Lundy says, "Lamau Deb, I know we've been boning, but I have other FBI things I need to do, so I am gonna leave." And then he does, and then they break up, and it's super sad.
Yeah. God.
Um, then Lila lures Dexter to her apartment, and sets. This is where she does it. Okay, sets it on fire with him, Aster, and Cody inside of it. Um,
Right.
I'm trying to remember the exact order of events, but he meets Lila at a fucking aquarium. And he's like, Lamau, run away with me. And she goes, oh, okay. And then she figures out that he's trying to kill her, and so she says no. And then fucks off
No.
to Paris. And then Dexter tracks her down and kills her anyways. It says here that killing Lila avenged Dokes, and I'm like, I don't really know as though that was his intention, but okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like an all right ending to the season based on what they set up, but at the same
Yeah,
time, it's like it's a little disappointing.
just a little bit. Like you and I were saying, though, it's the weakest of the first four.
Oh, totally. Yeah. No doubt on that.
Um, season 3 is everything with Miguel Prado. Actually, I should just say the Prados, really. There's that, and then the Skinner. So I guess very generally, what do you think about this one?
Are we on season 3 now?
Yep.
Okay. It's a pretty good season. I like it. Um, yeah, yes, I really like this season. Going back and rethinking about it now, I actually really liked this season. I liked the killer. I thought he was really good. Um,
Yeah, I really liked this season.
yeah, that's I think it's like not to spoil my ranking, but it's up there as one of my top favorites of the whole show. I think it's really good.
It is up there for me as well.
I like I like the relationship that he has with what's the guy's name? Miguel
Uh,
Prado.
yeah, Miguel. Yep.
Yeah, I really like the relationship he has with this guy, and I like how it starts to unfold and just to
Yep.
fall apart, and I and it's all about like appearances
Mm-hmm.
and he's trying to keep everything up while obviously still he's still not being obviously not being a good person, but
Yep.
yeah, I like this I like the season a lot. I think it's one of the best seasons. I think it handles sort of what I like about season 4 when we get to that. The relationship that Dexter can build with the killer and
Yep.
the lessons he can learn from them, but also obviously um, he sees the complications with that, I guess.
Yep.
But I like the season a lot. Yeah, going back to it though, I actually I not this is not a fault of the season. This is just my bad memory. But I totally forgot about Miguel Prado. But rethinking about it, I I have fond memories of watching this season and watching his character.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I really really enjoyed this season. Jimmy Smits isn't my favorite actor, but yeah, I think he does pretty well in this role for the most part. There's a couple things he does that I think are fucking goofy, like
Yeah.
particularly the you killed, and then as he's saying Oscar, his voice like cracks really bad.
Yeah.
But other than that, I think he is a very worthy adversary for Dexter, and it's a pretty interesting plot point to see him connect with someone, only to have that person turn out to be, first off, someone that is just like him. I can't remember if it's this season that it's said or something to that effect, but there is a comment that he makes at one point that basically is, "You're just an unchecked version of myself," which is kind of interesting if you think about it, but
Yeah.
um, kind of, I guess, playing into that, I do kind of like Miguel from that aspect. That Miguel is basically what Dexter could be if Dexter really wanted just nothing more than power and control, and if he didn't have the code. And that's on top of there are some smaller character things that happen in this series, this season, I should say, that I really like. Um, I wish they did a little bit more, but I'm confident in saying that they did pretty well with what they had.
Hmm. I agree.
Um, I'm trying to think. So Rita discovers she's pregnant. That's the first little note here, which I think that works pretty well. Gets across pretty quickly. The status quo will be changing. Things will not be staying the same, and the formula of the show is kind of, I guess, evolving, quote unquote. So I don't know. I thought that was a good thing, but at the same time, I was kind of worried because the idea that Dexter would raise a kid, I was like, I don't know, maybe that won't work.
Yeah. 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 I mean, technically didn't work. It didn't work out very
I
well.
mean, yeah,
But yeah, and no, I get what you're saying. Like as they're introducing these aspects, you're also kind of feeling how Dexter is feeling. Where you're like, I don't know, is Dexter really ready for all this?
yep.
Dexter really in the mindset for all this?
Well,
And
and
yeah,
that's one of
I don't
the
know.
other things that I like is this opens up so many different doors, and this season kind of runs with it. Will he marry Rita? Will he leave her? Is he gonna keep the kid? Does he want to keep the kid? There are so many
Mhm.
different questions that you need to answer, and this season pretty much nailed it.
Yeah, I agree.
Um, so Dexter stalks a drug dealer by the name of Freebo, stumbles in on Freebo and this other guy in a fight, kills the other guy in self defense. This is, according to the wiki at least, the first time Dexter kills someone whose guilt he isn't completely sure of, which at the time I remember thinking that this was kind of cheap because I'm pretty sure the show acknowledges that. And it is such a fucking throwaway thing that they're just like, oh yeah, this was the first guy, by the way. Just like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, yeah. I don't.
And then, kind of arbitrarily, this just turns out to be Jimmy Smith's brother, which I'm not crazy about that as a twist.
Yeah, it wasn't really the best twist. It
I think
kind of.
it almost works better if it's like, yeah, it's his brother, or not. I'm sorry, that is what they do. It works better if it's like a friend of his or someone that he cares about that would invest him in the case without having the arbitrary connection of, oh yeah, the DA's brother was in this drug dealer's house trying to kill him.
Yeah, yeah,
Um, yeah, so Dexter kills Oscar Prado for no fucking reason. Miguel Prado, aka Jimmy Smits, meets Dexter, confides in him, and uh, seeks help from him after Dexter helps him with the case. And Dexter tracks down Freebo and kills him, but then Miguel spots him moving the body. I don't have a ton to
yeah.
say about that.
Yeah, not it's not bad. It's a
I was gonna say it's one of those
pretty
things
well
like,
set up.
yeah. I'm trying to think. Yeah, so the two of them become good friends, and then Rita and Miguel's wife, Sylvia, start doing basically dinner dates with Dexter and Rita. I just realized the sentence I just said. Um, Dexter and Rita start doing dinner dates with Miguel and Sylvia.
His wife. Yeah.
I don't know why I cannot read and I cannot talk.
No, it's okay, dude. It's honestly like going over this whole series. I'm just like
It's a
I'm
lot.
just trying yeah, I'm just trying to reread this whole like wiki and trying to like pinpoint certain things that I remember.
I promise I watched the show, guys.
Yeah, we watched the show for sure.
Um, so yeah, as far as Miguel ends up forming a partnership with Dexter to kill people that keep getting away with murder or things to that effect. Um, Dexter does his best to try and discourage Miguel, but Miguel uses his position as the DA. At least I'm pretty sure he's DA, right? Yes, he
Hmm.
is. Well,
Yeah,
ADA,
I think
not DA, but same fucking thing.
so.
Um,
Yeah.
uses his position to basically pull strings and get a couple people freed so that they can kill them. Dexter believes that Miguel is his one and only friend, his true friend, I should say, and asks him to be his best man at his wedding with Rita.
Oh
At the
yeah.
same time, oh yeah, God, we skipped right over that. Dexter really struggles with committing to Rita and the baby, but eventually he does. Puts his foot down, wants to get married, wants to settle down, all that jazz. So the two of them get married, and then he asks Miguel to be the best man. Um, Deb's still working on her getting her detective shield, and we meet Joey Quinn, which I love Joey, one of my favorite characters.
Oh yeah, yeah, totally. He's one of my favorite characters too.
I
At first, I was like, I didn't really like him that much, but then as the
yeah,
show goes on, I really started to connect with him, and I kind of hate that they don't really. By the
he
end, by season 8, it's like he's just not a prominent character anymore.
I like what they did with him in season 8 more than I like what they did with him in season 7, but we'll get to
That's
that.
true. Yeah, and I probably agree with that.
Um, so Quinn and Deb start investigating the Skinner, who, get this, he skins his victims.
Oh, no way.
Yep, and then she starts a relationship with the actor who plays John Diggle from Arrow. That's about all I know about him.
I've never seen Arrow, but
um, the name is Anton. I believe it's Briggs is the last name. Um, so yeah, Deb works with Anton to track down the Skinner, and if I am remembering correctly, the two of them eventually start a relationship. And one of the complications with that is that Briggs was one of Quinn's confidential informants, but Quinn never officially made him a confidential informant. So it's basically been an unofficial thing, and Briggs has had no protection for any of the shit he's been doing.
yeah.
Um, which I think that's interesting. On at the same time, I forgot this too. IA is trying to investigate Quinn, and they keep trying to recruit Deb, and Deb basically tells them every time to fuck off.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird when you think about it, because she does that, but then she also doesn't like Quinn, at least not initially. So,
Yeah, that is weird.
of course, it's also weird to introduce a detective to us and be like, "Hey, so IA, we're looking into this guy." It's like, okay, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Which it's especially weird when you consider that this is the replacement for Dokes is a potentially corrupt cop.
Yeah. I don't
But
Pathetic thing.
whatever. And the IA investigation doesn't fucking go anywhere. They basically explain later, as per Quinn at least, if this is the truth, that Quinn and the detective that are looking into him had a coworker that was, I believe, suicidal or had a drug problem or something to that effect. Quinn decided to sweep it under the rug that that was the case, under the guise that that guy would get help. And I believe that guy ended up either just dying or committed suicide. And that's what the whole investigation's about. At which point I'm just like, oh, so you just don't like him.
Yeah.
Um, so I'm trying to think. Oh yeah. So Miguel talks to Dexter and he's like, hey, so homeboy, there's this woman down at the DA's office, I believe. She's really pissing me off. I think we should kill her. Dexter's like, well, does she fit the code? And Miguel goes, lol, the code. And Dexter Dexter fills him in. And Miguel gets really pissed off because Dexter basically tells him, "Fuck off." No, she doesn't.
Hmm.
She doesn't fit the profile that we're looking for. And then a couple days later, or actually, I think it's that night, Ellen Wolf, who is that defense attorney that I was talking about, that Miguel doesn't like, she just miraculously goes missing. And so Dexter realizes that Miguel must have killed her. And then at this point, there was a piece of evidence that Miguel gave to Dexter towards the beginning of their partnership, and it was basically like a, listen, this is assurance that I've done terrible things too, and this is assurance that you can trust me to keep quiet. Dexter decides to test it. It was a bloody rag, and then finds out that Miguel has basically been lying to him the whole time. Because I believe it's pig's blood. Which, the question I had with this was, wouldn't Miguel, or I'm sorry, if you're Dexter, you don't trust pretty much anybody.
Yeah.
Why do you immediately trust the DA? And why do you immediately hold on to, as opposed to test, the bloody rag that he gave you?
Yeah. That's
Because I was thinking about this. If Dexter tests that rag immediately, like he probably should, he finds out immediately that Miguel is full of shit.
yeah. Yeah.
Um,
That's I never realized that.
yeah, it's really weird. Oh, and the other thing is, so Miguel and LaGuerta were, I guess, a thing, which is kind of awkward when you consider that they never really do much of anything with that, other than
Yeah. Like why
Miguel
even set it up?
tries to sleep with her once, and then LaGuerta figures out because he invited her to her house that Miguel has lights that match the description of the vehicle that was last seen at Ellen Wolf's house, and that's about it. And then as she's doing that, Miguel hatches a plan to kill LaGuerta, but then Dexter decides to hatch a plan to kill and capture Miguel. And before he does it, he reveals that he killed Oscar, and then kills him. Um, After Miguel is found, they identify. Or, I'm sorry. Miguel's body is identified as a victim of the Skinner, which is part of what Dexter did as a cover, which is kind of neat. Um, but Miguel had a third brother, dun dun dun, and that guy knows that Dexter killed him. And so, I'm trying to remember. Ramon Prado, the older brother there, goes to jail, and Dexter basically explains everything that he knows about what happened to Miguel and everything that he knows about the Prados, and that's kind of it. Ramon just kind of fucks off after that.
Yeah.
And then the night before his wedding, Dexter gets captured by the Skinner, but frees himself, kills the Skinner. I believe he breaks his hand too, doesn't he? Or am I?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
That
that
sounds
happens.
familiar.
That happens, and then Rita does something where she like cuts herself, I think, but it's
Oh,
not really important right now.
yeah.
Um, Dexter kills the Skinner by snapping his neck, and then times it just right so that he can dump the body in front of a moving police car, make it look like suicide. Which you're kind of lucky because that car probably wasn't going all that fast. Of course, I guess that's the thing. I'd have to rewatch that scene, but they're in basically a giant industrial metal shed, if I'm not mistaken. So like between the jump, or like I guess dropping the body, but quote unquote framing it as the jump,
Mhm.
suicide jump. Um, you would have to time that extremely well, and you would have to make sure that the car doesn't slow down, and you would have to make sure that you're not spotted dropping the body. So it's like I guess that's the thing. I never really bought it as a very good cover. I don't think there's any way that anybody buys that. That's if you can pull it off, I can believe people would understand that that's what happened, even though it isn't.
Mhm.
But
Yeah,
the odds that you can actually pull that off, I think, are so astronomically slim.
yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with that.
Um, Dexter gets a cast for his hand and then attends his wedding, and
Yeah,
that's it. They end the season with him getting married, and Deb is his best man. Which why the fuck wasn't it Deb to begin with?
yeah, it should have been Deb.
As soon
Yeah,
as he offered it to
this guy I
Miguel, I'm
just
like,
met.
motherfucker, you have a sister.
Yeah, this guy I just met.
Yeah, it'll be him, even though my sister loves me unconditionally. It's like the
Yeah,
fuck.
yeah,
um,
I'm not a huge fan of that.
yeah. So that would be most of season three. Do you wanna share the little bit about the blood on the wedding dress thing that you were telling me about, or
Oh, so like, apparently, the symbolism of red on a wedding dress means like bad luck is to come, like something is bad to happen in that marriage. And obviously something does in season four. Obviously Rita
no?
dies, and it's on her. Yeah, it's on her. It's on her dress, and so it's like I thought like at first like in that scene, and I think it was my dad that pointed it out to me, and I was like, huh, that's kind of a it's isn't it is it the blood from Dexter's cast that falls onto her dress?
I
Is
don't
that
know if it's that or
something?
I thought it was um her own blood because I can't remember if something happens to her or not.
Okay,
But
but
'cause
yeah, like the
again,
blood
I'd
on the
have
wedding
to I'd
dress.
have to rewatch at that point. But there is blood on the back of her dress. It's very easy to see.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool way to symbolize and like to tease at like what's to come with the show. I think that's pretty cool.
Yep.
And honestly, the ending of that season is one of my favorites. I think it's just it's a really great teaser at what's to come. And I can imagine, um, back when that season had just premiered or when that season finale had just premiered, I can imagine being a fan of Dexter and being like, whoa, like on the edge of your seat, like holy shit, that's how you tease the next season. Like it's really cool because
Mm-hmm.
it leaves you going, huh? I really actually I want to know what happens next because that little detail kind of makes it all interesting.
Yeah.
And I like it a lot.
Um. Okay. So season four, Dexter's married Rita. They've immediately had the kid off screen.
Yeah.
Dexter still wants to kill, but he's under a lot of pressure between work and his home life. Who'd have thought?
Uh-huh.
And Rita still believes that Dexter is lying to her, which she finds out is true because he kept his waterfront condo and he's been using it to stash his murder shit. So there's that. There's a series of murders called the Vacation Murders with a investigative journalist called Christine Hill, and She is miraculously at all of these places. She sleeps with Quinn. She gets information from him. And Lundy comes back and says, "Hey, Deb, why don't you come back to me?" And she says, "Well, I'm in a relationship with Anton, but okay, fuck it." And then he dies. Um,
Yeah.
and then Deb gets shot. And then Deb reveals to Anton that she cheated on him. And then, actually, sorry, I'm missing a bit of context. So Lundy is back to track someone called the Trinity Killer, who they believe is a older Caucasian male. I can't remember if they say an age range, probably like 60, 70, I think, right? And
Yeah.
then they believe he kills in threes, but they find out he actually kills in fours. So his name's actually Quadrinity, but fuck it, whatever.
Yeah.
Um,
Awesome.
so he kills them in a very specific sequence, which I cannot remember the order of, but actually, shit, it's right here. One young woman killed in a bathtub. A mother is killed by basically being pushed to her death,
Hmm.
and a father is bludgeoned to death. The first two patterns recently happened. First two parts of this pattern recently happened in Miami, and I almost said Monday. Lundy believes that he knows when and where the last one will be, but he's not sure. Like he doesn't have leads to really go on, I guess. So after Lundy and Deb do the nasty, he gets shot by an unknown assailant and dies, and then Deb survives. The police assume that it was just a random act committed by the vacation murderer, so that's kind of that.
Hmm.
Um, Dexter steals Lundy's records and figures out who the Trinity Killer is, and it's a old man named Arthur Mitchell, who is a deacon at the church in town. He's a leader of this. I don't even know what you want to call it. It's basically like a help the community kind of organization.
Hmm.
Um, and he's a husband and father, and he seems to have a pretty good home life. So the two of them start becoming best buds, and obviously that's only going to end in disaster.
Oh yeah.
So I guess up to this point, do you have anything you want to say, positive or negative?
I love John Lithgow in this season. I
Yeah,
think
he's fantastic.
yeah, he gives probably my favorite performance of the whole show. I think he's brilliant, and I think the concept of the Trinity Killer and the front that that Trinity tries to tries to create with his the separation between his family life and obviously the murderer that he is. And I love the lesson that Dexter learns in this season, or at least through most of it. The idea where he wants to learn how to be a family man and like to have that work and life balance, but obviously with the being a serial killer too. And
Mm-hmm.
so he kind of attaches himself to Trinity, and I like that around the later half of the show, um, specifically the Thanksgiving episode. He really he, which is probably one of my favorite episodes of the whole season, or the whole series probably. But it's so like it's so tense, and it's like, and Dexter sees a stark contrast with Trinity and his own life, and seeing the contrast between a family that actually is functioning and pretty good, and then obviously seeing a family that's faking it, that's actually like broken, and all because the father is just a fucking asshole.
Yep,
And yeah, I love the season, and I think yeah, I think the biggest takeaway for me is I think John Lithgow is really good.
fair enough. I'd pretty much just echo what you just said. As far as criticism, though, the one thing I really don't like about Dexter's attachment to Trinity is the idea that Trinity is still an active killer. He is still looking to hurt people, hurt innocent people, and is in like direct correlation with the code that he follows. And yet Dexter doesn't do anything until it's way too late and someone else that he cares about pays the price.
Yeah.
And there are several moments where he could easily kill Trinity and just decides not to. And
Yeah,
it's kind of funny because later on in the season, it's after that Thanksgiving episode, he basically comes to the realization he's like, "Fuck, I should have done this a long time ago." It's like, oh, you don't fucking say.
yeah, yeah. And I think honestly that can go to Dexter's ego, how he wants to help himself, but he doesn't really realize the consequences that has. But
Yep.
you're right. Like that is a glaring issue with the idea that obviously Dexter's attached to this guy who is it's not like he killed a bunch of people like 40
Right.
years ago and like Dexter's trying to learn from him. It's like Dexter's learning from an active serial killer. And
Mm-hmm.
it's not like Trinity kills bad people like Dexter does.
No.
It's
Well, and
like
I guess.
yeah,
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
no, you're good.
I
You're
was
good.
just gonna say I think it's another good distinction to make. The reason that it works with Miguel is Miguel. First off, Miguel is kind of a hidden killer at first, but the second thing is it is they describe it throughout the show as a partnership between the two of them. It is basically Dexter's first time taking on an apprentice, and that's not really the case here. This is him learning, like you were saying, from someone that has not only done it for far longer, but is, I guess, more adept at hiding what it is that they're trying to do. So I guess that's the thing, because like it works with Miguel because of the position that he's in. With Arthur, it becomes a lot harder to kind of, I guess, accept that whole thing only because of the fact that Dexter does have not only motive to eliminate him, but it correlates with the code, and he has several opportunities to. And actually, hell, not I just thought about it. There's that the time where Arthur almost kills himself, and because Dexter happens to be there, he survives. Um, but it's stuff like that. Like I wish there was a bit less in the way of Arthur coming off as almost pure evil.
Yeah.
Um, because that's the thing. A lot of it is he's basically again another unchecked version of Dexter. Because much like Dexter, Arthur was created by a set of circumstances that really fucked with him. I believe it was just like a harmless prank, or what should have been a harmless prank. Ended up well, not indirectly. He scared his sister to the point that she burst through I believe, a sliding glass door. She slit her femoral artery in doing that and died. And then because of that, that basically destroyed his parents' marriage. And then his father became an abusive asshole, and his mom, I believe, proceeded to kill herself. And it's like, man, like that sucks, but at the same time, you are opting to kill innocent people because of that. So
Yeah. I feel like you can compare it sort of to Kurt Caldwell in New Blood, where it's like his
yeah,
father his father beat, abused,
actually,
and,
yeah, that probably is
to
the
the
better comparison. Yeah,
yeah, because like I saw that comparison with Kurt Caldwell where it's like Dexter kind of sees the. I wish Dexter would have highlighted the comparisons that he could make with Trinity and like the lesson he learns
I
in
that's the
season four.
thing. They don't really do that. He does it. He does it with Brian. He does it with Miguel. He can't really do it with Lila because Lila's just a fucking psychopath who is a pyromaniac. It's like not really a correlation there. But like with him and with Kurt, there's not a ton of recognition that they aren't all that different. Like
Yeah,
there's a hyper specific trauma that created them, and there is a hyper specific reason why that trauma ends up leading to them doing the things that they do, and there's just no recognition of that.
yeah,
Um, so, anyways, yeah, Dexter eventually goes to Thanksgiving with Arthur's family,
yes,
and this is where things get super weird. So Dexter's under the impression that this is like a perfect family because every time he sees them, everything seems fine. The son seems happy. The daughter's, she seems happy too. They're both doing their own thing. They're socializing. Nothing seems wrong. Except when he gets there, the son, I believe his dad just beat him, or makes a remark that his dad probably would beat him, or something to that effect. Um, Basically, from that, we're like, oh, okay, Arthur's a piece of shit. And then we compound that when the daughter tries to make a pass at Dexter. We're like, wait a minute. Um, and then we find out that they lock their daughter in her bedroom.
Yes, yes.
And the wife is basically a shell of a person that just agrees with everything that he says and does.
Yeah, I love that.
And that becomes evident when eventually Dexter decides to confront Arthur, gets him on the ground, and is ready to kill him. And the wife is like, no, don't do it. It's like, bitch, you 10 seconds and you could have been free.
Yeah, exactly. I love that episode. The biggest part of the episode that I love that has always stuck out with me. It's like when they're having dinner and they bring up like, oh, what are we thankful for? And they talk
Oh,
about
yeah.
stuff, and then Trinity goes, why doesn't anybody say they're thankful for me? And starts like
Yeah.
bitching about it and like fucking complaining and getting so angry.
I
And then
noticed
I
none of you
like,
said you were thankful for me, you fuckers.
yeah. And then and then when Dexter goes back home and has dinner, I think Rita says, let's talk about what we're thankful for. And
He,
Dexter goes, nope, let's just eat.
he immediately, yeah, he's just like, fuck no.
And it's like like Rita's little reaction to it is like kind of funny because it, like obviously as the audience we know the difference between these two families, that this the
Yep.
difference between, and it's like Dex, you could just see in Dexter's face. He's like, yeah, no, we're not doing that shit again.
Yep.
Yeah, I love that episode. That episode has so many great moments, and yeah, and I love Trinity's like whole
I'm trying to
family. I
think.
think
I
I
think
think it's really cool.
this is the season where Masuka goes to Thanksgiving too, right?
I think so.
Because or I guess I should rephrase because I think this is one of the only times they do Thanksgiving in the show. But there is one point where Deb and Masuka do attend some sort of get together. I think it's this
Yeah,
episode. Either way, just gonna throw it out there. Whether or not it's this season doesn't matter. I actually really do enjoy that little the back and forths, the subtleties of the way that those two talk to each other. Because inside of work, those two don't seem like they get along, and then outside of work, Deb is like, "No, you are being here. You are here because I need you to be here. Like I need someone to talk to. I need someone that can." Where what is this actually? Because this comes up in season 5. That's right. Um, because of the whole Rita kissing the neighbor thing. I forgot about that.
yeah,
Anyways, sorry. Point
okay.
being, the back and forths between them pretty good. I like the dialogue. I like the nuances and the way that they're talking to each other. It's not much, just something small. I wish we had more of it.
Yeah, same.
um, I'm trying to think. Actually, this is one of the seasons that I think gets the characters pretty right for the most part.
Yeah, I,
Oh,
I agree with that. Yeah.
fuck! I just realized I skipped over one of the most important plot lines in season 3.
Okay.
Um, so if I'm not mistaken, this so season 3 is where Batista meets this cop that is pretending to be a prostitute undercover.
Yeah.
They form a relationship, and then that relationship has some problems, you might say. And then they fix those problems, and by the end of the season, you're like, oh man, they're going strong. And then season 4 starts, and apparently they broke up off screen, and Batista's now banging his boss, and they just they just don't say anything about it, and it's super awkward.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
Yeah, that
I
is
guess, I
like,
guess I should rephrase. They do say something about it. You know what it is?
hmm,
Yeah, Barbara and I, we broke up. We wanted different things. It's like, oh, what the fuck, man?
that's fucking stupid.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I completely forgot about that because the show
Same,
completely forgot
honestly.
about that. But
Yeah, the show forgets about a lot of shit.
I this was a problem that I had consistently because you could take Angel's relationship with Barbara and have that be something that's substantial or important. It doesn't have to be huge, but I would like to see their breakup. And I say that
Yeah.
because what we know about Batista by this point is he is, by the end of season one, he is divorcing his wife. He's going to have technically shared custody of his daughter, if technically no custody, except for visitation. And he's basically on his own. After that, he meets with Lila, gets accused of date rape. That gets dropped after she's killed. That's it. So it's like, this is his first time, I guess, officially back in the saddle with someone that's not fucking crazy. And we just skip it. Like, it's, I
Yeah,
don't know, it seems really disrespectful. And then the other thing to
it is.
consider is from LaGuardia's perspective, we've dropped the whole she has an infatuation with Dexter, I guess. Don't know why. Um, the show pretty heavily implies in season 7 that her and Dokes work together. Assuming that's the case, and assuming she was not with Miguel Prado at any point between seasons 1 through 3, this means that Batista is her first legitimate relationship since potentially divorcing Dokes. And we brush over that too.
Yeah, yeah, that's
Like,
they brushed over a lot of shit.
I
It's
find that
frustrating.
incredibly disrespectful to the characters. I
It
don't need to
totally is.
see every little thing. I don't need to see the shit Angel took last week. But it would be nice to at least see the development of a romantic relationship between him and his boss play out on screen.
Yeah. Well, Dexter throughout the whole show, even in New Blood, they have critical information about characters. Oh yeah, that happened off screen. Yeah, you don't really get a lot of
Yeah,
details about it. And it's
they.
like, the fuck?
I guess because I read this on the official Dexter wiki while I was doing the rewrite. I guess Masuka and Quinn are referenced in New Blood, and you know what it is?
What is it?
Batista gets an email from Quinn that just says, "Do we have to go to Masuka's bachelor party?" I'm like, I'm
Oh
sorry, fucking what?
no, that's fucking stupid.
I'm like, that's how you.
God,
That was how you took two legacy characters and included them, huh?
fuck off. Yeah,
Man,
yeah, and Angel's inclusion in New Blood, we'll get into that. Is
oh
fucking
god,
pointless.
we might have
Yeah,
to do a whole fucking recording for New Blood.
I think we should.
Oh
A
man,
whole that's
it's
a
bad.
whole travesty of a fucking season. Yeah,
Yeah. Um.
yeah.
So, anyways, yeah. So we'll get to that later, but yeah. So Arthur accidentally killed pretty much his entire family and then murdered his father because he was an abusive piece of shit. Um. Deb recovers from her wound, but I believe it's LaGuerta and Batista are both like, listen, Deb, fuck you. You're not on this case. You're too close to it. Which she is.
Mhm.
Um, but she's still obsessing over it, and so she ends up realizing that the wound that she got, based on the height of Lundy's profile for Trinity, cannot be the same person. Um, so trace evidence determines that it's actually that reporter bitch that shot her. And so, um, using different evidence, they figure out that the reporter bitch is actually Arthur Mitchell's illegitimate child, which feels like such a fucking cop out.
Yeah,
I would almost rather you just have fucking Trinity kill Lundy.
yeah. That would have made more sense.
Because the
Yeah,
show does this and like, isn't this clever? And then they like, wait, fuck, we got to get rid of her now. So
yeah. That's what they do with every. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
it's so bad. So Arthur, God, I'm sorry, I gotta back up because I gotta address something else. So she deliberately killed Lundy. That was like guaranteed. She also tried to kill Deb, but didn't try to kill Deb because if I'm not mistaken, she makes a statement at one point that's basically like, "Well, you know, I shot Deb just to incapacitate her," and it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
If Deb could potentially identify you, why would you not kill her? And if you thought that Lundy would be alone, then I want to just say that you're shit at surveilling people.
Yeah.
Um, but anyways,
Yeah.
so yeah, they figure out that it's her. Quinn breaks up with her. Deb interviews her, gets a statement. She tries to apologize, and between her contacting Arthur to make sure that sure, she contacts her real dad. She contacts Arthur to try and get help from him because she killed Lundy to protect him. He basically tells her, "Fuck off. I want nothing to do with you." And between that, Quinn dumping her, Quinn telling her that she's basically a psycho, and her confessing to everything to Deb, she decides to put a gun in her mouth and pull the trigger. Um, and yeah, so she dies, and it is about as impactful as I am saying it. It fucking means nothing.
Yeah. I forgot about that. There's
Even
like a ton of shit. Like
Quinn
as you're
forgets
describing it,
about it.
I forgot about it.
Quinn dated this girl. She kills herself. And he's like, "Oh my god!" And then literally 2 episodes later, he's like, "Yeah, whatever."
I think it's like that's the flaw with the show is that like when
There
you
is no
forget moments.
yeah. There is
Yeah,
no
it's like
object
I
permanence.
feel like
Like
yeah, exactly. It's like obviously we bring up Breaking Bad a lot, like like private discussions, but it's like with Breaking Bad, there are certain moments that they remind you of that like there are certain moments where like characters remind each other of things that they've done, and it's like it brings it brings up like it brings a certain permanence to like what's happening in their current situation,
yeah,
and it allows it not only to like establish how they feel about a certain character, but it also just it's there to remind the audience of yes of this impactful moment of like like it's there to remind you of shit. But with Dexter, it's like all this stuff happens, and then it's like they're like, yeah, we're not gonna really talk about it again. And it's like the
yeah.
fuck,
It's basically it's the idea of there is no object permanence, but when I say object permanence, I mean like basic character and plot structure. Like as soon as something is not relevant to what they're doing, it's basically forgotten about.
yeah,
Which again, it's a shame because a lot of people say it's that continuity is not a strong suit of this show, and it's not, but it really should be.
oh, it totally should be.
Like I don't think there's an
When you,
excuse for it, but again, like the and
eh,
we're bringing this up. This happens in the first 4 seasons. It gets so much worse the more that we go through.
oh yeah, totally. Well, it's a show that like it's like I think any show, like movie, any media that has to do with murder and twists and uncovering and detective work should have a strong sense of continuity. Like
Oh
that's
yeah,
just like
yeah,
that
absolutely.
should just be like a needed thing.
Yeah, it's oh god. I yeah, they absolutely should have a strong sense of continuity because the entire gist of those shows is relying on the flow of evidence, the connections that these
Yeah,
different pieces, these different people, everything, how everything connects. And one of the biggest issues that Dexter has as a whole is the idea that as soon as a plot thread is either not relevant to the story anymore, you might as well cut it off the whole damn thing because it ain't there anymore.
yeah, yeah. It's like it's weird. Like there are certain moments, like even going back to season one, where you find out about Dexter's biological father. It's like I totally forgot that
Right.
was in the show.
Yeah, like that's completely forgotten about. Something more recent. Everything with Miguel completely dropped. Syl being close friends with Rita and Dexter, she doesn't come back up till I
Mhm.
believe season 7. Or no, it's season 8. Um trying to think. Everything with Ramon Prado being like, "Hey Dexter, fuck you." Completely dropped.
Mhm.
Going even further past that, Bay Harbor Butcher investigation, everyone believes it's Stokes. That's done. It's over with. Not even mentioned until LaGuardia starts. looking into it. That's it. It's repeatedly this happens. I don't understand it.
Yeah.
Trying to think. Yeah, so she dies. Christine kills herself, and then basically Dexter realizes because of this he needs to immediately kill Trinity because time is running out. The police are closing in. And it was around this point that I started to get really pissed because Dexter should have done this like 6 episodes ago and didn't.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, did I do something?
what?
Okay, I just pressed a button and I didn't know. It made
Oh,
a sound, and I didn't know if I disconnected or not. All right, sorry.
okay. No, you're good. So we're getting real close to the end here. Dexter follows Arthur, finds out that he's kidnapped a young boy. Um, and this is where Dexter figures out that there's another piece to the puzzle. So Trinity has a secret fourth victim. God, I sound like one of those fucking YouTube channels. It's like secret third ending explained. Um, so the fourth victim is always a young boy that is kidnapped and placed in a bomb shelter several days before the young woman is found and then pushed to her death. And the entire gist of what is done there is the child is used as leverage to leverage the mother into killing herself. If I'm not mistaken, it's either that or that's for the victim in the bathtub, but I'm pretty sure it's the mother that he usually kills that way and
Yeah,
blackmails
it
like
is.
that.
Yeah.
So he does that, and he usually, this is what I found really fucked up. Well, I say that everything he does is fucked up, but you know what I mean.
Mhm.
He drowns the boy in cement outside
Yes.
of a construction site owned by
Builds
his
a whole house
company,
over it.
and it's really fucked. Yeah, and he builds a house over it. Super
Yeah,
fucked
that's
up.
like the most. It's fucked up, and it's like like it's one of those things. Like when I was looking back on this season, like I get chills like rethinking about it. It's like that's really fucked up. Like
And, just going off of what we were just talking about, the show mentions it here. I think Deb acknowledges it, and then that's it. It never comes up again. No one ever talks about it.
yeah, yeah, like one of the most fucked up parts of Trinity, and they never bring it up.
He straight up abducts children, holds them in a bomb shelter, relives his own trauma of being abused by his father, and then kills them by
Mhm.
suffocating them. And nothing comes of that. Um,
Yeah, I
God,
really wish they would have done more with that. It's
I don't even think it needs much. Like, just a little bit of nuance would be fine.
yeah,
So basically,
it's
from
like
here, Trinity decides to find Kyle Butler, which is the alias that Dexter used when Dexter would interact with him. So Arthur ends up killing a man named Kyle Butler, but he can't actually like find Dexter. So eventually he does. He follows Dexter to the police station, confronts him, and then learns his real identity. And then from there we do this really weird cat and mouse game where Dexter trails Arthur to a bank, then drugs him, but because he sideswiped another car, he gets confronted and taken to jail, so Arthur escapes, and then he disappears. But at the same time, Dexter's like, "Hey Rita, we should have our honeymoon, but also, don't ask why, but you should bring Harrison with us instead of sending him to live with or not to live with, to your grandparents right now, so that we can do that." And then Dexter finally finds Arthur, and then takes him to the bomb shelter and kills him. And then he goes home, and then he finds out that Rita is still in the house. And then apparently that's when Harrison starts crying because apparently, he wouldn't have been doing that to begin with. Don't worry about it. And then he walks in, and somehow Trinity found her and slit her femoral artery and left her to bleed out in the bathtub.
yeah,
And Rita is dead and Harrison is born in blood, I guess.
Yes. Yes.
So,
Well, even though, yeah,
I was gonna say, well,
you,
you know what I'm going for, but we'll get to it.
uh, yeah,
So, I got some problems. I don't get me wrong. I really like this. I think it could work, but I got problems. So, first and foremost, I am very confused by the time frame of everything. And part of that is because Dexter gets Trinity, then loses Trinity, then gets Trinity, but then also has everything going on with Rita. So the
mhm,
easiest way to do this is what I recommended to you a while back in a private conversation, which is they should have this episode or this entire season really have timestamps for when things are happening so that I can follow the timeline. Because as it stands right now, I don't know as though Arthur has enough time to kill Rita, and Dexter would have no way of knowing apparently.
yeah,
And that's why I'm wondering if you knew you were going to do this twist, maybe for a couple episodes you start doing timestamps. Maybe for the whole season, maybe for the second half. Doesn't matter. Even if you do it for the entire episode, it's a season finale. Someone's going to expect something big, but the payoff being that you're going to kill a major character. It kind of gets it kind of sucks when that's undercut by the idea that I don't know if this could reasonably happen within the time frame that we're given. So that's one. The second thing is, like I pointed out, I don't understand why they brought Harrison with them. And then it dawned on me that the only reason Harrison is with them is so that we can draw a very obvious parallel between what Harrison has just witnessed and what Dexter witnessed as a child.
yeah,
But at that point, again, I'm kind of caught up on why didn't you send Harrison to go with Esther and Cody? They're going on their
yeah,
honeymoon. Like I
exactly.
don't. That dawned on me as I was doing the rewrite. I'm like that doesn't make a ton of sense, but okay.
No, it doesn't.
Because again, that's the only explanation I can come up with is they wanted that comparison, but they didn't want to do the legwork to make that work any other way. Um,
Yeah.
so I mean, there's that, and then I'm trying to think. Oh, there's no signs of a struggle or anything inside the house. So
Yeah,
Rita
there's,
just
yeah,
Rita just gave up, I guess.
yeah. Yeah, she's just like, yeah, fuck it, whatever. I'll die.
Um, so yeah, that would be season four. I think it's decent, but we got some glaring issues. What about you? Anything?
Um, I love the season. I think the strong points for me are like the the emotional aspect of it, specifically with how they handle Dexter's connection with Trinity, which we did talk about how it was, it was flawed, but still I really really enjoy it. The ending, like you said, the some of the stuff with the ending isn't particularly as well thought out and as
Mm-hmm.
well written as it could have been. But I really like the season. I think it's really good. It's one of my top favorites of the show for sure.
Yeah, I would agree. Um, yeah, I think that's about all I've got for season four. Um, do you want to get started with walking through the plot of season five, and I'll be right back.
Sure. I just need to look at the wiki. Okay. All right. So, in the aftermath of the last season's finale, Rita's death has been has left Dexter feeling responsible and guilty for not being there to save her from Trinity. And he's unable to deal with this trauma, so he makes a drastic decision that will affect everyone around him. Quinn stirs up trouble at the station when he notes that Rita's murder, which is being pinned on the Trinity killer, does not fit his normal murder profile. Things get even more heated when Quinn suggests to the Guerda that they look at Rita's husband. Dexter. Meanwhile, Quinn offers Deborah support, causing her to see Quinn in a new light. That's just the basic summary I saw. Oh no, okay, that's just for the first episode. Never mind. Um, yeah, that's the first episode, and then Dexter just starts to get anxious as being a single father. He begins to, he's trying to move on from Rita's death. He attempts to focus all his attention on the kids while he's trying to push his dark urges back. Um, but when the evidence of foul play, kind of like goes into his lap, he makes a horrific discovery, um, setting at him on the trail of his next victim, Boyd Fowler. Deborah, trying to be the good sister, shares her apartment with Dexter and the kids, only to find there is no room for her. Also, Miami Metro has their work cut out when a grisly decapitation murder scene is found in a Venezuelan neighborhood. So those are just the first two episodes. I'm getting these summaries from the Dexter wiki because, again, it's been a while since I've seen the show. So,
All right, I'm
um,
back. Sorry about that.
that's okay.
Um, yeah, sorry
So
for putting you on the spot.
that's
Got to
okay. I
figure a
was
few
I
things
was just
out quick.
reading I was just reading the summaries of the first two episodes. So,
I
um,
God, it already feels like I've forgotten some of this stuff.
yeah,
Um,
um, yeah.
I feel like it's
I talked about
good
yeah. I just talked about
place
how
to.
like
Oh God,
sorry.
no, go ahead.
No, I just talked about like the first two episodes about like Dexter feeling responsible for Rita's death and Quinn offering Deborah support and she's starting to see Quinn in a different way and then
Yep. Um,
you know he's pointing it to
so
he's telling LaGuardia that we should look at Rita's husband.
I'm trying to remember. I had. I texted you as I was watching the show because I knew you had already seen it, and there were a bunch of payoffs that I predicted. I cannot remember if I predicted Rita's death or not. Um,
I think you did.
I think I did.
Yeah, you've predicted a lot of stuff for this show.
Um, but I did. Now that I'm saying it, because I remember one of the other things that I predicted was without her, they were going to get rid of Aster and Cody, which they did.
Hmm. Yeah, pretty much.
Which I really don't like because it basically is the writer being like, I don't want to deal with these two chess pieces anymore, so go away.
Yeah.
Um, Other than that, I think like everything within the first episode is pretty good, especially dealing with the aftermath of the police showing up at Dexter's house and figuring out that Rita's dead. Um, him being in shock, everything. Um, One of the lines that I really fucking hate was something along the lines of, it was like right at this point that I realized I loved Rita, and I'm like, it really is right now. You had no idea when
Yeah,
two
not when he
seasons.
yeah.
What?
Yeah, not when he married her.
Yeah, it wasn't. It
But
wasn't when you married her. It wasn't when you had a kid with her. It wasn't when you were living together. It wasn't when you left some crazy British lady for her. It wasn't when you killed people to protect your kids. It wasn't when you did any of that. It was now. That was when you. That was when you figured it out. Okay.
yeah, it's not a great line.
And no. Well, I guess that's the thing. It's like contextually, it's not a good line. Without the context, I think it's good. And what I mean by that is, if you put that into a different context, like if this happens in season 2 or 3, I think it's better. But a lot of it depends on what is going on in his relationship with Rita, and for it to have culminated in the birth of a child, their marriage, everything, and then she's murdered, for that to be the first time that he's like, oh fuck, I think I loved her. It's like, man, a little bit late, don't you think?
Yeah, I guess
Of
like you could
course,
kind of
I
that would
guess
like
that's meant to be the point, but
yeah, you can like connect it to the idea of like you don't know what you have until it's gone kind of thing, where it's like It's like when obviously when someone passes away, you don't really sometimes you overlook their worth and like how much they meant to you, and you start to like think about them more and
Mm-hmm.
more. But I get what you mean. It is a very
Because
very strange line.
it almost sounds like an edgy teenager just being like, "Oh man, I didn't realize that I loved X person until it was too late." It's like, okay,
It's, yeah, for
which
a character like Dexter, that shouldn't be what he says.
no, well, and the show does this consistently throughout the first 5 seasons. They're just like Dexter doesn't care about anyone. It's like, well, we know that's not true.
Yeah,
And the whole Dexter doesn't have feelings, but then he'll actively get jealous and be angry and
yeah,
show compassion. It's like, yeah, so which is it? Does he not care about Rita, but he cares about Cody enough, her fucking son, enough to upset Lila and go to his school and support him and do all that? Like it's stuff like that I'm just like, you can't have both. You cannot tell me that he's emotionless and then reiterate to me numerous times that he does care about these people.
I agree. It's
Um,
definitely one of the flaws.
it's really weird. But again, this isn't even just season 5. This is like 1 through 5 do this consistently. But this was the moment that like really compounded that for me.
Yeah,
So, anyways, Dexter's simultaneously emotionless yet distraught about Rita's death, which is bizarre. He ends up about when asked about Rita's death, he says it was me, and people believe that take that as, oh, you killed her, even though the question he was asked was, did you call this in? So
yeah.
I don't fucking know. So
That's odd.
he gets brought to the station. He's asked questions, um, and then Quinn becomes suspicious of him because this murder doesn't follow Trinity's mo, and the circumstances around her death are already really fucking weird.
Yeah,
But on top of that, you have Dexter saying weird shit and not being emotional. And then they play
yeah,
the 911 recording of him calling in the murder, where he pretty like matter of factly states what happened, which is also weird.
yeah. That is
Um,
weird.
and so Quinn decides I'm going to do some investigative thingies and see if I can figure out what you're up to, and we'll talk about that.
Yeah,
So naturally, the only thing that's really left now is for Dexter to tell the kids so that the writers can get rid of them, and so that's what happens. Cody is he's upset, but he's kind of indifferent. Wants to stay with Dexter. Aster uh, takes Rita's death really hard, but then makes the comment that it is Dexter's fault, which she's right, but she has no idea what the context is. So it's kind of awkward because she's just like, well, you were her husband, you were married to her, you should have protected her. It's like that is such a fucking 10-year-old way of looking at things.
yeah, yeah,
It's one of those things like it is simultaneously I think a pro and a con because I can believe that a child would say that, but I don't know as though a child as old as she is would say that. So I don't know. I'm kind of in a weird spot with that one because I'm just like, I guess that could happen.
yeah, yeah.
Anyways,
Yeah,
so
I
Aster
agree.
makes the executive decision to split up from her stepfather and her stepbrother, or I'm sorry, her half brother, I should say. And yeah, her and Cody fuck off to go live with her grandparents, and that's about the end of that. Um, Meanwhile, there's a Santa Muerte killer that the hell, sure, Miami Metro. I don't know why I was blanking on that. They're going to find this guy, the Santa Muerte killer. Meanwhile, the FBI cannot find Arthur Mitchell, who Miami Metro has positively identified as the Trinity killer. So Quinn decides to hire a PI by the name of Stan Liddy, and by private investigator, I mean a disgruntled ex-cop who just recently got fired and wants to do this to get his job back. So in doing this, Quinn recognizes the similarities between a sketch made, I believe, off of Jonah Mitchell's I almost said prescription description of Kyle Butler, and realizes that it's really close to Dexter. So that becomes a whole thing, and Quinn is like adamant that Dexter is somehow involved. We'll see what happens with that. Dexter hires a nanny. She's around for this season and then fucks off. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Um,
Sorry.
no, you're good. I was just like that. There's nothing to say about that. That woman does nothing.
Yeah.
Uh, Dexter finds and kills a man named Boyd Fowler, who he, uh, I don't even know, believes isn't the right word. He confirms is responsible for the deaths of multiple people. In doing so, he finds a would-be victim by the name of Lumen, who is still in captivity and awaiting to be executed. Dexter takes care of her, but she's very, very unsure of what he's going to do with her and to her. So that's the whole thing, and then it basically comes out that Lumen was taken by a group of men who, I guess, do this semi-routinely, that they will kidnap women, chain them up, restrain them, rape them, and then kill them. Which...
Yeah.
There's one scene in particular, I think you're going to know exactly what I'm talking about here in a second, where I think they take this in probably the wrong way, and they show Deb. I assume you know where I'm going with this.
Oh yeah.
They have Deb watching the videotapes that these guys kept as trophies, and you can hear the audio. I have no idea why they needed to get that. Not even, I'm trying to think of the right word, probably visceral, I guess, with it. It's really, really kind of awkward. Really hard to watch and listen to. Don't know why they included it, but okay. Probably just to make people uncomfortable, I guess, but...
Yeah, that's like one of the I agree. It was very hard to watch and
Yeah.
very much. It's like it's unfortunate that that's also like one of the most memorable parts of that season for me is
Mm-hmm.
like just because you just really can't forget that experience of watching that scene and just listening to it because it's so
Right.
fucked up, but I feel like it is pretty effective the way they do it.
I think it is, but at the same time, it is very, very awkward to sit through. So I guess that's the thing.
Mhm.
Like, overall, I would say it's probably a positive, but it is very, very difficult to sit through. And
It's
it is
true. Yeah.
very uncomfortable. Um, so, yeah, Jeez, going back through this, I guess I realize how much of a jumbled mess season 5 is.
Yeah, pretty much.
Um, Christ. So Quinn
Yeah.
tracks down the Mitchells and uh, asks Jonah, the son there, which I probably should have clarified earlier, but whatever. Um, he meets this guy at the convenience store, Jonah, and asks him, "Hey, so Kyle Butler, does he look like this?" And holds out a picture of Dexter. But an FBI agent interrupts Jonah before he can answer, and then Quinn goes to LaGuardia and is like, "Listen, I had Jonah Mitchell. I found him. I was just about to get him to confirm that Dexter was Kyle Butler, but I got cut off." And LaGuardia goes, "Listen, you little shit. You gotta stop doing that. You gotta stop looking into this. You gotta leave Dexter alone."
Yeah.
Which it is kind of awkward from the meta perspective because obviously we know it's Dexter that killed Arthur. We know Dexter was Kyle Butler, And we also know that
Mhm.
Dexter indirectly had a hand in killing Dokes, and Dexter was the Bay Harbor Butcher. Um, what I find really weird is, if I'm not mistaken, Dokes voices concerns to LaGuerta about Dexter, and LaGuerta still goes out of her way to defend him,
Yeah.
even though, as we find out later, as per the same writers, if I'm not mistaken, LaGuerta believes that Dokes was innocent, which would naturally mean that she should assume Dexter is not. I don't know, it just seemed really weird to me.
It is weird. It's very weird.
Um, what the fuck ever.
Yeah,
So Quinn
it's
gets. Oh, go ahead.
no, I was just saying like there's like an inconsistent with her character. Like there's inconsistency with her
It is,
character.
but that's like, I guess that's LaGuerta's whole thing, is being inconsistent.
I guess, yeah, but it's like frustrating to watch
Oh,
because
it
it's like
is. It
I
is.
like
She flip flops and she shouldn't.
him, and it's like oh I actually don't like him a little bit, and then it's like oh I'm gonna defend him, and then the season that she dies, she's like yeah no Dexter's actually like a bad guy. I think he's the killer. Yeah, I don't know. It's frustrating to watch. I get why they did it, I guess.
I can understand why they do it, but I do. I don't know. She is very, very inconsistent, and it's really aggravating. So, anyways, Quinn doing that, LaGuerta suspends him, and then Dexter helps Deb close the Santa Muerte case. After, oh shit, I just remembered. Okay, this, if I'm not mistaken, it's one of the guys that plays one of the Salamanca twins. That's where I recognized him from, I think. And yeah, he just straight up murders a guy in front of her. She does nothing, and then he escapes. It's whatever. Um, from here, Lumen basically fills Dexter in on what those guys did, and they sort of team up. They want to kill the men that did it, which is another point where I am kind of baffled by the code, because technically none of these men fit the code except for Boyd,
Yeah,
which I think is horseshit, because I think he should absolutely kill people like this, but okay.
yeah. It's one of the things where you'd have to Dexter has to keep his I don't know. It's weird because like obviously he has these boundaries that he sets himself, but it's like oh I can't kill this person. I can kill this person. It's
But
like
again,
they're
like, he arbitrarily will just, like, last season he did it. He killed a pedophile that was looking at not Alice, Aster.
mhm.
And it's like, man, so what stops you from doing that consistently?
Yeah,
Um, so, anyways, it seems that Lumen only finds a sense of peace when she kills one of her attackers. So Dexter realizes that she has a dark passenger of her own and decides to help her. And he believes that this in some way will help atone for the fact that he never saved Rita. So LaGuerta and Batista, in the meantime, make their marriage public, and then Quinn and Deb become a thing. And it was around this point that I gave zero fucks about LaGuerta and Batista's relationship, because
yeah,
clearly the show didn't care.
exactly. Yeah,
Um, and it's especially hard to care when the show does this after. Well, I'm sorry. The show does this in response to undoing Angel's story in season 3, and then pretending that we should give a shit about what happened in season 4. But whatever.
yeah.
Um, and then Angel gets into a bar fight because someone makes a sex joke about LaGuerta, and that's that's about it. Um, God, yeah. Here we go again. Actually, the two of them make their marriage public. They have issues though, Angel gets into a bar fight and has the internal affairs department start looking at him. Um, this is what happens. She ends up getting Stan Liddy fired. Liddy ends up working for Quinn as his PI. And then to tie off both of those plot threads, Batista and LaGuardia basically come to the agreement that, oh man, yeah, everything's good. Just go talk to the guy that you beat up. And then that guy drops the charges because, of course, he does. And then the very next season picks up with those two basically splitting up, which is awesome.
Yeah, it's great.
So I'm glad we consistently do this where the plot threads just don't fucking mean anything. But then going back to that, how do we get rid of Stan Liddy so that he doesn't figure out about Dex? It's like, well, you see, Dexter finds him in a van and kills him. And then Quinn gets framed for that murder. But then Dexter covers for him so that he doesn't get arrested. And so Quinn, now under the impression that Dexter is potentially a serial killer, decides, you know what? You covered for me. Everything's good. And just drops the investigation.
Yeah.
So anyways, yeah, we're not in great territory.
Yeah, it's where the show starts to dip off in quality.
Yeah. I don't even think it's like very subtle. It's like we've taken a nosedive. There are issues that bleed throughout this season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Jeez, they get. Oh god, I completely forgot. In mentioning all of this, we never talked about Jordan Chase so far. So here I am. I'm
Oh,
like,
yeah.
oh yeah, we're at the end of the show. Oh shit. So, kind of like season 4, I guess. The show wants to have Dexter relate to a guy named Jordan Chase, who happens to be the leader of the kidnapping, rape, murder group. I believe officially they're called the Barrel Girl Gang, but whatever.
Yeah.
Um, so the entire gist of Jordan Chase as a character is that he gets a emotional high off of being in charge of people and seeing other people get what they want, which is basically a long-winded way of saying that he's the equivalent of a cuck. So this happens, and we come to find out that apparently of the 13 people that these 13 women, I should say, that these guys kidnapped and raped and all this other stuff. Apparently Jordan Chase never did any of that to any of them other than the kidnapping. And so you might have the same question that I do, which is, at what point is it worthwhile for you to continue to kidnap and do this and continue to be involved? And I have no fucking idea, because the show, I don't know why they didn't commit to it, but the novels have a pretty decent way of explaining why Jordan Chase is a piece of shit and needs to die, other than he facilitates what they do, which is, in the novels, he's a pedophile, and he molests Aster. The show is just like, he sets it up and the other guys do their thing. I don't know, it just seems really fucking weird to me.
Yeah. Yeah. He's definitely one of the most like the
He
show just overlooks him, I feel
he's
like.
the villain that makes the least sense to me. And I say that knowing that we still have to talk about the season 6 guy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Because, like, season 6, he's insane and he's religious, and it's like, I guess that makes more sense than Lamau, I love power.
Yeah, that it would have made more sense if he was a pedophile.
It's so stupid. I will either you do that, or you just have him be another one of the guys that this is what he does. He likes to kidnap these people. He likes to have his way with them. He likes to do, like, if he is just one of them doing his own thing, that's fine. But the distinction that he is not abusing these women in the same way that the rest of them are, it feels deliberate, and I don't get why.
Yeah.
because it diminishes his motive to do it. But
Here you go. I'm
what
not as bad as
what the
those
fuck
guys
ever.
are. It's like, bro, you fucking are. You are in charge of this shit. You are literally. I don't know. It's like this
Well,
guy's
right,
being
right, because that's the thing. Like,
insane.
I don't want to negate the fact that he's still. Words are failing me right now. I do not
You're
want to
good.
negate the fact that he is still facilitating this. He is still very much a part of it. It just, from a writing perspective, is fucking bizarre to me that he is
Yeah,
in no way involved in this other than that.
it's like
Like
that should
he
be
doesn't abuse them, and
something.
he's not the one that disposes of the bodies. He just allows the other guys to do this. It's so goddamn weird.
It is weird. It's very
Um,
weird.
oh, it is. So, anyways, Dexter and Lumen kill. I'm trying to remember. It's Cole Harmon. Um, that might be the only name that I remember other than Jordan Chase. Doesn't matter. They kill all of. I'm sorry. It's okay. Yeah, fuck it. Never mind. The names don't matter. I don't care. Um,
Yeah,
they kill all
it
of
doesn't
Jordan
really
Chase's
matter.
guys. Then they kill Jordan Chase. And it's right at this point that Deb figures out, oh my god, I know where the killers are. I know that they're targeting Chase. And then she finds them. But she decides at the last minute, as she's almost considering arresting them, to basically tell them, hey, I'm going to call the cops. Get the body, get out of here. And nothing will happen. So Deb lets them get away with murder, which is kind of a neat character thing. I like that.
Yeah.
And that's about all I can really say about that, because otherwise it like the show ends if she figures out that Dexter's one of them.
Oh yeah.
It gets really awkward if she does, and at the same time it does kind of recontextualize things. Like she knows that Lumen was abused by these people. She knows that she is part of that is a big part of why she's doing what she's doing. But the idea that, say, she in a different universe goes through with arresting them, then finds out that it's Dexter, and then is like, oh, well, maybe I won't arrest you. It's like, oh, well, that's kind of different now, isn't it? Um, but I guess that's the thing. By doing this, you've characterized Deb in a way that I respect her a bit more. At the same time, like, I don't think the writing is very good. So,
Yeah, no.
and then there's another payoff that's kind of like this that really kind of fucks with her characterization, but we'll get to that. Oh, so yeah. Deb and Quinn are still a thing by the end of the season.
Mhm.
LaGuerta and Angel are still a thing by the end of the season. The nanny is still a thing by the end of the season. And it
Okay, yeah.
ends. We've had Harrison's first birthday. Keep that. Oh, shit! I did it again. Completely forgot. So Dexter, this is really important for when we get to New Blood. Dexter is super worried that Harrison seeing Rita die the way that she did will be really detrimental for him. And there's been episodes of him hurting other people. And so he talks to the doctors. He goes, listen, so Harrison seeing all of that, is that going to affect him? And the doctors go, Lamau, no. He's like 3 months old. He'll be fine. He's just a normal kid. He will be happy and healthy. He will never remember this. Keep that in mind.
Oh yeah, that gets fucked up by no blood pretty bad.
Oh, yeah. Um, so, season 6. I'm just going to be brief because I fucking hate this season. So,
Yeah. Can we like
basically,
summarize like
I was
them
going to say,
pretty
I'm just
like
going to try
hopefully
and
a
be
lot
as
quicker?
brief as possible with the rundown. So,
Yeah.
the gist is Tom Hanks's son plays a religious zealot called the Doomsday Killer, and his entire shtick is that he believes he is the underling of someone called Professor Geller, but it comes out that Geller is not actually real, even though we have evidence in the show that proves that he is, such as Dexter running after him. But Lamau, I guess that doesn't happen.
Yeah, no, it totally doesn't. Yeah.
Um, so Travis Marshall, I guess, killed Geller and then has been carrying out killings that are based on the Book of Revelations. And at the same time that this is happening, Dexter gets close to a man named Sam, who is also religious, and starts giving religion a shot. And it was around that point in the show, not counting everything with Travis Marshall and Professor Geller, that I was really confused as to why we didn't do religion before we did everything with Lumen. Especially
Yeah.
since a lot of people, myself included, and I think you too, right,
Yeah.
believe that Rita being replaced almost by Lumen right away is a really bad idea.
Oh, totally.
Because it really does. It feels extremely disrespectful to her character to just have someone step in and replace her right away.
Yeah, and it's almost like they realized, oh, we can't turn Rita into a character like Lumen. So, um, like I'm guessing this probably isn't what their thought process was, but like when deciding to kill off Rita, but it's like, oh, well, we're gonna just replace her with a character that's literally almost the same, not to be weird, but like the same body type. Like she's very much like the similar
She
height,
is basically
same. She's
Rita
blonde.
copy and paste if you just took what Rita looks like and everything.
Yeah, and Hannah too. When we get to her,
Yep.
like she's another blonde that like Dexter
Yep.
tries to date. It's like their attempts at replacing Rita are like kind of embarrassing because it's like you're not only trying to say like,
It's
oh, Dexter's
it's
moving
very
on.
on the nose.
Yeah, it's like you could have at least introduced a different character that's not trying to literally be the same character.
Yeah, what the fuck ever.
Yeah, it's
But
not
anyways,
okay.
yeah, I very confused because Dexter never strikes me as a religious person. But the idea that Rita dies, maybe he thinks it's a bunch of bullshit, and maybe he buys into, starts coming around to the idea, and he's like, you know what, maybe religion is the thing that I need to kind of keep my life on track and turn things around. Maybe it's the thing that I need to get over the fact that Rita is dead. Yeah, that happens 2 seasons later, and we have a whole different girlfriend happen between that.
Yeah,
Really,
it's
really bizarre. Oh fuck! I did it again. Um, Lumen completely disappears at the end of season 5, and
she like leaves.
she leaves, and the writers. Oh god, it's really bad. She's just like, Lamau, I don't have a dark passenger anymore. Goodbye. Which is really weird because like I assumed by that point like they're in a functioning relationship, and she's just like, yeah, I can't kill anymore, so I guess we're done. I'm breaking up with you, which is as awkward as I just said it was.
Yeah, it's
And I guess from the meta, the writers point blank said they wanted someone that could have a dark passenger that would eventually lose the dark passenger, which is very fucking weird to me.
it's like they,
Because
they also in a New Blood they attempted. Sorry.
no, no, you're good. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like in New Blood, they kind of not really attempt to do that with Harrison, but they're like, oh, Harrison is a dark passenger, but he also doesn't have a dark passenger, and it's like, oh, okay,
Yeah, it's really not good. Um, I just like this one seemed really weird to me because they're like, oh yeah, her need to kill went away. We just wanted to prove that to Dexter. It's like, what?
yeah, it's
I okay. Um. So, anyways, yeah. So, yes, Tom Hanks' son is the killer. He's delusional. He thinks there's another man that exists, but he doesn't. Um. Oh fuck! I skipped over the beginning too. LaGuardia gets promoted to captain because she blackmailed Matthews, and Matthews gets promoted to deputy chief. And that means that LaGuardia has to pick a replacement as lieutenant. And so Matthews, despite having no power because he's being blackmailed, decides that it should be Deb. And so LaGuerta decides to hire Deb, even though she is currently blackmailing Tom.
Yeah.
I I never understood this because initially the idea that, because we don't know that she blackmailed Captain Matthews, the idea that she does it to appease him because he's the higher up, I was like, oh, okay, that's fine, whatever. Coming to find out later on in the season that she blackmailed him for sleeping with a prostitute, very fucking weird that she didn't exploit that to get Batista hired. But whatever, what do I know? Especially since she uses that same blackmail to get him fired later in this season. But whatever, that doesn't matter. So, 6 seasons in, we finally decided to do something with Masuka. He starts hiring some interns. There's, I believe, 2 or 3 of them. One of them steals a prosthetic hand and sells it. Another one is this cute girl that he likes, and so he hires her. No, I'm sorry. The girl is the one that steals the prosthetic. Then he fires her, and then he hires Lewis Green, who's a video game designer and a complete asshole. And he's also like strangely obsessed with Dexter, and he's making a video game about, I believe, being a serial killer and all this other stuff. It's really weird.
I totally forgot about that. Yeah. That was,
That's okay. The show forgets about him, but we'll get to that. Hopefully, maybe I might forget again. Um, LaGuerta and Batista are just kind of offhandedly divorced. That's the thing.
hmm Yeah, that's
Um, Deb has to find a replacement for her job, so she picks Mike Anderson, which I'm perfectly fine with the idea of bringing a new guy in, but the problem is we don't know anything really about the people that we already have. So,
yeah.
kind of fucking weird, but alright. I'll allow it. Um, and I guess I'll throw it out there because I might honestly forget by the time we get to season 7. They don't do anything with him.
Yeah, not
Mike
really.
Anderson literally exists to be a character that is on screen, I guess, and that's it.
hmm Pretty much.
And then he dies within 2 scenes of season 7.
Yeah, it's
It's
awesome.
such a waste. I do not get it.
Yeah, I forgot he was a character, to be honest with you.
He was one of the people like I was really struggling. I'm like, I want to find a way to work you into the rewrite, but there is no way.
Yeah.
Uh, oh God, this is retarded too. So Quinn and Deb still going strong. Quinn decides he likes the direction that they're heading, and so he wants to propose. Deb thinks that things are fine the way that they are, so she says no, and then they break up, thus ending the way that things are. Um,
I disconnected for a second. What?
oh, okay. So I was just talking about Quinn and Deb. So Quinn and Deb are still going strong. Quinn likes the direction that they're going, so he proposes. But Deb likes things the way that they are, so she says no. And then they break up, thus ending things the way that they are.
Hmm. Yeah,
It's really fucking weird.
it's very weird. Yes.
And this all happens at the same time that Deb gets her promotion, which is, I guess, just unfortunately bad timing on Quinn's part. But whatever. The show doesn't really seem to give it much of a second thought. Anyways, Quinn starts having a bunch of one night stands, and that's about it.
Yeah.
He starts acting unprofessional, and that's really not a ton different than how he was in the first 2 seasons he was in. But
Yeah.
Anyways, so they find a bunch of religious killings, yada yada yada. Professor Geller doesn't exist. Brother Sam is killed by some dude, and Dexter drowns that guy against Brother Sam's wishes. Um, Dexter learns that Trinity's wife and daughter were found dead in Nebraska, which Jonah Mitchell reports to the police were the work of his father. Dexter knows that's not true, though, so he tracks down Jonah and goes to Nebraska to kill him, um, encouraged by a vision of his brother as the Dark Passenger, which I remember talking to you a while back. I really thought that was a neat idea, like you could run with having people like Rita or Brian be different sides of Dexter's Dark Passenger. I always thought that was really neat as a concept, and then seeing it here, I was like, man, that's neat. I just really wish it wasn't in such a shit season.
Yeah, same thing with New Blood.
Yep.
New like the idea of
I,
Deborah being his passenger.
yeah, and uh, the the biggest issue I have with Deb being the Dark Passenger in New Blood is that unlike here with Brian, they don't do anything with it.
Hmm.
Because the entire
Yeah,
point
exactly.
of having it be Brian here is that it's like, oh my god, is Dexter going to the dark side? Is he really going to lose himself? Is he going to lose touch with what made him him? And then with New Blood, they do it with the, oh man, is he like consumed by grief and guilt? And then they don't do anything with it other than that. Like the question that it raises is all that it does.
Yeah,
Um, Anyways, so Dexter confronts Jonah and learns that Trinity's daughter committed suicide, and she did it in the same manner, I believe, by slicing the femoral artery. And so Jonah, in a fit of rage, killed his mother because his mother was like, well, if your father was still here, we wouldn't have these problems. So Jonah killed her, beat her to death, and has all sorts of other problems, wants to die out of guilt. Dexter basically tells him to suck it up and live with it. Um, and that's the end of that. I don't believe we ever see any of them again. So, kind of, again, a thread that is here and then goes nowhere. Um, Travis Marshall is a thing for a bit. The police try to find him. Dexter finds him, but then doesn't believe that he's the only person that's behind it. So he doesn't do anything, but there is a point where he, I believe, has fiber wire around Travis's neck, doesn't kill him because he believes he can be reformed, and just lets him go. And if he hadn't done that, the season ends like 3 episodes in.
yeah. Oh god, this fucking season is terrible.
Yep.
It's really bad.
And so, speedrunning the end of it, Matthews is forced to retire after LaGuerta blackmails him and makes it public. Um, Dexter flips out on Lewis for the game that he's designing. This is after Lewis sends him the prosthetic hand from the Ice Truck Killer case, which is a really weird chain of events because he gets the hand only because there was a previous intern that stole the hand and auctioned it, and he happened to be the person that bought it. It's really fucking dumb.
Yeah, it is really stupid.
Um, Deb starts attending therapy because of a shootout, and during the oh god, I forgot about this. During these sessions, she believes she has feelings for Dexter.
Yeah,
Enough said. It's bullshit.
yeah, it's
Moving on.
really stupid.
She goes to the church and then finds that Dexter has just killed Travis Marshall with a knife. And yeah, so we end season 6 with the revelation that Dexter knows, or Dexter has been found out that he is a serial killer. Except not really, because she has to ask that question like 3 times before she finally seems to get it, but
Yeah.
whatever. Season 6, in terms of what to praise, I liked what they did with him and Brother Sam, and that's about it.
Is my mic working? Okay, okay, sorry. Um, I like Edward James Olmos. I think he's pretty good. As what's his name?
Geller. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
fine. It's just the idea that he doesn't exist that really fucks with things.
yeah, and um, I like yeah, and I like what you said about Brother Sam. I think that's interesting. Yeah, the stuff between Dexter and his brother is pretty good.
Yep.
For the most part.
Oh yeah, yeah. The stuff with Brian as the Dark Passenger is pretty good too.
Mhm.
Um, yeah. As far as the negatives, fucking everything. The story is
Yeah,
terrible. The
twisted.
religious killings are super over the top and convoluted. The idea that Professor Geller doesn't exist fucks with a lot of things.
Yeah.
Um, I, I mean, feel free to jump in if you got any more.
Oh yeah. Um, Colin Hanks, his performance is not
Oh God, yeah, he's terrible.
and specifically the character he plays throughout most of it, he's like this shy, reclusive guy, and he has somewhat of a personality, but not really. But then
Yeah,
after the show reveals that he is this evil guy, or that he has like this, something fucked up with him, and that he's seeing Galler, it's like
yeah,
he becomes this like charismatic. And there's even a part there's a line that I think is so fucking funny when he says it. He's like, "I'm gonna kill you, whore," or some shit like that. And it's like, what the
yeah.
fuck?
I think he's talking to his sister at that point, or someone else. The other awkward thing is that he kills his own sister and doesn't realize that it's him until after, which is
Yeah,
fucking weird. But all right,
it's yeah, it's fucking
it's
horrible.
really really bad. Okay, so we're 3 hours in and we still haven't even hit like the peak of the shit iceberg yet.
It's been three
So
hours.
yeah,
Interesting.
goddamn. Okay, season 7. Um, I don't. There's not a ton for me to say. Mike Anderson is killed by a group of gangsters called something Brotherhood, and they kill him because he found a dead prostitute in one of their trunks. So Dexter kills the guy that murdered him, and then the Brotherhood starts going after him in Miami Metro. And Quinn gets involved with a stripper that works at the club that they run. And I want to say that's like 90% of the season.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a great
Oh
season.
shit! I'm sorry. Forgot one thing. Hannah McKay
Oh
shows up. That's it. She
yeah.
helps close a like 20-year-old case, and for whatever reason, she keeps sticking around after that. I don't. I know why, but in as far as the show, like I have no idea why she is still around. But whatever.
Yeah. Real quick, I my headphones are dying, so I just gotta I gotta get my other headphones on, and
Okay,
then
yeah. Take your time. I will keep going. So yeah, Mike Anderson completely wasted. Like I said, not thrilled by that because I quite like the actor, but seems like everything he's in, they just completely squander him. Um, oh fuck, LaGuerta reopens the Bay Harbor Butcher case because Dexter is a big old dum dum and forgets a blood slide at the church. Um, and for whatever reason, after finding the blood slide, LaGuerta decides to investigate Dexter
can you hear
because
me?
apparently, yeah.
Okay.
So I was just talking about the blood slide that LaGuerta found, and the fact that she reopens the investigation and immediately believes that it's Dexter that is the Bay Harbor Butcher, even
Yeah.
though fucking 2 seasons ago she was like, "No, Quinn, no, Dexter is not a killer. Shut the fuck up, asshole." Anyways, so yeah, Mike Anderson is dead. LaGuerta opens the Bay Harbor Butcher investigation and believes it's Dexter for fucking unknown reasons. Lewis Green starts to target Dexter by hacking his credit cards. Um, and the Brotherhood of Ukrainian mafia people um, target Miami Metro because Dexter gets revenge for them killing Mike. And so basically, the gist of this season is LaGuardia does investigative shit that's kind of interesting, while everyone else kind of dicks around with the Ukrainian mob for fucking 10 episodes. Um, I don't have a ton to say. I think a lot of what they do here is really stupid. Um, oh, Deb helps get rid of Travis Marshall's body and eventually figures out that Dexter is a serial killer, which is like super botched. Because basically their whole fucking issue stems from, man, we got to get rid of this body. Oh wait, man, you know that plastic wrap that you used looked a lot like the one that Brian wrapped me in 7 years ago. Man, are you a serial killer? Oh damn, you are. That's crazy. Anyways, um, Dexter tries to kill Hannah McKay, but then decides not to, and they decide to have the big old sex. Quinn falls in love with a stripper who gets blackmailed, I believe, into doing all sorts of things. Batista decides to potentially retire by the end of the year. I'm sorry, on New Year's Eve, I believe, New Year's Day, one of the two. Quinn gives him money that he was given as part of his work for the Ukrainian mafia to then pay for this restaurant that Batista wants to own. And Hannah McKay poisons a writer that Deb is in love with. He dies. She poisons Deb. Dexter frames her or gets her arrested, or one of the two. She goes to prison, and that's about it. Um, LaGuardia looks to Captain Matthews to get help with her investigation and basically says, hey, if you help me get Dexter, then I will get you your old job back, which don't know how she would do that, but all right.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, that about wraps that up. Except for LaGuardia does something actually kind of clever. She realizes that Santos Jimenez was killed by Dexter as revenge for killing his mother, and Dokes was framed for that murder when he was found. So, that being said, there are three people that killed Dexter's mother. Only one of them is still alive. It's Hector Estrada. So she pulls some strings to secretly get him released from prison so that Dexter can kill him, but she can catch him. Which I think is pretty clever. It's one of the only clever things that this season does, aside from, I think the writing with Isaac Serco isn't terrible, but he's just not he's not used very well, and that's part of the problem. But I digress. Um, Dexter almost kills Estrada and then realizes that LaGuardia set him up. So then he releases Estrada so that he can recapture him and kill LaGuardia. But then, as we've already discussed, Deb ends up taking all of the responsibility from him because she figures out that he's going to kill Estrada and LaGuardia and frame it as a murder. Well, basically, they kill each other. Um, she decides to take it upon herself to kill LaGuardia, and that's about the end of that. So, as far as the positives, Isaac Serco, not terrible. And LaGuardia's investigation, for the most part, pretty good. As far as the negatives, fucking everything else, it's terrible.
I completely agree with what you said.
Like,
Yeah,
there's
not
not
a
much
great
else
season.
to be said. I don't know what else you can say, really.
Yeah, it's not a good season.
No, it is not. Oh, fuck. I completely forgot. So last season, Batista's sister was introduced, and that's about as important as she is. In this season, she becomes the nanny. I don't know why that didn't happen in the first season she was in.
Yeah, you think it would?
I would I would think that maybe this is a spoiler for my rewrite, but there is a character that I introduce, and after Harrison is born, they become the nanny, and it makes a hell of a lot more sense than hiring someone else at the same time that you bring in a character with no fucking purpose. Anyways, so yeah, not thrilled by this. Deb taking responsibility for killing LaGuerta is really stupid. Because again, it removes any sort of culpability Dexter has in her fate. And this is now the second time that someone else has been Dexter's get out of jail free card as far as killing an innocent. So, not thrilled. Um, and as I said earlier, Deb does not have to shoot LaGuerta at all if she leaves the room. Dexter and LaGuerta have to figure it out which one of them is going to die. Trying to think. Oh, past that, there was an issue I brought up to you plot wise. Um, so at one point, LaGuerta sits down with Deb and brings up a bunch of warrants. Or I'm sorry, she brings up surveillance footage of the gas station that Deb bought gas from the night that the church went on fire, or was lit on fire, to cover up Travis Marshall's murder. Now, LaGuerta makes a comment that warrants are being like readied and whatnot. And I believe at
Mhm.
one point we see those warrants and they are signed, which means there's a judge out there somewhere that knows that LaGuerta was looking into two of her police officers and then also knows that within a week she was murdered. So yeah, we got problems because that would not be private and they would have no way of covering that up.
Yeah.
But don't worry about it. Shut up. It's fine.
Shut your brain off, yeah.
So that is season 7. Um, I swear that took me like 10 minutes. Any
Yeah.
thoughts? Any positives? Any
Um,
negatives? What do you got?
I like the idea of the whole like relationship, I guess, between, well, part of the relationship between Deb and Dexter. I like the concept of Deb finding out that Dexter's finding out who he is
Mm-hmm.
and trying to live with it, trying to balance their life out with it, while also obviously recognizing like the complications with it and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I don't love a majority of the season. It's pretty forgettable and it doesn't really
Yep.
it like it's not one of the strongest seasons of the show, and it
No,
really
not at all.
it's kind of just boring. And by the end of it, LaGuardia dying, it's like at first it's like, oh, that's impactful, and then it's just kind of like, oh, that was just kind of a waste of her
I
character.
yeah. I this There are plot lines in this that could be good, but the majority of them are just completely botched. And in the overarching, uh, I guess I should rephrase. In the grand scheme of things, I don't think the death of Isaac Serco carries the weight that they wanted it to. The Brotherhood that they have, I can't even. The Koshka Brotherhood, I believe. They are basically completely useless caricatures of men. And LaGuerta's death ultimately means nothing.
Yeah, for sure.
So, well, and that I guess I should also throw it out there. As much as they want us to, having a serial killer that poisons people that don't deserve to die, probably not the endearing love interest you want her to be.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 1 through 7. again, you can definitely tell when the writing like dips pretty substantially.
Yeah, they like stopped trying.
That you can tell that it changed hands because they just don't give a fuck anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
So, all right, I guess we're back. My power went out, and my internet decided to kill itself. So we're back. It's been close to 10 hours since, well, not even, probably like 6 to 8, right? Something like that.
Yeah, yeah,
Um.
around there.
Anyways, I guess we'll keep
Oh my
going.
God.
Uh,
Yeah.
so when we left off, I was talking about Isaac Serko's death, which I was just going to say there's a popular theory that's floating around that supposedly in the production of season 7, the show was doing a 2 season arc with Isaac Serko and the Koshka Brotherhood. And it was about halfway through season 7 they decided they weren't going to do that, and so they changed pace. They decided right then and there that they needed to speed run every payoff for season 7 and 8, and wrapped everything up in one season. And so that's why, because he dies like, I want to say like 7 episodes in or something. It's really abrupt, and so a lot of people are under the impression that, excuse me, season 7 was actually a 2 season story. No, I guess that's the thing. I don't know. I personally could buy that, but at the same time, I don't. Like, I didn't have a ton of investment in season 7 as it is, so I don't really care. But what about you? What do you think?
Um, I'd probably just think the same. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting theory, and it would make sense, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't know. I don't have a huge opinion on that, to be honest with you.
that's fair. Okay, so the last note for season 7 that I have is about Lewis Green, and I can't remember much of anything about him other than he is dude that bought the ice truck killer prop after the other intern stole it and sold it, and he then sends it to Dexter. And aside from that, he makes that video game, which Dexter's like, dude, that's really fucked up. I can't believe you're making this. So this guy goes off the fucking deep end and like basically wants to hurt Dexter in any way that he can. So I believe he hacks his credit cards or some shit. And
Yeah,
then shortly thereafter he's like fucking with his boat and he gets killed on the boat. Um which this is another reason why people think this was a 2 season story, is because Lewis is very unceremoniously just found on the boat by the Koshka Brotherhood and then just killed. Which I don't know. Again, like the more that I'm thinking about it, I guess maybe that theory might be right, but I don't know. I also just wouldn't put it past the writers to not know what the fuck they were doing. So,
yeah, exactly.
which there's a couple instances of that we'll get to, especially with these last 2 seasons. But oh, and I got a surprise quote from the writers themselves that I think is gonna surprise you, but we'll get to that soon.
Nice. Okay, I'm
So
excited.
yeah, before we get into season 8, like we're supposed to, how do you feel about Lewis Green as a character?
Um, this is gonna be really bad. I need to
Yeah, that sounds about
look up
right.
what he looks like.
If
Yeah.
you want, I'll talk for a little
Oh,
bit.
that guy. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, he was okay. I don't really definitely not the worst Dexter like character, but it was more or less like he was there and then they just kind of like forgot about him. Didn't really, I don't know.
I don't know. I didn't mind him, but at the same time, I'm just like, I don't know what you're trying to tell me with him. So
Exactly. Yeah, I honestly I think I just have the same. I agree with you. It's he's he's not that he's not that bad. Like the
No,
actor. I've seen him in other things, and I think
the
he's a pretty
actor,
decent
yeah,
actor.
it's the same thing we've been saying. I think where it's like, yeah, the acting's fine. Like even in New Blood, the acting for the most part. There's two characters in specific that make me want to swallow a gun, but um, the for the most part, the characters are very well acted. That usually isn't the problem. Basically, it's the two that
Yeah,
I'm thinking of, which I'm sure you already know who I'm talking about, and Tom Hanks, his son. Like, goddamn, he sucks.
like it's fucking embarrassing. Like your father is literally one of the best actors ever, and you literally, I don't know, looking weird.
Whatever. Um. Anyways, that brings us to season 8.
Let's go.
Okay, so I'm gonna get the semi-insignificant shit out of the way first. So we have Quinn and Jamie Batista becoming a couple. Any thoughts on that?
Not a huge fan, but
I'm just,
not not the
uh,
worst, I guess.
I don't know. I was like, okay, if these two end up together, whatever. I don't fucking care. But
Yeah,
at
I
the same time, I'm like, I feel like you're really doing this so that you can set up. Oh my god! And then Deb and Quinn get together, and it'll be so totally awesome, man. It's like just stop, please, just
yeah,
stop.
that whole yeah.
um, Batista has that restaurant, I guess, but no one ever like it never comes up again.
Yeah,
I mean, I mentioned that earlier, but at the same time, it's just like this is the time to bring that up, but they just
exactly.
they don't. Oh shit! Before we get too far, they just unveil a bench at the beginning of the season for LaGuardia. They're like, "Oh yeah, we got our bench." It's like what?
Yeah,
it almost
it's
came.
really stupid.
It almost came off to be as disrespectful. It's like we don't get her funeral, we don't get her wake or her calling hours. They unveil a public bench, and I'm just like, what the
You
fuck?
get a bench.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Well,
the
again,
fuck?
like the whole
I
thing is,
forgot about
they're like, oh yeah, we're doing it to honor her, and then they just unveil a bench, and I'm like, what the fuck, guys? Masuka learns that he has a daughter. That's about like
that. Oh yeah,
the most.
yeah,
That is everything that we do with him throughout 8 seasons. Is he finds out he has a daughter.
yeah. And he's weird.
Yeah.
That's literally it. Okay, I'm looking at the picture. Yeah, it's literally just a fucking bench with like a small little plaque. Like, you couldn't at least put like her face on it or something.
Well, it's one of those things. Like I've seen plenty of video games and TV shows and movies and whatnot that do that. Like one of the more prominent ones I can think of is in Arkham Asylum. They have a bench dedicated to the Waynes, but the game also explains that the Waynes dumped a shit ton of money into Arkham. So
Yeah,
it's like in that case, yeah, okay, maybe give them a bench, but they also made a public contribution. In this case, it's just like she got killed apparently by Hector Estrada in the line. Like I don't, what warrants her getting a
it,
bench? I don't, like
well,
I don't get
yeah,
it.
and even if you're going with the bench, why not show a bunch of like flowers and stuff all over it, like showing
I
how
again,
impactful her life was
I
to other
still
people.
think,
Like, I don't know.
I still think the easier way to do this is if you're gonna do this at all, you open with her funeral. You can show like you can literally convey everything that we need to know going into this season. You can have uh, Deb really, really torn up. Maybe she's not with her other coworkers. Maybe she's really struggling with what she did, which I still think is retarded. But I mean, hey, if that's the decision they want to stick with, by all means, go for it. But this is the perfect time to convey Deb's guilt, her depression, everything, without even saying anything. At the same time, you can have Dexter kind of either grapple with the fact that he's indirectly responsible, or you can have him just kind of go about his business like nothing's really wrong, either of which tells us a bit about how he's feeling right now. You can have Batista be there, and basically through his dialogue, maybe he's the only one that talks aside from Dexter's internal monologue or whatever. You can have Batista explain his position on things and why he returned to the Force. You could do all
Yeah,
of that at a funeral as opposed to Lamau, a bench.
forgot about the bench. That's like
It's so,
really,
again,
really
like,
bad.
because their whole thing is they want it to be respectful, and I'm just like, the funeral is so much more tasteful. Why didn't you do that?
Exactly. Yeah.
Whatever. Oh shit, we completely glossed over. Hannah gets arrested at the end of season
Oh
7.
yeah.
The more that we keep going through it, the more I'm just like, oh yeah, I forgot they did this. Of course, I don't even think we talked about him and Hannah at all, really, did we?
No, we didn't.
Um, I don't know. Oh, I think we did because I mentioned. Um, yeah, it's really stupid of them to have us try and relate to Hannah and make her seem like
Mhm.
she's one of the better love interests he has when, excuse me,
She's really
the
bad.
entire issue is that we can't, we're in the same boat as Dexter. We can't trust her. She's a serial killer that poisons people that care about her. It's like I can't. What the fuck, guys?
Yeah, like if she was like Lumen, where like, she has like I don't know. She like Dexter thinks, oh, this woman will be able to help me, and we're able to take down people that deserve. And, she'll follow the code and everything, and he thinks that she's like him, and then obviously at the end of that season, it doesn't turn out right. But it's like, oh, he thinks the same thing with Hannah, and then turns out Hannah's just a crazy bitch. Like
Right.
like, and they don't really do much with that. They're just like, oh, Hannah's just crazy, and it's like, okay,
because again, like, I'm trying to remember. She poisoned. It was like what, her landlady or someone she took care of or some dumb shit. I'm just like, oh, well, if we're just arbitrarily killing people, that's awesome. Okay,
it's great.
whatever. So getting into more of season 8, we have Deb quit Miami Metro to become a PI, which always felt really weird to me. Because
Yeah.
like the implication I thought was, oh well, she quit Miami Metro because she couldn't live with what she did, and so she's just depressed. And it's like that is what they're doing, but then they have her immediately pick up police work somewhere else. Just like, okay,
Yeah.
that just I don't know. It seemed weird to me. Her
Yeah, it made me
boss,
uncomfortable.
it's
Like
yeah,
I don't know. I just didn't like it at all. Like I didn't like that whole like interaction with, like I was just like this isn't, and I get that you're supposed to think, oh, this isn't Deb. Like this is, she's so affected by it, but it's just like you could have done it in significantly other ways, like that were better for the story.
mm-hmm.
Because it's, I don't know.
I absolutely think there's ways to leverage the fact that Dexter is perfectly fine with what happened, but Deb is like absolutely devastated by the fact that she was even in that position. But I think the problem is by having her commit to that action, you've basically shot yourself in the foot.
Yeah.
Well, and again, the weird thing is you basically have her quit police work because she's done with the law after what she did, doesn't really feel like she's worthy of it, whatever you want to go with. And then she immediately picks up police work by a different name. It's like, okay, what the fuck, guys?
It's like I don't want to be a part of the force, but I'm gonna do something that's
It
basically the
it
same
always felt
shit.
so weird to me because I'm like, well, what are they paying her more? What's the deal here? But yeah, they don't fucking explain much of anything either. And going off of that, the next complaint I've got, her boss, Jacob Elway. Don't know if you remember him. Super fucking weird guy. His characterization is all over the place. They have no idea what they're doing with him.
Oh yeah, I remember this guy now. I'll look him up.
Because like he starts off, it seems like
Interesting.
he's sympathetic towards Deb. He understands she's in a bad spot in her life right now. He's like, listen, take the time that you need, do what you need to do. We'll figure things out as we go. But just know that I'm in your corner. And then a couple episodes later, it's like, oh, he has feelings for her, but she doesn't have feelings for him, so he feels like he's been used. And I'm like, okay. A
Mhm.
couple episodes after that, they're like, oh no, he's just like a full fledged, he's an asshole. I'm like, what the fuck? What, like,
Is it bad that I recognize the actor that played Jacob Elway? I recognized him from Saw 7. He's like the main character of that movie.
Oh my god. Um, I don't know. Like, oh man, going back to this, I'm super confused on what the show wants me to think of him because
Yeah,
I mean, especially later in the season, like him tracking down Hannah, his entire thing is he believes that she's a killer, so she should be taken off the streets. It's like that is kind of the, not even kind of, that is the moral like decision there. But the show treats it as though he's wrong.
yeah.
I don't know. I mean, we're gonna have. I'm gonna. Oh, God damn it! I'm gonna have more to say about him as we go. I'm sure you will too. But
Oh
like
yeah,
initially, not a good start.
no, definitely not.
Um, then we have your favorite character, Dr. Evelyn Vogel.
Oh yeah, best character of all time.
Yes. I would argue her son is worse, but we'll get to that.
Oh yeah,
That'll
they're
be
both
coming
pretty
up.
bad.
Oh yeah. Um, I guess that's the thing because like I like the concept of Harry having someone else that he went to like talk through the issues he had with everything that happened with what is Dexter's mom's name? I can't remember. Doesn't matter. Um, everything that happened with her, everything that happened with raising Dexter, everything that's happening with Dexter's mental state being called into question, and then him using her as a means of making the code that they use to teach Dexter to kill. It's like that's interesting. 8 seasons in though, not a very good time to, spring this on us.
Yeah,
The more that we do this, the more that we just kind of realize that none of this shit is supposed to be in here because it creates so many problems from the gate. Like this creates so many issues, not only just plot wise, but character wise, especially for Harry.
totally. Yeah.
Um, so I guess before I go any further, you got anything you wanna say about Vogel?
Yeah. So I think it's yet another character assassination of Harry, where they just keep ruining the image of what you think about him previously. And
Mm-hmm.
I get that maybe that's what they were trying to do, but it's one of those things where it's really hard to kind of understand what he was trying to do with Dexter. But then by introducing this therapist, it's sort of I don't know. It removes really like I guess it doesn't remove the blame from Harry, but it kind of like it's like, oh well, Harry was actually manipulated by this other person, and it's like such a convoluted way of like showing how like people corrupted Dexter's mind. Like it's I don't know, and then it's like it kind of removes these gray areas that were kind of interesting. Like even though in the previous seasons they still like were slowly ruining like the image of Harry, and at first that's an interesting idea, like most of the show, but it's like with this, it's like you're kind of removing that and just saying, yeah, this that was bad and this is good, and like it's I don't know, it's just really frustrating. It's like at first Vogel is like I will say the first couple episodes. This is back a year or two when last time I watched the first couple episodes, but I remember being like, oh, this isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Like I was like, this isn't the worst season yet. Obviously, I was being naive because the rest of the season's really bad, but it was I don't know. I was like, oh, this character could seem interesting, and then they just kept revealing more and more shit, and I was like, I didn't want to know all this about Harry. Like, I didn't like. We don't even need to know anything about Harry. Like, we could learn maybe that he's not a great dude, but we don't need to keep like, I don't know, writing stuff that he's a bad person or that he did this and that. I don't know.
I like the big question I have is at some point you have to realize that you need to stop, right? So for the writers, like, was there ever a point that they were going to realize, man, we've done irreparable damage to this character? Is there any way that we can turn that around?
Yeah,
'Cause I like fucking Christ, they just, every opportunity they get, they just knock Harry down another peg. Um, so I guess that leads
Upsetting.
us. Oh, go ahead.
No, it's upsetting kind of
Oh, it
because it's like
is. It is.
you're seeing this character that you I mean, it's not like you looked up to him, but like you're just seeing this character that really obviously he's dead, so they can't introduce him as like, oh, he's trying to defend himself or whatever, or
Yep.
he's genuinely explaining it. It's like other people are explaining his motives and explaining, this and that. So it's like,
Yep.
is what they're saying really true? Like, I don't know. And like maybe if they were going to go into that, they could explore that and make it interesting. But it's like you just you're just making a dead guy, like you're just ruining the image of a dead guy and not having the character available to like defend himself or explain himself. And yeah, it's upsetting.
Yep.
I
Oh
don't
yeah,
like
yeah.
how they handled it.
There are instances that shows have done things like that where they take a dead character and they're like, listen, so here's this thing that you need to know. This is something that they did. This is something they committed to. It doesn't make them a great person, but hey, X character that is either related to them, knew them very well, whatever, I will try and defend what they did and the position that they came from. I believe they only have Vogel answer one question, and it's in regards to like the creation of the code, and that's it. Where she takes Harry's stance and basically tries to justify it. They don't do that with anything else. This is the opportune time for Dexter to be like, so why did Harry abandon my brother? Why did
Yeah.
he decide that I wasn't too far beyond repair? Why did I need to go get help from the two of you to make a code that would keep me from killing innocent people, like stuff like that. There are so many goddamn questions, and they only ask. That's the only one I can remember, at least. They only ask that, and that's it. That's all we get. It's such a
Yeah,
wasted
exactly.
opportunity. Um, so I guess to wrap up this shit sandwich, we learn that Vogel is being hunted by a former patient of hers, or at least we believe it's a patient. And they call him the brain surgeon, which I think is a
Yeah.
really terrible name. But I mean,
Lame.
considering what he does, it's like, all right, fine. Um,
Yeah, but in comparison to the other names like Trinity and the Ice Truck Killer, like some
Trinity,
of these
the
are
Ice
like,
Truck
okay, that's
Killer,
kind
the
of
Skinner, um,
yeah,
it's stuff like that. Like
yeah,
I don't know,
like it reminds me of like
those are a
Jack the
lot
Ripper or
more.
something.
Yeah, those are a lot more memorable. Whereas with this, just like you hear the brain surgeon, you're like, the fuck is this guy doing? Um, I don't know. Conceptually, I think it's neat. The execution leaves a hell of a lot to be desired.
For sure.
Um, I I think I speak for both of us when I say that the connection to Vogel feels like a cop out.
Oh, totally.
Um, Now I know what your answer is to this, but I gotta ask: do you feel as though he is a worthy Dexter adversary, or no?
No, not at all.
As I was saying that, I was like, I know what he's gonna say, but fuck it, I gotta ask anyway.
Yeah, no, definitely
um,
not.
no, I don't think so either. This feels almost like a concept that should not have made it past the first draft, but whatever. It was in a full fledged TV show, 8 seasons in, and it's okay because it makes total sense.
Yeah.
Um, how do we want to do this? Because we got to talk about what happens to Deb.
Oh, okay. The best part of the season. Just kidding.
Oh God.
Yeah. However you want to discuss it, I don't
I was
really.
gonna say because there's some really tismy stuff, but I think we'll just start. I guess I'll try and go as close to chronological order as I can. So Hannah breaks out of jail apparently no one can find her. She tracks down Deb and Dexter, drugs them both. Her and Dexter have the big old sex again, if I'm not mistaken. Two of them get back together. Dexter kills her father. Or maybe that was last season. I can't fucking remember. Either way, doesn't matter. People are still looking for Hannah because that's something that happens when you fucking flee the state. Um, so yeah, the two of them have like fully reconnected. Hannah's taken on a sort of stepmother role with Harrison, and Deb ain't too happy because not only does she not like Hannah for murdering someone that was interested in her last season, which we completely skipped over because it's not that important.
Yeah.
Deb also just does not like the idea of Hannah being with her brother, which I can understand. The problem is, at one point last season, Deb was like, "Hey, you should just kill her, Dex. Just do it." Which I felt like was extremely out of character, but
For
whatever. Sure. So yeah, the two of them are together. Hannah repeatedly is like, "Hey, let's run away," and Dexter's like, "Okay." So they decide to do that. I believe Hannah gets on a plane, or she's about to, and then for whatever reason they don't do that, and then they wait, and then because of that, U.S. Marshals are able to start investigating Deb, Dexter, and Hannah in order to try and figure out where Hannah is, which it's so fucking dumb. So anyways, at one point before they decide to really go on the run, because they recommit to the plan to leave the country and go to Argentina, Harrison is running on a treadmill and he speeds it up and then face plants and cuts himself. And Hannah's like, "Oh my god, man, you should stop doing that." And then Harrison face plants. And then she's like, "Oh man, I guess we're going to the hospital, even though I have people looking for me." So she does that. She signs Deb's name. And then I guess between Deb's boss, Elway, and the U.S. Marshals, they really start to crack down on where Hannah is. So her and Dex decide, hey, maybe we should leave. So they decide to leave. They get on a bus, but Dexter backs out. And I think at this point I gotta explain some of the context of what's going on the A plot here with Deb, Dexter, and the brain surgeon. So the brain surgeon is Oliver Saxon, who is Evelyn Vogel's son. Apparently, as a child, I believe he drowned his brother. Either way, not important. He murdered his brother, or not his son, his brother. He killed his brother. His mom sent him to a fucking psych ward, as you should.
Yeah.
And so he got really, really pissed off and decided to get back at her by murdering random people.
I'll show her.
And then sending her the brain stems. And seeing initially, I'm like, okay, is this someone that she like lobotomized? Are we gonna learn that Vogel is a fucking horrible person? And the show somewhat does that. Like they do commit to her being a bad person, but they don't. Like they don't do it that way. They just kind of offhandedly mention things that she said and did throughout her career. It's like, okay, whatever. So yeah, the big ol' mean thing that his mom did was send him to a psych ward. So yeah, he tries to kill her, and then she stops him. They reconnect briefly, then he dies. Or no, I'm sorry, then he kills her. Which, hang on one sec. Alright, hang on. Dexter believes that to be a direct violation of a peace agreement that they had. And so Dexter decides that he now has to kill the brain surgeon. You got any thoughts?
No,
It's
it's not good.
no,
I'll
it
say
is
that.
not. Um, God. So at this point, we have all sorts of really retarded things happening. Um, Dexter tracks down Oliver Saxon, or Saxon, however the fuck you want to say it, to a diner. Or maybe I'm mixing this up. Either way, he ends up capturing the brain surgeon and brings him to this secret location so that he can kill him. And then decides at the last minute, you know what? Maybe I'll just let Deb arrest him. Maybe I'll do that, and I'll join Hannah and Harrison in Argentina. I'll do that instead. And so he does that. He gives Saxon over to Deb. And then Deb follows him outside as Saxon is tied to a chair in his lair. And the two of them just talk, and Deb's like, "Man, I can't believe it. It's finally over. We got him. We got the son of a bitch. Are you gonna go to Argentina with your lady and your son?" And he goes, "Yep, I am." And it's like, oh, it's goodbye for the two of them, and they're celebrating because this is a big arrest for Deb, and she's back on the force and all that. So this seems like a big old victory. And then Deb walks back in. And do you wanna take it from here?
Doesn't she get shot by
So
him?
yes, but there's one thing in between that. So apparently Jacob Elway figures out somehow that Deb is going to arrest Oliver Saxon. But they don't know it's Saxon. They believe she is either, if I'm not mistaken, she is going to somewhere to find Hannah McKay, or they're going to arrest Deb, or I can't fucking remember. It's something really stupid. And so, of course, when you are trying to arrest a potentially rogue police officer, or you are going to track down Hannah McKay, of course you only send one person to do that. Why would you send more of them? And so you send one U.S. Marshal. That guy sees a strange man tied to a chair, even though you know this is exactly where Deb is, so I have all the questions right now. Um, the U.S. Marshal sees him, starts to untie him. Saxon grabs the gun, kills him. Deb walks back inside, apparently doesn't shoot him, and just gets shot.
Yeah.
And that is the setup for the finale. Is Dexter's with Harrison and Hannah. He gets the call that Deb has been shot and is in the hospital. And yeah, Deb is a dumbass and walks outside. Like, if she puts him in cuffs and walks him to her car, or if Dexter kills him, or if Dexter leaves for Argentina like 4 episodes before this, or if the U.S. Marshals, like if there were 2 of them, like the show is over. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
If any of those things happen, the show ends. That's it. It's over. It is done. And none of that happens. It is one of the stupidest chains of events I think I have ever seen in a piece of media.
For sure.
Because this is
It's like jaw dropping.
What is? Well, there's one more little piece to this puzzle that I completely forgot to mention. So the only reason that Jacob Elway knows that Deb is associated with Hannah McKay is because Deb gets really pissed at Dexter and Hannah and mentions, hey, so I think Hannah McKay is in the area. And now Jacob Elway, the guy that runs his own private investigative firm, is apparently not making money. So he wants to try and track down Hannah McKay for the cash reward. Now, if Deb doesn't tell them that out of spite, she does not get shot in this chain of events. She would be fine. And so it's one of those things like you look at the chain of events and it's like, okay, so what was stupid? And it's like, well, Deb going outside to celebrate. It's like, well, before that there was like 15 other things that should not have happened, and like it just continues to snowball and it gets worse and worse the more you look back at everything that happens. So, oh god. So, anyways, let's wrap up the B plots of the finale. And yes, to clarify for people listening, I am more than happy with skipping the overwhelming majority of season 8 because I just do not have the time, care, or patience to go through each individual episode and nitpick the problems, or just identify most of the problems. I mean, they bleed throughout, and the finale is the culmination of fucking everything that's wrong with the show. But I guess we'll press on. So, Deb is in the ICU, or at least she's heading there. She hears, I believe, from Dexter first that he loves her, which I think is one of only 2 times we hear him say that. And New Blood has retconned that, and we'll get to what I mean by that in a little bit. She does say, okay, I guess I should back up because I forgot one more thing. Her and Quinn get together, I think the episode before, and then now in this episode she tells Quinn that she loves him. It's like, man, I mean, it's rushed, but that is a neat payoff because she apparently never said that in the time that they were together prior to this. And if you couldn't tell already, the episode's the last, I want to say like 4 episodes, signpost repeatedly that Deb is going to die. The finale does it like 18 times. It's insane.
Yeah.
So sorry, I'm looking through my notes. I'm trying to figure out what else I need to mention. Okay, so Saxon has been arrested. Or no, I'm sorry, not yet. He finds out that Deb is in the hospital. He tries to kill her to get revenge on Dexter. And he gets arrested in the process. From that point forward, Deb is still like in treatment. I believe she's in surgery. She comes out, everything is fine. And then miraculously, like 3 scenes later, she has suffered a stroke and I'm sorry, no, it's a brain aneurysm, right? Or is it a stroke? I can't fucking remember. It's one of the two.
I think isn't it a stroke that's caused by a blood clot
Yes,
that
yes,
forms?
that's it.
Yeah.
Which she gets shot near the kidney. They're just like, yeah, it was a blood clot. She had a stroke. You know, she's basically a vegetable. And I'm just like, I'm sorry. Maybe I don't know enough medically, but that doesn't sound like that's a thing that can happen.
Yeah.
And you can attest to it. I was really pissed watching this episode.
Oh yeah. It
It's
was kind of like funny.
God. It's horrendous what they end up doing. So okay, yeah. So Deb is a vegetable. She is never gonna wake up. And they don't really have Quinn do much of anything, but even just seeing him in the background acting super distraught and defeated, and really upset, it got me in the feels. Cause I was like, man, I like him, I like her. This sucks that this happened, but you know, and yeah. So naturally, they did what they set up several seasons ago, which you can attest to. I called this. They decide to have Dexter mercy kill Deb by pulling the plug on her life support. And that could be a good payoff if it was in something better than this. So, to describe the scene for people that have no fucking idea, Dexter has specific clothes that he wears when he kills people. He decides to wear those clothes to the hospital. He he turns off her life support. He drags her lifeless body outside, carries it to his boat, and then drives into a hurricane with the boat and tries to kill himself after burying Deb at sea. And I think that is one of the single most retarded moments of television I think I've ever seen.
It's
It is
it's really
really,
bad.
really bad. Um, so, just going to point it out because the writers, I read some commentary from them on why they needed to do this, and it was, I think you and I were talking about it. They were going for the symbolism of, well, Dexter buries all of his victims this way. He usually wears these clothes when he kills them, stuff like that. But so here's the distinctive thing that separates Deb from everyone else that he has killed, aside from Camilla, in season 3. Um, the two of them were good people. The two of them were people that he cared about. Everyone else is someone that he killed because he vetted them and they fit a distinct moral code that he deemed them unworthy of living. So the idea that he just snatches her body from the hospital and buries her at sea, not even in the same manner that he buries his other victims, mind you, but him burying his sister at sea, preventing anyone, namely Quinn, or, in this case, Harrison, Hannah, whoever, that was remotely close to her from having any sort of closure via a funeral or anything like that. Completely out of the question. And you've now made it more than likely that her body will never be found and such a service will never be possible.
Yep.
So, thank you for that. Um, so then Dexter decides to drive his boat, like I said, into a fucking hurricane to kill himself. And then we get the setup for New Blood. He's in a cabin. Apparently, he survived a hurricane destroying his boat, leaving him stranded in the middle of the ocean. It just happened. Shut up.
Yeah, that's cool. It's fine.
I see. Like I've been thinking about that. It's like, so what happened? Did someone pick him up? It's like, well, I would imagine if they picked him up, they would have known that Dexter didn't die in the fucking hurricane. Then, right?
Yeah.
At the same time that you find a random boat wash up, well, not a random boat, a boat that belongs to him that washes up on shore, you have a boat full of people that potentially pick him up. And so it's like best faith interpretation now is that he swam to shore. I, I don't, how does that make sense?
Doesn't make any sense.
So, anyways, to wrap up the other plot line, because that's the end of the A plot. In the B plot, Jacob Elway tracks down Hannah and Harrison to a bus. And now I can't remember exactly what the dialogue is, but Elway catches her and he's like, "Listen, you're coming with me." And it was at this point I don't even remember if they said what they were gonna do with Harrison, but you have a child there. You can't just arrest her and leave him.
Hmm.
So all right, but it's okay because Hannah still has Dexter's shit, and she gets a tranquilizer from his belongings, and she uses it to knock Elway out and escape. And so, wrapping up her story, her and Harrison have arrived in wherever it is they are going, and they read the news and they figure out that Dexter has died by hurricane. It's just one of the single most stupid sentences I think I've ever had to say.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, that is for the most part Dexter season 8. I do have one little point of praise about the finale. It's not much. But before I do that, do you have anything you want to say about the finale, the original ending, anything that season 8 did before I do that?
Um, Probably it gave me the biggest sense of like I wasted my time when I first watched it because I was just like, I was like, what the fuck? Like I heard that the ending was bad, and I was like, it can't be that bad because this was like when this came out. Like, if you look up the top 10 worst series finales of all time, Dexter's like near the top of those lists. And I just remember being so like disappointed and like angry. Like I was genuinely angry the rest of the night that I had watched this because it was so like it felt disrespectful not only to the characters but to the fans. Because it felt like they were just wrapping shit up so fast and they're like, oh yeah, you guys won't care. You guys are stupid. And it's like and I'm kind of glad that a majority of people fucking hated the ending because it's like kind of showed them that like you can't just wrap shit up really fast and think everyone's gonna like it. And I just think the whole thing with Hannah, how like Dexter is going to give the responsibility of taking care of his son to a girl that he could barely trust. I think that's a little weird. Like
Yep.
I don't like that. I never liked Hannah and I never liked the idea of her taking care of Harrison. And I just think the ending where he drops his sister in the water, like
So
I get this,
stupid.
we talk about this. Yeah, we get like I know we were talking about the symbolism that he's supposed to represent like dropping it like a, the final body or whatever. But it's one of those things where unplugging her that made sense,
Yep.
but literally fucking dropping her in the water, like what you said, like what they're not going to find her body, so they're not going to have a proper burial. They're not going to have a proper send off to her. So it's like I don't know. And obviously Dexter fucking dying, or not, fake dying in the hurricane, and then I don't know. Well, also, so I have this question: how do they know that Dexter was in the boat when the hurricane happened? His boat could have been on the shore if the shore was attacked,
Yep.
and that could have just been an empty boat. So how did they know that Dexter was in it? Like, sure, maybe people could have
Well,
saw him drive out
so
into the ocean. I don't know.
so yeah, jumping off of that, the explanation that I have heard is, and trust me, it doesn't actually solve anything. It just creates more issues. And actually, there's some issues that this brings up that we got to talk about, anyways. Um, the explanation that I have heard as to how they knew it was him and how they know what happened to Deb for sure was the cameras at the hospital would have picked up on Dexter leaving the hospital with her body, and then outside cameras would have found him getting into the boat with her. And so from that, and potentially the boat's GPS, you would then be able to figure out what he's doing and all that. And so the issues I've got with that is, first off, the boat doesn't have GPS. Second off, the idea that Dexter just brings his sister out of the hospital and is not ever stopped by anyone. I don't give a fuck if there's a hurricane going on in the show. It doesn't matter. If someone sees someone walking out with a patient in a full gown, they are not walking out of the building. There's hospital security for a reason.
It's
I
it doesn't
just,
make any sense,
it's so
like at all.
dumb. It is so
It's
dumb. And the lengths people will go to defend it, I do not get.
well, yeah, and people like I watched a YouTube video of a guy explaining
Oh,
why the
one of
ending
those
of
ending
Dexter was good.
explained. Oh, God.
Yeah, but the guy didn't seem like he actually like knew what he was talking about because he was talking about like, oh, the ending of him being a lumberjack actually makes a lot of sense because Dexter obviously he's a serial killer and when you chop down trees you're removing life. So he's
What?
using that and then I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like that is so it's so ridiculous. I'm like,
Okay, then.
uh, like it's a whole video. I don't know if it's still up because I mean he must have a hard time trying to defend New Blood now. But
Oh, God.
yeah, oh my God, it's one of those things where the show leaves you with Dexter. Like I feel like if you would have Dexter's presumed dead, end of the show, like it would have still stung. It still would have been a bad season finale. But then showing him as this lumberjack that he's still living, that he abandons his child, you're just like, okay, so. And this is supposed to be the ending of the series, definitive ending, and it's like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, that's just I don't know. They really just wanted to. I mean, this and New Blood really just want you to ruin what you think of Dexter, and
Yep.
I get that. That's sort of what you were supposed to have throughout the whole show. Is that well, actually, no, it's supposed to be the opposite. You're supposed to you start to care for him a little bit. You start to, you care for the people around him, and obviously you care about his situation and you want to know how he gets out of it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's one of those things where like there's shows that I've seen do this where they start to change a character, like the show Barry on HBO. That show is a show where at the beginning you really like this guy. He's a very similar character to Dexter. He's very mentally not all there. And then as the or as the show goes on, with the three seasons they have now, he becomes more and more of like an asshole of a person that you can't really excuse, and it's done naturally. But with this show, it's like, oh yeah, no, Dexter just abandons his kid, and then obviously when we get to New Blood and they address that, they don't really do much to ease that ease that pain, because Dexter
Nope.
just keeps doing this like shit that you really can't defend, and it's
Nope.
yeah, it's unfortunate.
Um, so I get all right. We're gonna get sidetracked for a little bit, but so the further questions that I have are: so Dexter tries to kill himself with the hurricane. That fails, so he just says, "I okay, whatever. I'll go live in New York, I guess."
Instead of like going home and like killing himself, like
I would just think he would dump like if he's gonna do this, if you're gonna commit to him doing something
drown
stupid,
himself.
have him dump Deb in the ocean. Fine, whatever. Have your little symbolism. He goes back to his apartment. I think he kills himself. I don't believe for a second he just gives up because the hurricane didn't kill him.
It would make more sense if he was like at the end of the show, he's a lumberjack, but he's trying to or even not, he's let's say he's not a lumberjack. He's just trying to get his way by so he can go to Argentina. Then that's the end of the show. I'd be like, okay, so he's stuck somewhere because he's trying to lay low, but at the same time he's trying to get to Argentina. Then you'd be like, okay, cool. Like, he's on the move. But then
That
at the
would
end
be
it's just like, yeah,
better,
no, he
but
just
that's not. Yeah, that's not what we did.
yeah, that's not what happened. Yeah, no.
No.
Like you can it's one of those things where like I don't know why they thought that was a good ending. Like I yeah,
We're gonna get to it because I got a direct quote from the writers about the ending.
awesome.
So yeah, I don't understand why Dexter would have just given up on killing himself after the hurricane failed, but okay.
Yeah.
That said, I think you and I had this discussion a couple times, but I find it a much more emotionally impactful ending if Dexter does everything that he does. Deb ends up dying. He mercy kills her. And it kind of comes to the conclusion that, first off, he feels extreme guilt about everything that he's done, or at the very least about what happened to Deb and his indirect involvement in it. And
Mhm.
guilt maybe isn't a trait that he's entirely used to. It's not, or a feeling, I should say, that he's entirely used to. And so, between that and how he feels about Deb dying, really the first few human emotions, if you really want to go that far, that he feels make him inevitably take his own life. It's like, man, that's kind of interesting. That's just not what we did, though.
Yeah.
So yeah, there was that. I'm trying to think. Um, yeah, he just abandons Hannah and Harrison for no reason, and then New Blood makes that worse. Which I guess that's the thing. It's like the idea that Hannah takes care of Harrison. I'm like, I don't like Hannah as a character, but I guess there's worse people Harrison could end up in the care of. At the same time, like, man, I absolutely understand why people hate her and hate that as an ending, but whatever.
Mhm.
So the only point of praise that I had was there's a flashback between Deb and Dexter after Harrison is born, and it basically has this metaphor about monsters and How Deb was, or I'm sorry, how Dexter always protected Deb, and stuff like that. And I'm like, man, that's kind of means a little bit. It's not great, and we probably should have had this flashback ages ago, especially since these are the same people that took control after uh, season 4 ended, anyways, where you had ample time to do flashbacks like that. But whatever. Um, that's about it. That's like the only real points of praise I have aside from the acting.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, in terms of praise, yeah, the acting's good. Um,
Jennifer Carpenter and Michael C. Hall are fantastic this season. It's
oh
just
yeah,
the material is shit.
yeah, it's like um, this is a little off topic, but when we were talking about Black Adam, when we went and saw that
Oh
with
god.
Amanda Waller, and even like Pierce Brosnan,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
pretty good as Hawkman, and he deserves a better movie than what he was given. And I think the same thing with Michael C. Hall and Jennifer Carpenter. They deserved a better show. They deserved better writing.
Yep. Um, Pierce Brosnan was Dr. Fate, right?
Yeah,
Okay. I was gonna say I'm trying to remember. Yeah, he is unironically one of the better parts of that movie, and it's a
yeah,
shame because they don't do much with him.
yeah, exactly.
Um, yeah, absolutely though. Those two absolutely deserve a better show, and it's a shame that this is what we got.
I kind
So,
of
oh god,
sorry. No, I kind of hope one day we get like a TV show that's like a spiritual like successor to Dexter. Like you get the same writer, or not the same writers. You get like I don't know. You get people that care about Dexter, but like it's not actually Dexter. But you have Michael C. Hall and Jennifer Carpenter in a show together again. I'd like to see that because I think they work really well together, and
I
I
think
feel
so.
like
I think
if you
so.
could
Yeah.
you can make like a different like obviously different like, characters, different story, but like I don't know, centered around murder or something. That'd be cool.
Showtime, give me some money. I will. I promise you, I will write a better show than what you have.
Yeah, Dexter New
Um,
Blood too.
I mean, I'll let anybody that watches part 3 with our rewrites. I'll let them be the judge of whether or not it would be better or not. But I think I can definitively say that fucking anything would be better than what we got.
Yeah,
So I guess with that said, we're gonna move into the meta for a little bit. So in regards to season 8, Showtime told the writers that they eventually wanted to bring Dexter back, so they could not kill him off. So now in my book, that just means okay, so you can't kill him, but there are plenty of other things that you can do with him. Apparently,
yeah,
the writers of the show didn't feel that way. When they were told that they couldn't kill him, they also decided that they could not arrest him because they didn't want to do that. So apparently, the story that we got in season 8 was the only alternative to either of those.
that's yeah. No, that's fucking stupid.
I could tell by the silence. I'm like, oh, he's.
Yeah, that no, that's really fucking stupid.
Yeah,
That
no,
shouldn't
like that.
justify that.
That is exactly
Like
what they said, though. They're like, this was the only way we could end it. I'm like, motherfucker,
it's not the
what?
only fucking way. If you so like if you were planning on bringing Dexter back in like 5 years or whatever, do whatever, then make the ending at least somewhat satisfying and bring everything to a natural conclusion.
If you're gonna do
Like,
this and bring him back, the easiest thing to do is arrest him because he won't.
yeah,
He literally is in a box. You know exactly where he will be, what he will be doing. You don't have many factors to account for. You can bring him
yeah,
back. It's so easy.
just arrest him and then leave the audience on like some sort of cliffhanger, but like it's still some sort of a conclusion because let's say Hannah and Harrison are off in Argentina and then he gets arrested or something.
Yeah,
Like
like there's something to do there, but no, I guess not. Um,
fucking, it's so stupid.
yeah. Now we were gonna cover that Screen Rant article, just really quick. It's
Forgot about that.
yeah, I got a feeling you'll love this. So there are, I'm trying to remember. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. There are 7 different love interests for Dexter in the entire 8 seasons of Dexter. And now you and perhaps some of our listeners are probably wondering who the fuck are half of these people, and that's okay because they are literally insignificant. So, from best to worst, Dexter's love interests ranked by Screen Rant are Deb,
Oh, what?
Lacey.
She's at the bottom. Okay. Sorry.
Do you know who Lacey is?
Wait, no. Who's Lacey?
Lacey is in an episode of season 6. She is the girl that runs this like shopping. Not even. No, I'm sorry. She runs basically a mini mart, and
Is it one episode?
yes.
What the fuck? Why does that make her a love interest?
I don't know, but while we're on that subject, let's move on to the next one. The next one is Trisha.
I'm gonna look at who the fuck Trisha is.
She's also in season 6, if that helps. This is
Oh,
an
okay.
episode I completely forgot about. It's when Dexter has his class reunion and he meets some girl that's cheated off of his papers in high school. And so she
I
thanks
remember this
him
now.
by having sex with him in one of the classrooms. That's it.
Yeah, that's fucking great. Okay.
Okay, we're at the top. Oh, I'm sorry. I think there's 8. I think I missed number 1. Um, so the next one is Lila. Above her
Oh yeah,
is Cassie.
Cassie. God,
She
I feel so fucking stupid, but
No,
I
you're fine. She is one of the least significant characters in season 8. She is
oh
in
okay.
season 8.
Oh,
She
I
is his
recognize her.
neighbor. Jamie Batista is trying to set him up with her, but she ends up dating Oliver Saxon. And
Oh
for
okay.
whatever reason, this article here has him listed as Zach. So I guess they have the wrong person, unless that's actually Saxon's birth name, but I don't know if it is. Either way, um, yeah, this
Yeah.
character that's in like 3 episodes is better than Lila and
Yeah.
some of the other people. I got okay. Which I guess
Yeah.
that's another thing. Like her entire purpose is to be there so that Dexter can be surprised when she dies and then realize that her boyfriend killed her. It's like cool.
God.
Okay, so we are at the top 3. We've got Rita, Hannah, and Lumen. Now, which do you think is number 3?
Um, Hopefully Hannah, but it's probably not going to be Hannah.
Okay, so if you
I'm
had
gonna
to,
say
I'm gonna have you place a guess. Which do you think it is out of those 3?
at number 3.
Yep,
So it's Rita, Lumen, and Hannah.
those are your 3 options. Yep,
It's Screen Rant, so I'm gonna say Rita.
it's actually not Rita. You were
Okay.
right. It's Hannah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good then. I mean, I don't think Hannah should be that high on the list, but I mean,
um,
there's like 4 love interests that I completely forgot about. So,
you say there's 4 of them that you forgot about. Deb doesn't count because Deb's is in her head. 2 of them are one-off, like one-night stands, and
okay. So,
the
what
fucking
the
other
fuck?
one, he doesn't even date Cassie. Like I don't understand why is she on this list.
Yeah, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay, that's
um,
fucking annoying.
yeah. All right, so we got Lumen. We have Rita. Which do you think is number 2?
Rita,
Yes.
or really?
Now,
Okay.
yes, which means Lumen by default would be number 1. But do you want to know what the distinction is between the 2 of them? What do you think made Lumen number 1 in the eyes of Screen Rant?
She's a um, she's I don't know. Well, Rita is technically a victim, but
Yep.
I don't know.
The difference between them that makes Lumen the best is the fact that she knows about Dexter's dark side, even though she just straight up leaves him after they've killed all the people that raped her. It's like, well, okay then.
That's
Yeah.
okay. It's a great article.
Yeah. Just figured I'd share.
Yeah, thanks. I
Of
really
course, really,
I gained a
really.
lot from
I
that.
was gonna say really eye opening. I know.
Yeah,
With that, you know what this means.
we're getting
I
into
can't stall anymore, and my power's not going out again. So, knock on wood.
oh shit.
Um,
Talk
so that
about the
means
best season of all time.
we gotta talk about New Blood now. So
Yay.
I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this because I don't want to look at the wiki and try and figure out like what episodes or what issues that I've got, especially with this many issues. So I think the best way to go through it might just be to talk about each issue as we, come up with them. So, as far as I'm aware, you and I both have notes, right?
Yeah, I don't have as many notes as you do, but
That's okay.
I
I
still have a list.
prepared.
These are lists of grievances that I have with the show that especially awoken when I rewatched it with you. Um,
Yeah.
there's a lot like there's certain there's certain character moments that really annoyed me, and there's certain like plot grievances that really started to bug me
Yep.
on the second watch of this season.
So, I guess before we do that, general thoughts on season 8. I guess we can stall for a little bit longer. Like, I guess final
Okay,
thoughts, I should say, on season 8.
it's bad. It's one of the worst seasons of television I've ever seen. Um, I mean, it's just disrespectful to the characters, and it just for some reason they were like, yeah, let's just like fuck up all the characters in like one season, and then just leave it, leave it there, and then we'll wait like whenever Showtime wants to bring it back, and
Yep.
it's so infuriating, and it really makes you feel like you wasted your time. But I
Mm-hmm.
also feel like New Blood also does that too. So
Oh, yeah.
they're both exchangeable with that flaw.
I think so. I would say pretty much what you just said. Season 8 takes any bit of potential that it had and squanders it completely. It's it's not as bad as season 8. There is or season I'm sorry, technically 9, I guess, New Blood. New Blood has the illusion of promise. There is some legitimately okay stuff you can pull from this season, but it's not much.
Yeah.
Season 8 is littered with problems, and again, like I said earlier, the finale compounds most of them. It's definitely the second worst season of the show.
Yeah, they're both at the bottom. So
So, I don't know how we want to do this. If you want me to just read off my notes, and if you've got anything, jump off of it, or how you want to do it. All right. What'd you say?
I I could care less how we tackle this show, to be honest with you.
I guess
But
that's fair. Okay, so we start off with New Blood with Dexter, I believe, training in the woods. Not this isn't technically an issue that the show has, but I've heard a lot of people say that he is doing this to like calm his murderous urges. Which, if that's true, then I have a problem. But I do not understand the point of people saying that.
well, and he's not even killing things. Like he doesn't even hunt. Like
No.
he even like preludes when he's at the gun shop that like he doesn't hunt anymore. Like and when he's going after that white deer, he's like just observing it. He's not actually like.
Yep. Yep.
All right, one sec. I gotta talk to someone real quick.
Okay, I'll keep going. Um, so again, I gotta ask the question. Dexter attempted to kill himself at the end of season 8 after Depp died. via hurricane, no less, which is always an intelligent design in your suicide plan, is to rely on a natural fucking event. He tries that, he fails, he hides in the woods. But it's still evident throughout this entire season that he's not really over what happened to Deb. He's still really hung up on that fact. I mean, Deb is his dark passenger. Yeah, wow, I can't talk. His dark passenger right now. There's a lot of issues he has. He's still trying to work through. It is still very much evident that the reasons that he would have wanted to kill himself are still in play. So, again, gotta ask, because this show, again, compounded that issue from season 8. Why didn't he just kill himself? Am I echoing? Lovely.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no,
Sorry about
you're good. So again, just gotta ask, because New Blood made the issue worse. Why didn't he just kill himself?
Yeah. If he's gonna be getting tortured by the, you know, well, I guess it's insinuated that he's being tortured by the idea of like what he did, to his like the shit that happened to his sister and all that. Like
Yep.
if it's like if he's fucked up by it and he's trying to get past it or whatever, it's like, hey, he should have just killed himself. Like it's not a, I don't know.
Yep. So what exactly did Dexter abandon Hannah and Harrison for? Because I mean, he's not exactly living it up here in Iron Lake. Nor did he cut his ties with people overall. He still has decent relationships with apparently the entire fucking police precinct. And at the same time, he legitimately has a new, not exactly wife or anything, but, new girlfriend with a pseudo child. It's like,
Yeah.
so what? You basically were just like, Hannah and Harrison, you can fuck off. I have two new people now. It's like, okay. And for people
Yeah.
that are going to say, well, the relationship's brand new, it's like, that doesn't matter.
No.
We find out again in this that not only did he abandon them, but he actively made the decision to seek out Hannah to get in contact with her, and then further abandoned them. Which I guess while we're on the subject of Audrey, I'm just gonna throw it out there. She is one of the most annoying characters I think I have ever seen on TV ever.
Yeah. Very fucking annoying.
It's between her and Molly Park, which I think what irritates me the most is rethinking this season when I was going through the notes. Molly Park is potentially one of the characters that you could make one of the most likable and keep her as integral to the plot in doing so, but we'll get to that.
Mm-hmm.
So the next one I got, Dexter sends Hannah a letter confirming that he's alive, proving that he somehow has a way to get in touch with her that the show never establishes. So how the hell would Dexter have figured out where in Argentina her and Harrison were?
Uh-huh. Yep.
Hannah also gets this letter from Dexter that confirms that he's alive, and yet she never tells him that she has cancer, and thus wouldn't be able to take care of his son.
Yeah, you think that she'd tell the fucking father. I don't know.
So
Oh,
I cannot believe I'm gonna say this, but New Blood assassinates Hannah as a character. Like I do not like this character. Gonna say it again. Do not like her. I think
and,
she's a terrible person, and she's very
and they're
poorly
doing the same.
written.
I agree. And they're doing the same shit that they did with Harry, where Hannah is not there to defend herself.
Nope.
She's dead, and all the shit that she's like said or done or whatever with Harrison is in the past, off screen. We have no idea. So it's like all this is being revealed from other people, like
Yep.
other words of mouth. So it's like I don't know. Like, sure, obviously Hannah wasn't 100% trustworthy, but it doesn't seem like she was that bad of a stepmom. I mean, she kept him. It was weird. She kept him off drugs until she died. So it's
I was
like
gonna say,
I don't
like,
know.
based on what New Blood tells us, Hannah was great to him when she had every reason to potentially not be working in his favor.
Yeah, she could have like manipulated him or
Yeah.
did some weird shit.
Which
She
again,
could have done
what?
like yeah.
Yeah. Oh God. what really infuriates me is like, again, I don't give a fuck about Hannah as a character, but this really upsets me because it's the idea that you either couldn't contact the actress, you didn't want to get her back, you knew people didn't like her, so you decided you wanted to kill the character off, and in doing so, you accounted for it with these letters, but not really, because this means that she now actively knew about the cancer diagnosis more than likely and never, got in touch with Dexter at any point. Not only did that happen, she never found anybody that could take care of Harrison, thus leaving him to the foster care system. And, I mean, you mentioned it earlier, but New Blood says that Harrison was on drugs at one point. If Hannah knew about that and did not tell Dexter, you have completely fucked her as a character. I just, like, I guess that's the thing. Like, I do not believe for a second that Hannah did any of these things.
No, I agree.
She also never tells Harrison that his father is alive before she dies. Instead, Harrison finds the letter and uses that to track down Dexter, I guess. So does that also mean that Dexter left a fucking return address? And it was his legit address.
Huh, fucking Christ. Yeah, because like I don't it doesn't that doesn't you never see like a mailbox or anything. You never
No.
really
Well, that's the
see.
thing. I was going to say the way to set that up is you're like, oh, well, Dexter has a P.O. box. He visits it every so often. Just checking it, making sure that, maybe him and Hannah talked quite a bit and then she stopped talking to him. It's like that creates even more problems, but I can understand why he checks the P.O. box now.
Yeah.
Just like, well, the other thing with that is that the P.O. box is not going to be exactly where Harrison would need to go, but okay. um, Jesus. And again, like going back to the Angela and Audrey thing, it's like, does it not seem tone deaf to have Harrison, Dexter's abandoned son, be orphaned by the actions that Dexter underwent, and then have him immediately be in a relationship at the same time with a new woman with a different child? Because that's the thing, like, that's Harrison doesn't even bring that up, but that is absolutely something that he should be pissed about.
Yeah, of course. No, I agree.
Um, so I guess I was gonna say I'll keep going, but do you have anything so far that you wanna talk about? Any points on your list?
Um, oh, I'll look at my list. So, um, I feel like Harrison. Because in my notes I talked about Kurt Caldwell. We'll get to him,
Yeah.
but Harrison, much like Kurt Caldwell, cool idea, well acted, like really well acted, especially with actor that played Harrison. At first, I didn't really love him, and then as it kept going along, I was like, this kid's actually a really good actor. But then it seems like the show switches between giving giving the relationship between Dexter and Harrison like an important role in the show to then just putting it on the back burner. Like it doesn't really matter. Like the show just like it
Mm-hmm.
just goes back and forth. It's like, oh, well, we need to go to therapy and focus on a relationship, and then it's like, oh, well, no, we actually just need to do this and that, and it's like it it's there's so many plot lines in this season that overarch
Mm-hmm.
each other, and I feel like the one that should be the most important and that it sort of feels like it's the focus of the show, but not really at the end of the day, like the relationship between Dexter and Harrison. I mean, that should be the main focus of the show, and it's really not. I mean, it is the main, connecting point between Kurt Caldwell and Dexter, and so you're like, okay, like there is an importance, like especially around the scene where he breaks the kid's arm in the wrestling,
Yep.
and they're arguing about go Kurt, Kurt doesn't do this and this, shit like that. It's like, oh, you start to think, oh shit, okay, so their arguments are going to be leading to something. This connection with Kurt is going to be leading to something, and it kind of
Oh
does, but
no.
yeah, we'll get to that later. but not really. But it's one of those things where it's like like I said, they switched back and forth between Harrison's relationship with Dexter being important, being this, you know, this like long time coming type of thing where it's like, oh, this has been, you know, this has been building up for so long, and finally Harrison's able to talk about it. It's like he doesn't really talk about it. He talks about it, and
Nope.
then Dexter's like, oh, we'll talk about it later, and it's like,
Well, like,
okay,
yeah,
like, yeah,
I was gonna say, just bouncing off that, the most conflict that the two of them have is that Harrison's like, well, you just kind of left. That's it. There's a distance between them, and that's it. Nothing else is ever brought up.
yeah, and then it's weird. They try to set Harrison up as this, this he's like naive, but he's also extremely intelligent. So it's like and the show branches between that. It branches between Harrison being very aware, being very intelligent, very, you know, smart, and then it just goes like, oh, he you know, he believes in everything his father says, like about like,
Yep.
you know, when he explains to him like, oh, I changed my name to take my death because there's too much death around me. It's like that's a valid reason for not really. You still abandoned your kid, so
Yep.
that, you know. But it's one of those things where it's like Harrison just like kind of eats it up. Like he just kind of like he's super understanding of it for the most part. Like not entirely, but still, it's like he's more understanding than I thought he would. Like I thought he'd be like, oh, that's just bullshit. Like I thought
Yep.
he'd have a major reaction like that, but yeah,
Fair enough.
yeah, it's frustrating.
Oh,
It's
it
like
is. It
it's really
is.
frustrating because it's like I mean we've said this multiple times, but I like Michael C. Hall as Dexter, and
Mm-hmm.
I really like this kid as Harrison. Like I think they couldn't have picked a better kid, but he just wasn't given the best material, and it seems like they the show and like I mean if you're talking about the title of the show, the title of the show is New Blood, so it's supposed to be about Harrison, like you know his son coming back is supposed to be the huge focus of the show, and they don't do really anything with it. I mean, they do obviously they do stuff at the end of the season, but it doesn't really entirely lead up to
Yeah, we're gonna get to that
doesn't
new stuff that they do.
yeah, there's no character like there's character but yeah, there's no character growth. Like really, like
There
it's just
really isn't,
Dexter.
because that's the thing. Like this, I don't mean to cut you off, but goddamn, this show has the
Okay.
illusion of character growth. It basically, if
Yeah.
there is any growth at all, it's a fucking circle or a line that literally it goes up and then does nothing, goes right back down. Nothing
And
changes. And that see, and
yeah.
you know what? I'll wait to make the comment until later. Um,
Okay.
but I know I said this to you the other day. Season 8 of Dexter is like Arkham City. A lot of it doesn't really make a ton
Yeah.
of sense, but for the most part, it's not like super offensive for someone to watch. Season 8, or I'm sorry, I keep doing this. New Blood is like Arkham Knight. Not only is it bad on its own because it's just a very heavily flawed story that does very little to answer the questions that it raises fundamentally, it suffers because it takes what happened in the work before it, compounds the issues that show or game had, and then continues to make them worse by retconning things. And I just
Exactly.
like, goddamn, I. So I guess if we're gonna hop back to my notes. If you have any points
Yeah.
you want to make, anything you want to say, feel free to jump in, cut me off. But other than that,
Okay.
I figure we'll keep going. So we don't exactly know when Harrison's drug abuse comes up in the timeline, and the show just kind of pretends that it doesn't matter, but it absolutely does. Because, like I said earlier, if Hannah is still alive, not only did she not tell Dexter that that was the thing that was happening, but she also assumedly never got him help. So, again, we're doing wonders for the uh, character that you have now confirmed is dead by cancer. And actually, taking that a step further, it's confirmed that Hannah gets cancer and still doesn't tell Harrison that Dexter is alive at all. Which, again, the idea that she is going to die, I do not believe that she would value Dexter being in isolation. Potential, like, obviously she knows where he is if she was able to not only send a letter back somehow, but also if Harrison was able to use her letter to track him down. Why wouldn't she, at the very least, be like, hey, so this is where your dad is, you need to go find him?
Yeah, that would make a lot more sense. And they
Um,
should have visualized that too,
yep.
instead of just off camera. This happened. Like it just
Yep.
removes all like humanity. Like it removes the human factor of these decisions and these like moments because it's like, oh, she died, and it's like, okay, are
It's like,
you
man, you
emotionally
got
impacted?
me in the
Like,
feels here, yeah. You
yeah,
know
it's
what?
like
Oh god, go ahead.
no, it's like in the first couple in the first few seasons when they have the cutaways or not the cutaways the like flashbacks or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh my god.
Oh, sorry, I thought okay for some reason I thought my door opened but it didn't.
Oh, okay.
Um, but it's like
Um,
we should have had that. We should have had like a flashback or something like
there's
for
so much,
Harrison.
like, this is the problem with the story is fundamentally broken. There's so much extra context that we need that we just don't get. And because of
Exactly.
that, like, the entire list of holes that I have with Hannah is because Hannah is someone that you need to account for, and their way of accounting for it was a line in which you have Harrison say, "Oh yeah, she died from cancer 3 years ago." It's like
Yeah,
I can't really work past that because I need more specific things I need to know what happened to her other than just she's dead.
yeah, she died. Rip.
I'm wondering if because of the volume of notes, it might be better to just go through episode by episode.
Yeah, that sounds
So I
fine.
think we'll backtrack a little bit now that we've given you guys some of the issues for episode one. We'll go through and basically read through, see if we can figure anything else out. So episode one, after leaving Miami almost 10 years ago, Dexter is living in a small rural town in upstate New York under the name Jim Lindsay. So again, like I was saying earlier, don't get why he would not have committed suicide, like for real this time. Um, I think you pointed it out. Jim Lindsay, the last name at least, is meant to be a reference to the author of the novels, which is kind of neat. But that's like really all that is. Is just
Yeah, I liked
the
that, but
homage. And it's like, yeah, that's neat. But at the same time, it's like it could be in something better.
no, totally.
Um, he works at a local gun shop and is dating the chief of police, who apparently, like Angela, never looked into who Jim Lindsay was, never like did a background check, never did any of that because she
Yeah,
would
for
have
such a
found.
cop that cares about what she thinks. Yeah, sorry for cutting you off,
No,
but
no, you're good. Yeah, no, like this is a cop that is apparently very intelligent and very like dedicated to her work. Um, Immediately asks questions about Harrison when he shows up, if I'm not mistaken, but apparently doesn't give a fuck about her own boyfriend. It's just okay.
yeah,
Um, yeah, here it is again. Dexter maintains a rigorous daily workout to control his homicidal urges. So if that's a thing that you can do, why didn't you just do that instead of carry out the code and kill people?
yeah. Yeah, he wasn't eating right. You can't he can't combine working out with not eating
Sorry,
right.
sorry, Dev. I gotta go kill Hector Estrada. I didn't have my granola bar and I didn't run 4 miles, so
Yeah,
I
can't
gotta
really
do what I
mix the
gotta
two. So
gotta do what I gotta do, man. It's so stupid.
it's fucking dumb.
Because again, like if this works, it's like, well, then you fundamentally changed something about him. It's like that was never how that worked.
Yeah,
Um, while heeding advice from Deb, whom he sees in his mind. So I will be willing to concede here that I mentioned, I think in season one when I was watching it, that I had texted you. I'm like, man, what would be kind of interesting? Or no, maybe it wasn't season one. Maybe it was season three. When they introduced the Dark Passenger, I was like, it'd be kind of neat if they had different family members or different people embody the Dark Passenger. Actually, yeah, it was season three because I remember saying it would be kind of interesting if they had Like you have Brian embody the darker side of him. You have Harry just be the generic dark passenger. You have Dokes be like his humanity or his guilt or whatever. You have them embody different people. It's like that's interesting. Season 6 kind of played with that, but not really. Kind of paid lip service to that idea more or less. And then this
Yeah.
one, it was like, man, they're bringing Deb back to have her be the dark passenger. That's really neat. I wonder what they're gonna do with that.
Jack shit.
I literally, she exists to be like, I died, guys.
Yeah, it's so fucking frustrating. It's like I remember when I first seen the show, because I had seen this is context just for the people that are watching, but I watched the show before like New Blood before New Blood came out. I had just watched the original show like months before they even announced New Blood, and I remember talking with a couple people like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if like he he's stuck in this mountain town or whatever. Like I basically not didn't predict the whole like premise of New
Mm-hmm.
Blood, but I sort of predicted the idea of Deb coming back as a dark passenger, which if you had to bring back dark passenger, I mean that's an obvious choice is Deb.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I mean, with
fan favorite, so
how big the ending of season 8 hit him, it's like yes, it's shit, but that is the ideal person to bring in.
it's the way they do it. It's just so fucking.
I again,
It's
it's the
it's like
idea.
disrespectful to the
What
audience.
is it's disrespectful to not only I think it's disrespectful to the actors, it's disrespectful to the audience, and I think it's incredibly disrespectful to the characters.
Yeah.
Deb basically comes back to pay lip service to the idea that she will somehow influence Dexter, and she doesn't. Um, so from there, we have Dexter's routine is shattered when his son Harrison finds him. Enough said. I've already gone over that like 4 times.
Yeah.
And a reckless local named Matt Caldwell pushes Dexter to sell him a high end hunting rifle. So, the issues I've got with this stem more or less from is the point of the gun shop and the gun shop owner supposed to be that the owner more or less was just like, yeah, whatever, don't really need the background check, don't really care, just take the gun, I want the money. Was that the point?
Yeah.
Because like at that point, I would just say that's really stupid.
Yeah, it is because like yeah, because like at first you're like, oh shit, so like the well, this was my reaction. I was like, oh okay, so and then the shop owner, just like lied and lied about the background check and stuff, which
Yep.
that's illegal. Like that's not
Oh yeah.
something
Oh
that
yeah.
you're allowed to do. You could
Well,
lose your license to sell guns. Like I
it,
don't know.
yep. Well, that's the thing. It's like Dexter makes the conscious decision to not rat his boss out and not run the background check and just sell the guy the gun. And I'm just like, oh, okay
Yeah, it's
then.
and what's weird about that is so like the boss is like, we need the money, Jim, and it's like okay, but you could also get fucking fined if this is ever found out. They're
Yeah. Well,
like you could
and
get fined, you can get a bunch of other shit. So
well, here's the other thing that fucks this. So we find out in this episode that Matt Caldwell murdered 5 people with his boat. The public knows that, and yet the gun shop gives him the gun anyways. And so the
yeah,
question that the reason I had to ask was because Kurt Caldwell throughout this entire season is basically implied to be the pseudo mayor of Iron Lake. If Matt gets away with this, say it goes under Kurt's name, something like that. That's the way that they get away with it. At that point, it's so the prestige of the Caldwell name is what allowed him to get away with this gun. That Kurt is clearly not using this gun. Whereas doing it this way, you have now informed me that the gun shop owner is more concerned about making money than he is about safety, and that he's an idiot. Because he has now given a firearm to someone that's completely unstable. It's like at
yeah,
that point, you've done so much more harm than good. And at that point, I also have to wonder if it's meant to be a commentary on how easy it is to get guns. It's like not at what point does that factor into what you're trying to do? Like,
Yeah, it barely is. Yeah, not even.
actually, yeah, hell, the very next line is that Dexter finds out that Matt Caldwell killed 5 people with his boat. While it was reported to be an accident, Caldwell's friend assures Dexter that the act was intentional. So first off, what this tells me is either the friend is a fucking asshole, it did not testify as such in court, or the friend heard it secondhand, believes that Matt did it on purpose, and then that's it. So either this is hearsay, or his friend is just a fucking dick.
If I remember correctly, I think his friend said that he was basically like paid off to testify in court, like to lie, basically in court. I think that's what he said, if I remember right. I could be just misremembering a
You're
line
no,
he says, but I know
you're
he's like
probably right. But here's the
he's
thing:
like behind this like
the idea that they have to pay him to do that. The issue I have with that is that the public would have to not only, maybe the accusation is out there, but there is absolutely no way, whether regardless of how that friend testifies or not, it wouldn't matter. That accusation would still be out there. People would be aware of that, and that's going to come up
yeah.
again. Sorry, you were saying something earlier.
So it's one of those things where I was just looking back on the scene where like it's Matt. I think Matt is having sex with his friends, like
Yeah,
the girl that his friend was trying to get with or whatever, and he's like he's always doing this shit, and then he starts doing cocaine in the bathroom, and he starts talking about like how like he always has to like defend Matt, and like he's only doing it for like money and for all this other stuff, and he hates dealing with Matt's bullshit. And I think he does say that he was like paid off or something like that, or like or maybe he just talks about how Kurt
well, at that point,
Paid Matt's way out of it, or
right.
I
At
don't
that
know.
point, I am gonna play. Well, I don't even know if it would really be devil's advocate. I'm just gonna ask the fucking question. It's like, at what point is the money not worth it to you anymore if you fucking hate this guy?
Yeah, and it's yeah because there's plenty of people like especially like in my own life that I've met where people are like, oh, I'm only friends with this guy because he's rich. It's like if you
Yeah, at
hate
that
his
point.
guts, why the fuck do you hang out with him? Like,
Yep.
yeah, is the money really worth it? Like, especially if you know this especially if it's a Matt Caldwell situation where this guy's a terrible person
Yep.
that, and his dad just bails him out. It's like if you hate this guy with all your guts, it's like then why the fuck even like associate with him? Especially after I'm assuming a pretty damning like pretty intense. I don't know if it's an intense trial, but if it's like something where it's like it was on the news
I would
and
have
you know
to
he
imagine, because I'm pretty sure this accident gets brought up later in the season. It has to be public.
yeah. So it's like
People,
if this is a
and
public knowledge, then
even I'll
huh,
I'll play devil's advocate in this case. We'll say it isn't. The 5 people that were killed by Matt in an accident, it's like at the very least people are going to know he was involved in an accident like that. I'm sure the families were either paid to be kept quiet or whatever the case may be, but you're going to get that one person that's like, yeah, it's some fucking bullshit. He killed them.
yeah. Well, it's like the O.J. Simpson trial. How like the a lot of most people believe that the jury got that wrong. That O.J. Simpson was actually the killer. Like
Yep.
there's just plenty of shit like that where it's like you're gonna have people that are like, yeah, no, I think Kurt Caldwell did it. Like I think he purposely killed them, or I think
Yeah, yeah.
he's not some innocent kid. Because like it's one of those things where it's like they try to make it like, oh, Kurt Kurt is such a loved person by everybody in this community. It's like, was Matt loved by everybody? I mean, sure, he was
No.
like,
Right.
he was like captain of all these teams, and he won all these championships and shit. And so it's like everybody respects him for that, but it's more or less like this whole community just kind of like they just kind of threw off the whole idea of, oh yeah, he killed like 5 people in an
I was
accident,
gonna
but it was just
say
an accident,
it almost feels like a caricature of what people think happens during police investigations, especially since one of the things that we have coming up is going to be the fact that apparently native people have been going missing, and instead of helping out in massive searches, then the people only help out when it's a fucking white kid that goes missing. And it's like
Mhm.
I don't want to bring race into it, but the show does that. The show
Yeah, the
implies
show
that
does
that
that.
is
Yeah.
exactly what happened, and I'm just like I don't believe you. I do
Well,
not for a
so
second believe you.
so it's one of those things where uh like the death of Native American women and like this, Native American women, there are plenty of crimes that have gone like unnoticed with Native American women for the past like hundreds of years,
Hmm.
and so it's one of those things where that is not a cool comparison, but it's one of those things where I wish if the show would have brought that up, it would have at least done something kind of intelligent with it, or could have done it in a subtle way, or could have done it. But the show was just like, oh, well, what if it was one of our girls and nobody would have went searching? It's like that's so on the nose that
I
it's
was gonna
cringy.
say it's so on the nose that they have not only booped you on the nose, they have slapped you in the face with it.
And it's like sure, it's a fair comparison that when when like I hate to bring race into anything, but it's one of those things where it's a fair comparison to say, oh, when a lot of Native American people go missing, when people of certain ethnic groups go missing, news channels can't get coverage of that because people, there's like some weird bias. I'm not trying to get into all this, but it's like,
No, no,
okay, so
I
you
get what you're
compare,
saying.
but it's like, and then you compare it to when, some white girl or white dude goes missing, and it's like, oh shit, everyone's looking for it. Which, to be honest, it's more or less white girls all this shit happens with. But we're not obviously not gonna get into that. But
Yep.
it's one of those things where it's like, it's a cool concept to explore, but it's the wrong type of show to explore it in. One, I mean, it's Dexter, and two, like we said, it's so on the nose to the point where it's like, I don't know. It reminds me of that movie Don't Look Up that came out last year, which is like the whole movie attempts to be intelligent when it's really not, like at all. Like it's so on the nose and totally not subtle, where it's just like, okay, that you feel like your audience is stupid, that they're not going to understand this theme that
Yep.
you're trying to get across.
I just like I guess that's the thing. I'm lost in terms of what is gained from doing it this way.
Hmm.
What is gained from this aside from saying, yeah, we did some social commentary about how when certain ethnic groups go missing, it's the police don't really give a shit. It's like okay,
Yeah,
but
it's
within
a
within your story, it's like what did you really accomplish? You had Matt Caldwell, known drug abuser, essentially drug dealer, local shithead, murderer of five, who had a public accident in which five people were killed. You had him go
yeah.
missing, and you had an entire town search for him. I think that says more about the town than it does about him or society.
Yeah, and you could just say that whole thing, that whole search is due to Kurt's um
His
um
status.
his status, yeah, his
I
status
was gonna
in
say,
this
yeah,
community.
that's
Like they literally
yeah.
could have just like had that line where they're like, "Oh, well, what if it was one of our girls?" And it's like, "Well, one of our girls isn't the daughter of Kurt
I
Caldwell
was
or
gonna
some
say
shit like
here
that." Like,
the pseudo mayor's son is like missing. Can you shut up, please?
yeah, like there's this guy who is literally at almost every function when it comes to the town or comes to everything. So it's like he owns like he has such like a huge outreach in this town. So it's like,
Yep.
of course they're going to look for his son. It doesn't even matter his race or his
I
gender. It doesn't have
just
anything to do with that.
I guess
So I
this is
don't
the
know.
thing. Like I'm really confused because the commentary seems to be that it. And again, this is me reading too much into it. But the commentary seems to be, oh, when a white person goes missing, we look for them. And I'm just like, well, this would be based on Kurt's status, right? That would be
Well, I
why.
mean, you could just
Because
say,
I don't think anybody gives a fuck about Matt going missing. I don't think that's what people are looking for, or why people
well,
are
and
looking for him.
yeah, you could like let's say you're going to compare when certain people go missing. Talk about when rich people go missing.
Yep.
There's searches everywhere. When rich people's children, like, have you ever seen the movie Gone Girl?
No, but
Ever seen that
I've heard
movie?
of it.
Yeah, it actually kind of explores that pretty well because yeah, obviously it has a huge twist in the movie that like changes everything up, but it's one of those things where it kind of explores the idea of like in a situation like this, like uh not only does the partner of the person go missing, like when they're a suspect, their whole identity gets kind of ruined. but it's also in comparison, it's like it shows how many people like care when it's a famous person's kid, when it's a famous person's relative, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's like it shows like, oh shit, like everybody cares so much about this girl that she's the daughter of these two authors, and it's like if this was any other person that was just a nobody, there'd be like a search for like 24 hours or maybe 48 hours at the most, and then they'd give up if they couldn't find him. Like, yeah, like that's a movie that at least explores that idea kind of in a
Yep.
cool way. But you're trying
Yeah.
to force
See,
that into
I
Dexter.
was gonna say
It's like,
this.
yeah,
It's super forced because the way that they're trying to do it is they wedge it into a situation that they already need to leverage in specific ways for this plot, so it doesn't work.
yeah,
Because again, like the idea that it's like, oh, should we look for Matt because he's white? It's like that's not. You can't raise that question and have Kurt hold the position that he does, and you can't
yeah,
raise that question while Matt is also publicly accused of killing 5 people. It's like you
well,
cannot, you can't have all three. You can't do that.
yeah. And the show is already trying to set up some sort of social commentary about the rich with that oil baron or whatever the fuck
Oh
is,
my
like, I forget
god,
who he is.
he's
That
in
he
my notes.
his
Oh my god, I
Yeah,
want to die.
where his relevance is so minute, and it's like they're trying to get to like a message about him, and like, oh, like I don't know if the show's trying to make you be like, oh, is he actually like a nice guy, and we're just judging him based on his what he like what his work is, or like is he as
Mm-hmm.
equally as bad? It's like, so you're trying to have this commentary about rich people, but you're ignoring the fact that one of your other like you know non-subtle social commentaries is kind of like in bad faith a
I
little
was gonna
bit,
say
where
it's
it's
not. I
like
don't even know if bad faith is the right word. It's just like it's completely wrong. I guess
yeah, like in that
bad faith would
situation,
absolutely work,
it's
but it's
wrong.
like it's the worst of bad faith.
Well, it's one of those things where it's like it's wrong because it's literally that's not the situation. Like if it
Right,
was if
right.
let's say if it was like some school teacher's kid, and and yeah, you know, like if Kurt Caldwell was just some random truck driver or some shit like that,
Yeah, it's
like
like then maybe you
then
have a
maybe you
leg
could
to
talk
stand on.
about that. Yeah, but
Um,
in that situation, it doesn't really go anywhere.
even then, just thinking about it right now, the show fucks itself anyways with this argument because explicitly we learn that the only people that apparently looked for I can't remember what Iris's last name is, but when she went missing, apparently the only people in town that looked for her were other natives. And
Yeah,
apparently when Matt went missing, none of the natives gave a shit. But yet the natives are on this moral high ground of like, oh well, you guys didn't help us, and it's like, but neither of you helped each other. What the fuck are you talking about?
yeah.
And
Well,
that's
they
the
also
thing. It's like you
is that
absolutely fuck yourself doing that, but all right.
yeah. Well, I also think that's because they didn't the natives had a grudge against Matt because he killed the white deer, and that was a
Well, right, and
like
that's I
native
guess that's
property or
one thing,
whatever.
but it's like the way that they do it implies that they do not want to
Yeah,
even like help out with the investigation at all. And I'm like, so then what is it? You can't claim moral superiority. Like if they helped with Matt's investigation, got absolutely no help on their own cases, then again, you have a leg to stand on. But the idea that you're going to preach moral superiority when you do not help with other investigations and expect help with your own. It's like it doesn't the world doesn't work that way. You are not going to get help for doing nothing.
exactly. Yeah, yeah, I can see that for
I
sure.
just again like the social commentary. It's throughout because there's like 3 or 4 different instances of it throughout the show. It's all shit. It's all extremely on the nose, and it accomplishes nothing.
Yeah,
Um. Anyways, moving on, sort of. Matt shoots a white deer in front of Dexter. He is now the second person that has directly endangered Dexter's life, technically on accident. I'm trying to remember what the kid's name was, but it was that kid with the knife that he bought from some like vendor. He was swinging it in such a way that he
yeah,
almost, I believe, stabbed Dexter in the neck. I want to say that was like season 1 or 2.
yeah. Early
Um,
on.
but yeah, I don't know. I was like, yeah, that's kind of interesting, but at the same time, the white deer just seems like it's more or less more social commentary for later. It's like, okay, cool. Um, so yeah, Dexter decides to attack Matt and kill him. That would be the first episode. Fucking Christ, do we have problems?
Yeah, it's yeah. God damn. I didn't even know there was that much shit in that first episode.
Well, it's like the shit with Hannah comes up in episode 2, according to the wiki, but like,
Oh, okay.
goddamn. Okay, so for episode 2, Storm of Fuck, which
Terrible fucking title.
the title I thought was really kind of cringy when I first heard it, and then they have Dexter, like the title is said by Dexter at one point, and it
Hmm.
is it's almost the epitome of the writers had an idea for what the title should be, but they wanted to do the cool thing of the character says the title in the episode, which I'm fine
Hmm.
with. But that it feels like the title was generated, and then they were like, okay, how can we have this work its way into the episode? And so they did that, and I'm like,
Exactly.
okay, whatever. Um, so Dexter takes on the role of father to his son, while Harrison tells Dexter that Hannah McKay died from pancreatic cancer 3 years earlier, leaving Harrison to the foster care system. So I have one last point, I believe, or technically two last points, about the inconsistencies with Harrison, his story about Hannah and him being in foster care. Those being, apparently Harrison never tracked down any of his U.S. relatives, such as, I don't know, his half brother Aster, or I'm sorry, his half brother Cody, or his half sister Aster. Never brought up, never mentioned. Didn't even look for him. Not even the grandparents, be they Paul or Rita's parents. Um, Apparently never looked for anyone in Miami Metro. Not even Jamie Batista, the woman that basically helped raise him for 5 years. He really just went into foster care and never reached out to anyone.
Yep.
And not only that, Hannah, before she died, never reached out to any of these people.
Yep. It's so stupid. Like the more you think about it, it's just like that just doesn't make any sense.
Nope. Well, it gets worse because looking at this, so this is like that. All of that sets aside the fact that Dexter is declared dead via suicide by hurricane. At the same time that Deb is mercy killed and dumped in the ocean, and at the same time Harrison disappears with Hannah McKay to Argentina. That everyone around him not only forgets he exists, as we find out per Angel later, but apparently no one looked for him.
Yeah, yeah, no one looked for him. Yeah. That's also strange.
And then as far as Harrison's story, I got some more issues.
Oh boy.
So Harrison apparently just hitchhiked from Argentina into the U.S. to New York.
Yep.
Okay.
Mhm. I believe that, yep.
At no point during that trip did he decide maybe it's less likely that my dad is alive and more likely that I should just stay with any of my siblings or anybody that knew me before. No, I should totally make the trip to New York and figure out if my dad's alive.
Yeah, and if he's able to remember what his dad looks like, he probably remembers what Aster and Cody look like, or remember that he had
The excuse
like
I've
siblings.
heard with that is, well, he only saw them a couple times in the couple years that he was alive during seasons 4 through 8. I'm like, he lived with them for a while. He consistently saw them during that time. Like, I don't believe you.
Yeah,
Even if he didn't know, I'm sure between Dexter and Hannah, he would have found out. And that's, again, setting aside the fact that he is 5 in season 8. Like, what the fuck?
yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Um, and then we got the fun part, which you and I noticed this pretty quickly in the. I mean, it's a rewatch in your case, wasn't in my case, but Harrison's age doesn't make any sense at all in New Blood.
Yeah, it doesn't make any
Um,
sense.
Deb says in season 7 that he's 4. Dexter says he's 5 in season 8. And then Dexter's calendar inside of his cabin confirms that it's been less than 10 years. Harrison is not 16.
Yeah, he's like 13.
Also,
At the least.
Huh?
At the least, he's 13, or at the most.
I was
he's
going to
13
say,
or
probably
whatever.
at most, he's like 13, 14, maybe 15.
Which,
Yeah. So Harrison shows up around the same time that Matt Caldwell goes missing, and no one, not even the chief of police who is dating Dexter, believes that there's a fucking connection there. No one even looks into it.
yeah. Yeah, that's also really stupid. It's like it's on Dexter's property. Why isn't he one of the people that they're, you know, suggesting could have done this? I don't know.
So here's the other thing, kind of looping back to the last episode. So the show needs us to believe that the public cares enough about Matt Caldwell to go out and publicly look for him. But he also needs to not be innocent of any crimes so that Dexter can kill him without repercussions, which doing so pretty much makes the former impossible, like we talked about. And then everyone and their fucking mothers just volunteer to look for Matt when he goes missing, but no one brings up the controversial background he has, the people that he basically was cleared of murdering, which absolutely would have been known by the public, and at the same time, Matt is a drunk and a drug addict, which absolutely would have made the rounds in town too.
Yeah.
Dexter somehow kills Matt, drags his body somewhere else to be disposed of, and left a shit ton of evidence behind. And he gets super lucky in every regard. So, not only is he not caught red-handed with Matt's body by trail cameras, which apparently were everywhere except for the spot that Matt was killed, but the trail cameras barely missed the murder, and they can barely make out who Dexter is because they're in infrared.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
And then here's another little nail in the coffin. Where did Dexter get rid of Matt's gun?
Yeah, I don't even remember.
I don't think the show says it because it never
Yeah.
comes up again. But he can't incinerate it. So
I mean, I'm not done. Did he leave it just?
I don't think
No,
so.
because he incinerated Matt, right?
Yeah, it doesn't come up with the evidence that they logged.
So they don't find so they never find his weapon.
No. Not as far as I'm aware,
Strange.
they never find it, and it is not at the crime scene when they find his body.
It's really fucking strange. Yeah, I don't know.
And then, as you had mentioned, there's the oil tycoon guy, which I love how I said that nickname mockingly once, and that's just every time we talk about him, that's just been the name we go with.
Yeah,
Oil tycoon guy pretty much exists for 2 different scenes so that they can distract us from the fact that Kurt is the killer. It is so fucking shit. And on top of that, the only other reason that he exists is so that they can basically say, hey, listen, fracking, that's bad. It's like,
most people knew that.
Okay.
Like, most people know that. Like, I don't know.
It's so stupid because it makes about as much sense as I knock on your door, you open the door, and I'm just like, listen, smoking is bad, and then I walk away. It's like, man, thank you. That was great.
That's information I totally never heard before.
I never would have guessed. Thank you.
Yeah.
That is about all of the problems that I have for now. There's some other issues. Basically, everything that Harrison does in this season is a problem, if you can't tell.
Yeah.
So Dexter does everything that he can to cover up Matt's murder, and then a homeless girl from the previous episode, which I guess was not mentioned in the summary, is in a room by herself. She's drinking a lot, and then she looks up and sees a camera in the corner with red writing. It looks like blood, and it says, "You're already dead." And apparently, when you walk in the room, that's just not something you notice immediately, despite it being a white
Yeah.
wall with red, like either paint, marker, whatever the fuck, just written on the wall.
I know, man. I'm excited to see a tub in there. Oh,
Jesus. So,
what the fuck?
anyways, fuck. God damn it.
It's so stupid. Yeah, you'd notice that shit. Like, you'd look around, like,
That was the first thing
especially if
I
some random
noticed when we
dude.
were watching. I'm like, why is there red writing on the wall? And then they focus on it later. I'm like, no.
Well, and if like you're in the situation where this seemingly kind old man gives you a place to stay, and it's in his fucking basement, and there's this weird
It's not even
looking
his
door that
basement.
seals it up.
It's like
Or it's
basically it's a cabin, and you get to
it's
stay, I guess, in the basement of the cabin that is out in the middle of the fucking woods.
Yeah, like
It's like
that's
you
just
get to stay
there's
there.
like
It's like,
seven
man,
million
okay.
yeah, there's like 7 million like red flags that automatically go up that like anybody that has like any critical thinking would be like, oh, this is not a good idea.
You say that Molly Park is like she single handedly gets herself killed. She's so
Hmm.
stupid.
For sure.
So, anyways, I guess we're on episode 3 now. So, Dexter moves Matt's body after learning that Chief Bishop is bringing a dog team. Which, based on this, I guess this is the only reason that he's dating Angela, because I can't fucking think of a different reason.
He's so hot.
Um,
I don't know. Just kidding.
totally not Kurt Caldwell, the guy that abducted the homeless girl. He shoots her. They do a close up of his face, and we can absolutely tell for sure that it's definitely not Kurt.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Clancy Brown at all. His eyes look.
No, no, that can't be him. Dexter sees Kurt enjoying the snow after he's incinerated Matt's body and finds it suspicious, inquiring about it, and drops him off at home. Um, Kurt believes that, or I'm sorry, not believes. He says he got a phone call, or a video call, I should say, from Matt. So Matt is alive, and this is immediately where I got questions and problems. So Kurt's entire issue right now is apparently he finds out that Dexter somehow killed Matt. Now, the explanation for why he faked this phone call happens to coincide with Matt's murder, which gives him time to look into it. It's like, man, that's mighty convenient. And the only reason he did it was because they happened to be closing in on the caves where he murdered Iris and left her. But if he just leaves them and they find Iris, nothing changes. They have no reason to look at him for that murder.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
No, yeah. So Dexter picking up Kurt at the bar and Kurt saying, "Oh yeah, I got a phone call from Matt. He's alive." The entire point of him doing that is to derail the investigation so that they don't find Iris's remains in the cave. Except if they find Iris's remains in this episode, they have no reason to believe that Kurt is involved.
Yeah, that's true.
So if they happen to find these remains, you can potentially do your virtue signal of, "Oh man, we only happened to find her when we were looking for this guy." It's still going to be shit, but you could do it if you really need to. If not,
If
you
you really
can
wanted
then
to.
have this case open up several different issues. But whatever. At the same time, this happens to coincide so that Kurt can look into what happened to Matt. I don't know, it just seems like really backwards to me. Like he does
Yeah,
it to prevent himself from getting caught, and in doing so, that's what gets him caught. But if you really think about it again, like he left no evidence and that body is like 20 years old, so.
apparently his skin was on the teeth, which
Oh,
still
that's right.
doesn't
It's
make
like,
any
well,
sense.
okay, at that point, that would like you would have to appeal to the meta. It's like unless he knows that his DNA is there, then what the fuck?
Like,
You get what I'm saying? Like, he would have no
Yeah,
reason
like
to
her.
believe that she would have DNA evidence of him, or he would have just destroyed the body.
Well, and the excuse they give us is that her body is was mummified because of the cold, but it's like
Yep.
doesn't really make a ton of sense. Like
Nope.
what happens during the summertime? Like is it still? I'm guessing
I
it's still kind of cold in there,
I
but
guess this is another issue I've got. Unless if you got something else to say, go right ahead. But I was just thinking about it.
no, 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 you're good.
Um, so apparently Kurt is able to piece together that Dexter killed Matt because titanium screws in the incinerator and the snow was ash, and Dexter happened to be there at the wrong time, or at the right time to pick him up from the bar. Wouldn't it make more sense if Iris was incinerated and that's his like method of disposing of people that don't die the way he needs them to display them? That way he could potentially recognize the ash and differentiate it from snow.
Yeah,
And in cleaning that out, maybe he figures out like there's a piece of evidence relating to Iris that got left behind. Like, I don't know, there's something you can do there.
for sure.
But because that's the other thing, that furnace that gets used, the incinerator, that's public use. We figured that out pretty early on. So
Yeah,
Kurt could have just incinerated her there, and he didn't. Why?
yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Okay then. Like, Harrison begins school, which is an issue.
Hmm.
So Harrison joins a U.S. school with no trouble after being presumably at an Argentinian school for several years, which Dexter wouldn't have the paperwork or the files needed to get him registered at all, considering the only person that had them is his well, his girlfriend that he abandoned that died from cancer 3 years ago. And Harrison would have no birth records in the U.S. or anything, so. Or, well, I take that back. He would have probably a birth certificate, but that's about it. I mean, he left the country. Like,
Yeah,
and even at that point, he's going by Harrison Lindsay, so how do you register him at all?
exactly. Yeah,
I didn't even think about that until just now. Yeah, he's going by Dexter's fake last name. So you can't use any record of him. God damn.
yeah. And didn't it say that? Didn't they say at like the school or whatever that he had like history at other schools?
I think that's what they say to hand wave it, but like the name wouldn't be the same. You wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, like unless in secret they said it, like they put him down as Harrison Morgan, but still,
Well, at that point, you would be like, "Why does it say your last name is Morgan?" And then Dexter's fucked. Like, yeah.
that's true. Yeah, yeah.
Um, should I even talk about Molly Park right now, or should I wait for the summaries to bring her up?
Yeah, let's just wait for the summaries. I really don't want to put that much effort into her, to be honest with you.
Um, all right, I think that's fair. So Harrison begins school somehow and befriends a classmate who's being bullied, later thwarting the bully's attack by grabbing him, by the throat. Um, which apparently no one like said or did anything about, even though apparently this kid is so unpopular that people just don't like him and do this kind of shit to him routinely. But okay. Which this is another thing. This entire thing felt like a caricature of we need a stereotypical bully character. So what can we have them do? And it's like they catfish him, and then they try to beat him up. It's like, man, that's awesome. As someone
Yeah,
that graduated high school a couple years ago, that is not at all how that works.
no, definitely not.
um, Dexter assures Deb that his latest killing is a one and done, and he wants to focus on being a good father. And I threw up in my mouth reading that sentence. God fucking damn it, the show's terrible.
Yeah, it's really bad.
H is
It's
for
worse though.
Heroes, episode 4. Dexter rushes to school after, which actually, I guess I'll throw this out there. I was gonna say it when we were watching. I'm like, probably the most stereotypical thing they could do is like a, oh my god, and then there was a school shooter, and that literally fucking happens.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. So, yeah, Harrison tells Dexter and Angela that Ethan stabbed him with a knife after Harrison tried to stop Ethan from shooting up the school. Harrison supposedly took a knife from Ethan and cut his leg, but Dexter returns to the school after hours, just casually walking into an active crime scene, as you do,
Hmm.
and deduces that the blood spatter does not match Harrison's story, but instead suggests that Harrison attacked him first. And so I have several questions about this because apparently Harrison just gives his statement and they believe him. And they believe him because they found drawings that Ethan drew. And that's it.
Hmm.
They didn't actually investigate. They didn't do much more than question him once.
They're like, oh yeah, we'll go by Harrison's thing. It's like, the fuck?
Right. Well,
How bad is this
what
police force? Like,
the police in this show suck ass. They are terrible
they're
at their
terrible.
job.
Yeah, they're really bad.
Well, like that sentence I just read, the evidence directly contradicts it. Dexter's an out of work cop, 10 years out of work, and he immediately recognizes that the story doesn't match. None of them
Yeah.
give a shit, though. And you mean to tell me that there is no one that they can call in, not someone like Masuka or Dexter, that would look at that crime scene and be like, yeah, okay, that's what happened? Especially since this is a fucking huge issue throughout the country. You mean to tell me that this was thwarted and no one looked into it? Okay.
Yeah, it's like, fuck.
Oh, we don't get to escape her very long. Molly Park is right
Molly
here.
Park.
Crime
Okay.
podcaster Molly Park offers to assist Angela in helping her find out what happened to the missing girls in the area. Angela tells Molly that she became a cop after the disappearance of a childhood friend named Iris. So, Molly Park knows Matt Caldwell went missing somehow, and she immediately wants to cover it on her podcast, and I have no idea why.
Yeah, they never talk about the moral kind of the morality of true crime podcasts, how they're kind of immoral for making
They
entertainment
they
about
go out
terrible
of
shit.
they go out of their way to make it worse. She has a
Yeah.
quote later where they're like, it's I think it's around this time. Kurt's like, yeah, Matt's alive. They bring him in for questioning, and she makes some offhanded comment like, fuck, if he's alive, I can't make a podcast. And I'm just like, are you fucking serious right now?
Yeah. It's
Because that's the thing. I
uh,
think I think the show thought, man, that's funny if she says that, right? It's like, no, she's an asshole.
yeah. I also like this person because I don't.
So this is the other thing. The proposal I would make if I had to rewrite the entire season, because just spoilers for when we get to the rewrite section, I completely ditched everything from New Blood. None of this happened. But the way to fix this would be Molly and Matt are either local college students or they're like high school seniors or something to that effect. And Molly is a journalism student. She's really curious as to why Matt Caldwell, the son of the pseudo mayor of Iron Lake, went missing. And so she wants to do a story to keep the public informed about what happened, about her classmate, possible friend, and I mean, hell, if you really want to take it there, you can make them more than friends, whatever. And that would not only explain her relevance to the case, it makes it so that the idea that she wants to be involved and get details and help out, that makes sense. It's not selfish. She's not doing it for monetary gain. And at the same time, she can now, you can take this and you can leverage her by painting her in a more sympathetic light. Like there, I do not understand why they complicated this so much.
Yeah.
Also, Molly offering to investigate um, crimes like this alongside Angela should be exactly like when Jim offers to help, and when Jim does help, which is she should basically be told to fuck off and leave it to the professionals. Like, I don't, I don't understand why they entertain her delusional idea that she can help them solve crimes.
It's like, yeah, your true crime podcast, like, unless you're like a actual like legal officer that's like a detective or some shit, which even then they don't have to like just by your credentials say, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you can come aboard. It's like,
Um,
yeah,
God.
stupid.
Well, and then there's this one, which this was the initial criticism I had as soon as they introduced her, because I'm pretty sure she initially is like, "Hi, I'm Molly Park. I'm from the Fuck Mary or the Mary Fucking Kill podcast," and I was just like,
Oh yeah.
the what?" And you're like, "Yeah, it's a play on Fuck Mary Kill." I'm like, "No, I got that. What the fuck is that name?" Because
Yeah,
that's the thing. It's
it's
like
not good.
it's a play on Fuck Mary Kill. And it's like the show even says that at one point, and I'm just like, I get that, but like, what does that have to do with true crime?
Exactly.
You have a very, very tame play on words. You think it's incredibly clever, and you have them repeat that like 6 times. That it's like, oh, that's the name. And again, like, for that to be the first conversation you and I had about her as a character, I'm just like, why is her podcast name stupid?
Yeah.
And then I think you said it, and then within an episode or two, they mentioned that that's why the name is like that. I'm just like, what the hell, guys?
Yeah, like it's easy to understand, but at the same time it's like it's not creative at all. Like,
I literally the only play on words that is remotely related to what she is doing is the fact that this, or the only thing that justifies this play on words is the fact that it has the word kill in it, which I would assume was the writer being like, oh man, wouldn't that be clever?
yeah, but they literally could have called it like
You could
something
call
else
it
that's
anything. Hell, do something else. A walk in the park. Something as stupid as that makes more sense than fucking fuck Mary Kill.
yeah, like if you like obviously they don't explore the morality of true crime, but if they
No.
wanted to, you could have it be like some like innocent sounding name, like oh, it's something like easy to enjoy and easy to digest, like
Yeah.
Murder Hour or some shit like that. Like,
For anybody listening, if you can't tell, she is easily the worst character that they have in this show.
she's fucking terrible.
I absolutely hate Audrey with a passion. I think she is incredibly annoying, and every bit of dialogue that comes out of her mouth is literally just the writers using her as a mouthpiece for either some sort of virtue signaling or just her being basically the exposition dump for the show. But I think Molly Park is significantly worse because she is basically the same thing. But then she also, like, she is the embodiment of 90% of the show's cringe, is probably the best way to put it. Like, she's just a horrendously written character.
For sure. It's like it was weird because I didn't like her when I watched the New Blood for the first time around. I didn't like her, but I didn't like hate her. But when I was rewatching it with you, it was like every time she showed up, I was like, I don't want to watch this anymore. Like it was getting to a
Yeah.
point where like we just skip this. This is so pointless.
Well, I say this. I think this show thoroughly character assassinates her by the end, but we will get to that. And again, as we've established, I didn't like Hannah, and I've defended her. I will absolutely defend Molly Park later. Um, I just, what the fuck? Like, what is the point of her character? Initially, I was like, okay, true crime podcaster. I can potentially see how that could be interesting. And they immediately have her do all the wrong things and basically have the show validate her for it. Like, it's like, oh yeah, a true crime podcaster that wants to literally exploit an active case for money. Sure, we'll let you investigate crime scenes with us. It's like, what the fuck, guys? Why?
Yeah, it's literally like so detached from reality that it's really stupid.
Yep. Um, and actually, continuing with the remainder of episode 4, which is literally a sentence, there is now another issue that I have realized. So Kurt meets this homeless girl at the diner and takes her to the cabin where the unnamed sniper kills his victims. You have now given away, like, without a doubt, that it is Kurt.
Yeah.
Or is the implication supposed to be, what if Kurt is bringing these women there for the oil tycoon guy? Is that what we're doing? It's like,
I
if that's what the writers were thinking, who the fuck is gonna think that?
also, I'd like to discuss this aspect. I think I talked with you before, but when
Mm-hmm.
they announced the show, I remember reading an article that announced the
Yeah, yeah,
cast,
yep, yep.
and it said that Clancy Brown was the new killer. And so I literally, and then I was watching the show. I was like, oh, so he is the killer. And then that's what was revealed. And it's like, it's one of those things where that kind of got ruined for me. But at the same time, if I like would have watched it for the first time, it's like, okay, he is the killer. Like it's obvious.
Yeah. Oh,
Like
yeah.
it's
Like
very
again,
obvious.
I think it's that second or third episode. They do the zoom in on his face, his eye, and just from the eye, I'm like, oh, that's Clancy Brown. He has a very distinct face. You cannot zoom in on his face and pretend that no one is going to pick up on who that is.
He's wearing a ski mask.
So stupid.
How can you tell? How can you tell? Totally can't tell by the fucking person's eyes.
No. And then to cap off that episode, Dexter slash Jim should not be able to poke around crime scenes. Doesn't matter if his kid was involved or not. Like, no, that shouldn't be happening. Nor should he be
Yeah.
able to get into active or recently closed crime scenes. And yet he does it repeatedly throughout the show. He is not a fucking cop. You cannot get away with him doing this.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So, episode 5, Runaway. Harrison goes to a party. Oh god, I forgot about this.
Oh
With
yes.
other students where he consumes party drugs, overdosing after one was laced with fentanyl. Which is, again, this just felt like, oh, you threw it in there because that's a somewhat hot topic right now.
Yeah, but
So
it's one of
stupid.
those things where it's like that and the true crime like podcasting. That's not going to age well in like 30 years when people are
No,
rewatching the show. Like unless true crime podcasts are like,
it'll age about as well as
huge.
Harrison did.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
it's so stupid. So, anyways, Harrison is revived with Narcan, and basically nothing comes of his almost overdose.
Yeah.
Dexter then plans to kill the supplier that laced the drugs.
Yep.
Um,
Just
tracks him
in
down
the
to
middle of the day.
I was gonna say, tracks him down to a diner, and in the middle of the day decides that it's a good time to try and kidnap him.
It's so
In the middle of the
stupid.
day, in the middle of a parking lot, in the middle of a diner. It's like,
Like
what
it's
the
not even like
fuck are you doing?
it's not even like cars were like in front of him or like a giant bus or something was like blocking the
He
view.
literally tries to buy drugs from this man at the side of the building. It's like, you have
Yeah.
limited the people that can see you, but it is still fucking broad daylight. You are going to
Exactly.
inject him. Your car is fucking 50 feet the other direction. In what way do you get away with this? Like, what the hell, man?
Yeah. Real quick, I'm just gonna my headphones just are about to die, so I gotta just change them
Okay.
out.
All right. God. Oh, we got so much more we got to cover of this show.
All right, sorry if the mic quality's bad, but that's all I have.
That's all good. We'll make it work.
Um,
Um,
Trying to
so
find if I have any other microphones, but
yeah, it's all right. I do what you got to do. Like I said, we can make this work. Give me just a sec. Okay, so we are currently just under halfway through. How do you feel?
best season of all time.
Yep.
Yep, it's so good.
Oh, it is.
Um, but for
Um,
real, it's really bad, and it gets worse when I just
yep.
keep thinking about it.
Yep. I see again. I don't know where you lay on this right now, but the more we keep talking about it, the more I'm just like, yeah, this is definitely the worst of the 9 seasons we got.
It's yeah, it might be.
um, so, anyways, Dexter plans to kill that drug dealer, but then Logan arrives. Logan's another cop at the precinct, by the way. Which, if you didn't know that, that's okay because we've only seen him like twice, and
Yeah,
they have basically done nothing with him. But don't worry, because he is definitely important. We'll get to what he does, or well, what he I guess doesn't do here in a little bit. Um, I say in a little bit. We've been talking about this season for like an hour now.
yeah,
Um, Dexter forces the dealer. I'm sorry, no, I'm skipping ahead. My bad. So Logan arrives and stops Dexter from injecting fully the ketamine that he got from someone else, from one of the local. I don't remember if it's a farm or a ranch or whatever. Doesn't matter. So apparently the writers forgot what chemical Dexter uses because it's M99, and I remember the line pretty explicitly from the original show that Dexter gets M99 from a very specific dealer and he buys from them in bulk using an alias, and that alias is Patrick Bateman.
yeah.
And the entire point is, even if someone figures out he is using M99, he will not get caught. He is using an alias. He will be fine. So apparently the writers forgot that and had him use ketamine. Now, initially, my thought was he didn't have access to that M99 dealer, so they had him use ketamine from one of the locals. Him leaving the paper trail was a huge mistake, but whatever. That was what they did. It was the best he could do in the event that he needed it. Then they have later on, they have Batista and Angel, or I'm sorry, Batista and Angela. I cannot believe they have Angel and Angela talking to each other later. Just gonna throw that out there.
Oh yeah,
Really
that's
stupid to
great.
name Angela the way that you did, but all right. Um, so the two of them are talking, and eventually they start looking into the Bay Harbor Butcher, and they look up Bay Harbor Butcher ketamine, and no, they just straight up retconned it. Apparently, Dexter used ketamine, which he never did. So, yeah, I somehow the original writer of the show, who potentially wrote the line or was involved in the show at the time that that line was said, completely forgot that that was the chemical that they used.
Yeah, because it's like it's not like oh when they go back to it um they're gonna realize oh the detox shows M99 and what he was using was ketamine or whatever. It's just so you can't connect it. It's like no, they just don't even explore that. They're just like yeah no, you're fucked Dexter, and it's like okay.
I see, because that's the thing. Like as soon as they do it repeatedly, they have small bits of evidence, quote unquote, that get him, and that was one of them. Because that didn't even register with me. I'm like, why would that? He never used ketamine, so like, how would that be a nail in his coffin?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, they straight up retconned it. So, anyways, Dexter tries to sedate this man using ketamine, but he can't because Logan shows up. He discovers the identity of the person that makes the pills, who he plans to kill, but is forced to improvise when Logan interrupts him a second time at the scene of the crime. So Dexter makes him snort pure fentanyl powder, causing an overdose. Now, here's the thing. So rather than have him snort drugs laced with fentanyl, you have him snort pure fentanyl. Now, I'm not one to indulge in such activities, but the question I have is wouldn't it just come up in his system as just straight up fentanyl instead of like drugs mixed with the fentanyl?
I believe it would, yeah.
So then, like, wouldn't that be a huge red flag in a police investigation?
Because they could either say, okay, he was
Yeah,
he
apparently he.
was he
Go
like
ahead.
killed himself or something. Like it
Yeah,
would either be
it's like
like there
why
was
would
some
he?
foul play or he
It's
killed
so
himself.
stupid. Um, so Kurt brings a homeless girl to his place. She refuses to play into Kurt's little plan when he lets her go. Oh, I forgot. They just outright confirm that he's the killer 5 episodes in. That's really stupid.
Yep.
Which at the same time that they've done this, Oil Tycoon guy has completely disappeared. Just gonna throw that out there.
He never comes back.
Nope. Literally shows up when they're at the cafe, so that Audrey can dump the coffee that he gives her on the street right in front of him, and basically call him a bad man. And then
Taunting.
shortly after that, her car breaks down, and he bumps into her, and he's like, "Listen, people like me, we're not too bad. We're not so bad." And then he just leaves. Anyways, so the girl that he kidnapped runs at him, and he shoots her in the eye, and he gets really pissed off. So, one of the only bits of praise that I have for this season as a whole is the characterization of Kurt Caldwell throughout is relatively good. There are definitely issues with him, but he is by far probably the most sound thing in this show. So, what we learn from this and what we learn in the later episodes is when a victim doesn't do what he needs them to, when a victim escapes from him before he's able to capture them and bring them to the cabin, whenever anything complicates his plan, he gets really pissed off and it really disrupts what he's doing. And so this was one of those examples. He gets really pissed off because instead of shooting her the way that he needs to, he ended up destroying her, and now he can't use her as a trophy. So now the question I have with this is, because I can't remember, what does he do with her body? Because I would assume at this point he's probably pieced together what's happened to Matt somehow. Wouldn't the easiest thing to do be to incinerate her?
Yeah, I think so.
And yet he doesn't. And it's like if you have him figure out through this, it's like it's super contrived. But I think he could figure out that Matt was incinerated that way. But that's not what they do. If I'm not mistaken, at least that's not what they do. But anyways, it doesn't matter. So Angela and Molly visit New York City, where they learn that Matt didn't check into a hotel and that Kurt lied to them. And not only did he lie to them, he paid someone to check into the hotel using Matt's name. So at that point, you should immediately recognize that he has something to hide, which ends up being someone, apparently. This is also the episode where Angela bumps into Angel Batista at a police convention. And not only does he happen to be there, but he happens to be like a keynote speaker.
Yeah.
Which, holy fuck, because I think that makes it worse.
Why is he?
Not only is he
in New York City?
not only is he there, he is in New York City, presumably. And not only did he travel several states for a police conference, he apparently was promoted despite not really. Like, he was basically ready to quit by the end of season 8. Or season 7. LaGuardia's death brought him back, but then he stuck around for another 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So,
Fire.
again, like, backtracking here, he was going to quit but didn't quit. He stuck around for 10 years, got promoted, happened to go to this conference, happened to be a keynote speaker at this conference, and happened to bump into the one character that knows Dexter right now at this point in time. And not only did he bump into her, but he had a full-fledged conversation that leads her to the conclusion that Dexter is not who he says he is. Like, holy fuck, is that all contrived?
Yeah, it's very contrived and like lazy.
So here's the other thing. We got other issues, which I can't. Maybe we've addressed some of this before, but I figure I'll bring it up anyways because there's a lot to talk about. So Kurt lies to Angela, Dexter, everybody about seeing Matt, and even stages having him go to a hotel to throw the police off of the investigation so that they don't find Iris's body, which, like I said earlier, leads to them finding her body and directly having evidence that can get him arrested, but whatever. So what this means to me, or what this leads to, rather, as far as issues, is the runaway killer victims disappear. Apparently no one goes looking for them to remotely the same extent that any of, like, not even to the same extent as Matt Caldwell, where the entire community is like, maybe we should look, even if only for a day. Which always felt to me more or less like the police in this show were basically like, yeah, we'll look into it, but like we don't really care. It's almost like telling on yourself.
Yeah.
But also, would the community not have had a stronger reaction to a woman going missing as opposed to the son of their pseudo mayor, who was a, like, in this case, Matt's a complete shithead? I do not understand this based on what they tell us is the chain of events here and who these people are. Like, this doesn't flow to me. It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't flow well.
Oh yeah, and then this is the other thing. I think we're getting to this. I think this is the next episode. So Kurt is brought in for questioning. He very quickly is able to talk his way out of everything that they found out about. And then he's like, "Yeah, it was my dad. My dad is a terrible person. He's done some really, really horrible things." Or maybe that's coming up later. Either way, I don't give a shit. I'm gonna just address it now. Him doing that clears him of absolutely nothing, and you have no proof that it's his dad. You have more proof that it's him.
Yeah.
We haven't found Iris's body yet, but there's still, like, to what point do you need to bring up your own father to get out of murder charges? Like, I don't understand. Like, they have evidence that could potentially get him convicted, and they just don't care.
Yeah.
And they do this repeatedly. But okay. Going past that, in episode 6, called Too Many Tuna Sandwiches, I keep doing that. Angela's relationship with Dexter is strained after discovering it was built on a lie. So again, just further compounding that idea that apparently she never looked into him ever. Dexter finds out definitively that Kurt is a serial killer. Angela finds Iris's body in the caves and calls Dexter for his crime scene analysis skills. So apparently there is no Masuka or Dexter for their precinct. There's no one else she can talk to. It has to be the boyfriend. It has to be Dexter that goes there, really?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Harrison's dark passenger is revealed in a school wrestling match, and Dexter doesn't know how to handle it.
Mm-hmm. That totally makes sense too.
So I was gonna say, I'm just gonna rip the Band-Aid right now. We mentioned it in our coverage for part 1. In season 5, Dexter is really worried about what happened to Rita and how it will affect Harrison growing up. He is explicitly told by the doctors, no, he's like 3 months old, what, something like that. There's no way that this had a deep effect on him. He'll be fine. Well, apparently that's not true. So apparently Harrison not only remembers that pretty vividly, that he has flashes of John Lithgow, but he apparently uses the exact same weapon that John Lithgow uses and attacks people in the same way that John Lithgow did back in season 4. And I just have to ask, what the fuck?
Yeah,
A 3 month
it doesn't
old
make any sense.
was traumatized by the murder of his mother. It's already kind of a stretch that Dexter at 3 was affected by what happened to his own mother. But 3 months old? Are you fucking serious? And then, little smaller detail that gets brought up in this episode, if I'm not mistaken. Apparently, Harrison remembers a bunch of stuff about Deb. And as we mentioned before, he would likely have remembered her. He spent a decent amount of time with her. That's not the issue. What I have an issue with is the fact that he remembers enough of her to draw a picture of her from memory alone.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Like it's a really great drawing for such a
Yeah, it's
for such
incredibly accurate, but
yeah.
oh yeah, this is another thing. So going back to when Angela bumps into Batista, Batista never mentions like what happens to Deb and Dexter at the end of the series, the original series. He's just like, yeah, there was this kid. His name was Harrison, and I think I'm trying because I can't remember. They do this reveal with her like 3 times that there's more to Dexter than she thinks, and she always has that same like surprised Pikachu face where she just
Yeah.
doesn't know what to do with the information, and it's like the one emotion she can emote. So yeah, if I remember correctly, I think it's like he's talking about, yeah, I had this coworker named Dexter, and he was a crime scene analyst, and he had this son. His name was Harrison, and it's like, man, that was super convenient that you brought that up. Also, kind of interesting that you never mentioned anything about what happened to Dexter or Deb, or the fact that Harrison went missing.
Yeah.
Oh God. You know what? I'll rip this band-aid too. So Harrison pulls Audrey aside and basically says, "Hey, so I gotta talk to you about something that's really serious. I have these urges where I feel the need to hurt people, maybe even kill them." Um, so the show tries to argue that despite this, Harrison is apparently not like Dexter, and by the end of the show, he does not have a dark passenger at all. Um, and Audrey thinks that this is now the appropriate time to have sex.
Oh yeah. That's like the best scene in the whole.
It's
The
like,
whole
what the
so
fuck, guy?
funny.
Why? Um,
Also, also, like when when he's like confessing like, oh, I have like such like, I always think about hurting people. She's like, yeah, and doesn't she like I forget what she talks about, but she talks about something like that's not the same at all. Like,
I can't even
uh,
remember. It has almost the She-Hulk level of like Bruce being like, yeah, I have to control my anger because if I don't, someone else takes over. I got to deal with a lot in my day to day. Um, last time I like knowing the meta of like he did try to kill himself at one point, and if we stay like if the comics are at least the comic origin of Bruce's canon in the MCU, his dad murdered his mom in front of him as a child.
Yeah.
And then you have her say like, "Yeah, I know how it feels to control my anger. I get catcalled." Just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like it really does. It has that kind of energy to it. It's just like, yeah, that sucks. I have this thing that's like exponentially less important that happens to me, but it's like,
Yeah.
okay, cool. Thank you. So I guess we'll keep going. I'm sorry, I didn't want this to take forever, but I figured New Blood was going to take us ages to get through.
Yeah, it's okay.
Um, Dexter and Angela find seemingly incriminating evidence against Kurt linking him to Iris's murder. Angela arrests him, though Dexter believes it will not be enough to get him convicted, which later proves true. The DNA deterioration can only prove a familial match, and Kurt claims the DNA belongs to his father. So I've already addressed this, but it's like he just says it's his father, and they don't like. Holy shit!
Yeah.
Um, One of Kurt's clients gives Harrison an envelope to deliver to Dexter, which has a titanium screw in it. Dexter later deduces that the screw belonged to Matt and that Kurt knows Dexter murdered him. So here's the thing. I don't know if how he ever comes to this conclusion ever. Because the biggest bits of evidence the show presents are, well, there were two titanium screws in the incinerator. It's like, okay, it's a public use incinerator. Anyone can use it.
Yeah, that's true.
And then the usual counter to that would be, well, there was also the ash in the sky. It's like, okay. The ash that would have fallen on everybody, right? So when it's on Dexter, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, right?
Yeah.
And then there's this goddamn titanium screw that the show pretends is like the be all end all of the evidence you would need to arrest Dexter. The screw being given to Dexter means nothing, but we'll get to that. So we have the screw means nothing, the ash means nothing. The only other thing that links Dexter potentially to Matt at any point is the fact that Dexter happened to show up at the bar around the time that Kurt was leaving. And even then, Dexter works at a gun shop in town. He has a son that just came to town and, has started school, has done all these after school activities. So, of course, Dexter is out and about in town.
Yeah.
And third, Dexter is dating the chief of police, and he frequently travels across town to go to her house and see her at work. None of what you've presented as evidence is airtight. And yet the show is like definitive. Kurt knows Dexter killed Matt. I do not understand.
Yeah, no.
And so at that point, the only thing I can come up with is Dexter hints that there's like a killer's intuition where you can recognize another killer, which apparently works sometimes and doesn't work other times, but whatever, that's a different issue. Apparently that would be the only explanation for how Kurt would ever know that Dexter did anything. And so, like, is that really the answer? Is that really how he figured it out? And I gotta just default to Kurt's line, which is that he found out because of the ash that was falling from the sky. I'm just like, that doesn't fucking mean anything.
It's nothing.
Molly figures out holes in Dexter's story when questioned by Angela, and Harrison reveals that he remembers his mother's murder somehow and decides to leave town. Dexter follows, or tries to follow, but gets attacked by Kurt's client. Yeah.
I will say, the scene where Dexter's like running away from the guy that's like trying to kill him or whatever, like with like the truck, like when the truck crashes and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's kind of a stupid scene, but I do feel like it is well filmed. Like they did a good job, like like filming it. I felt like it was pretty effective for the most part, but at the same time, like it
Yep.
feels like I'm watching like a spy movie rather than an actual like Dexter episode. Like I don't
Yep.
know.
It's funny you bring up that because the first note that I have for this episode is Dexter gets shot in the leg by this guy and miraculously recovers by tying some rags around his leg and doing nothing
Mhm.
else.
Yeah,
It never comes up again, even though
I never thought about that.
chronologically, I believe the next two episodes happen pretty much back to back or close to it. So like at the very least, he should have a limp, but he really
Yeah,
doesn't. So whatever. Um, so Dexter escapes from his captor, but is wounded and pursued through the snow. He later gains the upper hand and forces the man to confess Kurt's plan before killing him. Angela investigates and begins to suspect that Dexter murdered the drug dealer after connecting similar needle marks to the drug dealers. Kurt lures Harrison to his cabin, where he intends to kill him in front of Dexter as soon as the latter arrives. So that I'm just gonna throw that out there. I think the wiki is writing for the show at that point because that is never the impression that I got.
yeah,
The impression that I got, because like basically at that point that would rely on either the driver showing up with Dexter at that exact moment, which is super fucking convenient, or it would rely on the fact that Kurt is somehow aware that Dexter would have escaped, which I don't think ever would have been his plan. Um, I just this entire plan is stupid. If he just decides to have fuck's his name, the client, as this wiki page keeps calling him, if that guy kills Dexter, Harrison dies and the show is over. And honestly, that might be the better ending.
yeah. Actually,
um, so he plans to kill Harrison as soon as Dexter arrives. However, he flees after Dexter tries to run him over. Dexter opens up to Harrison about their shared dark passenger, and Harrison embraces him. So, what I've got is it's super lucky that Dexter showed up at the cabin when he did, because if he was a few minutes earlier and Kurt didn't blow his. If he's a few minutes earlier, Kurt does not blow his cover. If he's a few
mhm.
minutes later, Harrison dies, and Kurt probably kills Dexter too.
Yeah, probably.
Um, we already talked about Kurt piecing the whole Matt thing together, so we'll skip that for now. Um, actually, I do. I guess I have one more point. Um, Dexter also never started the incinerator; it was burning when he got there, so something was already in there.
Yeah,
Even going past that, ashes aren't specific to humans, but Kurt makes it sound like they are, which is fucking weird. So anything burned likely would have become snow-like ash, making this even harder for Kurt to identify positively as Matt. But all right. And that's not to mention, like again, like I think I said it earlier. The ash falling from the sky would have been on everyone. So I don't see why that would be like a huge red flag. But all right.
I agree.
Um,
Too bad.
two left. We're getting there.
Oh, thank God. This is like this has been like I honestly this has been the most like at least fun. These last two are like the most like fun to talk about, but at the same time like
There's going to be so
this season
much.
this season is so like it's painful to talk about because just in
Yeah.
retrospect.
Oh yeah.
Ugh.
Um. Oh fuck off. Angela has trouble processing the mounting evidence. I thought it said mountains of evidence. I'm like, are you fucking serious? The mounting evidence she finds against Dexter and learns that Molly is missing. Oh shit, actually. So, to go back, Dexter follows Molly Park, who is lured to the cabin where he kills the runaways, or Kurt kills the runaways, I should say, by Kurt himself. Um, so, to, I guess, basically put it into perspective, we have Molly Park, who runs a true crime podcast, as we've mentioned like 7 times. Uh, she not only is brought to a creepy cabin in the middle of nowhere by Kurt, who has had the police accuse him openly of murder. Um, he brings her out there, shows her around, and she at no point pieces together that her life is in danger, even after Dexter shows up and indirectly saves her. She also never pieces together at any point that Kurt does this like in his free time. And this is on top of the fact that Molly and Jim never tell the police about this cabin, never tell the police at all about Kurt's claim that Matt is there, only to find out that miraculously he disappeared before they arrived. And then the next time the police get there, the room is gutted and bleached. So why didn't they say anything to the police? At the same time, Dexter knows that Kurt is an active serial killer, and he is targeting Molly, or at least attempted to kill Molly. And yet, because again, like thinking about this could be an interesting moment where Dexter reflects on what happened in season 7. He's like, okay, LaGuerta did this to me. There was someone that she knew I would kill, absolutely, without question. She released him and waited. I can do the same thing and catch Kurt right now. If I use Molly as bait, I can follow her. I can eventually capture Kurt. I can save her life. I can have her testify if need be. You know, Kurt was coming after me. He brought me out to that cabin. Whatever. If that happens, entire show is different. But it doesn't happen.
Yeah. It's fucking. Ugh.
I still like that never dawned on me until after the fact, but I was thinking about that as I was doing these notes, and I'm like, why would Dexter not keep tabs on her if Kurt actively was targeting her?
Exactly. Yeah.
Because again, like his whole thing now is he's like, oh, I gotta get rid of Kurt. I need him out of the way. I need to make sure I can protect Harrison and myself. I need to get rid of him. And so at no point, apparently, did you fucking keep tabs on the girl that you watched him almost murder. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Which, I guess, that being said, I don't believe Molly Park is that stupid, so this would be it. I think this is the bit that assassinates Molly completely. She is completely oblivious to everything that is happening around her. She is a complete moron. Does not say anything to Angela, who she has an open relationship with and is actively working with. She doesn't say anything about the man that, like I said, was openly accused of murder just like 2 episodes before this. Doesn't mention anything about the cabin. Nothing. And then she dies for this. This again, I think this is pretty blatant that that's a character assassination.
Totally.
I can't even stand her. Holy shit. All right, sorry. Rant aside, we're gonna keep going. So, Angela has trouble with the mounting evidence against Dexter and learns that Molly is missing. Dexter and Harrison bond while Dexter reveals the code, and ultimately reveals that he murders those who prey on others. The two of them decide to try and track down Kurt together and eventually find his bunker filled with trophies, which is where we figure out that he's actually successfully killed Molly. At the same time, Kurt goes to Dexter's house to try and flush him out and kill him. He douses the entire place in gasoline and lights it on fire, then readies his rifle to shoot them. And nothing comes of that. None of them are inside. Instead, he learns that Dexter and Harrison discovered his bunker. And so he prepares to flee town, but they end up capturing him somehow. Harrison insists that he stay to help while Dexter kills Kurt, calls him a hero for saving thousands of lives. But apparently the blood on the floor reminds him too much of his mother. And he starts to kind of lose his shit. He goes outside, he throws up a bunch, yada, yada, yada. Dexter and Harrison return home, only to find it ablaze, so they are invited by Audrey to stay with her and Angela, who receives a screw from Kurt and a note that says that Jim killed Matt. So that is basically the long-winded way of saying absolutely none of this matters.
It's really fucking.
Yep.
It's stupid.
So I'm going to point it out. Instead of getting rid of the titanium screw after he gets it from Harrison, who got it from some guy that got it from Kurt, Dexter just held on to it, even though it's potential evidence that incriminates him.
Yeah. I don't know why he fucking did that.
The screw that belongs to Matt is inside Dexter's house after it's been burnt down in what is confirmed to be arson, believed to have been done by Matt's father. But no one really seems to believe that Kurt is trying to frame Dexter, which is most likely what's going on, based on the evidence and the circumstances of everything, but okay. And we're gonna jump ahead a little bit because Angela arrests Dexter for the murder of Matt in the 10th episode. It's the very beginning. He says everything that he needs to play off the accusations. I think he does this like 2 or 3 times, and it was one of the only satisfying things about this season, because I said it to you every time it happened. This is exactly what he needs to say to get out of this, and then he would do either exactly what I said, or he would get close to it, and it's like, okay, good enough, that's it, you're done, you're in the clear. Except in this case, he says that, and then the show is just like, no, we have evidence. We have that screw, man, you're going away. We have the ketamine.
Yeah.
It's like, what? None of that is evidence. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, none of it is.
You have the ketamine based on a retcon, which, like, at that point, it's just like, oh, the fucking show bent its rules to get you arrested. Like, so anyways, we're at episode 10, Sins of the Father, which,
yes.
I'm going to throw it out there before we get too deep into the criticism. You can attest to this because we watched it together. The episode titles, them doing them the way that they did, sort of neat. I think as the season went on, it got distracting. Them doing it the way that they did for this episode completely spoils what happens to Dexter.
Yep.
Which, again, you can attest to it. We started the episode, I noticed it, I was like, wait a minute, no, we gotta go back. They do Sins of the Father in ice, and then as it goes over, I think it's a waterfall, Father completely disintegrates. And
Yep.
Sins of the remains as is. So
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, so Dexter's dead then. That's awesome. Thanks. We're almost there. I think I have 2 notes left, 3 notes, but they are arguably the biggest ones that are in the show. So Dexter is able to, like I said, he counters all of the evidence, but apparently they still have enough. Angel gets contacted by Angela. She's like, hey, so listen, I need you to make sure that there are puncture marks on the necks of several of these victims that were identified by the Bay Harbor Butcher. And so Batista does that and confirms that it's a match, and somehow that is like definitive proof. Even though the two people that they have on Angela's end to corroborate this are drug addicts and drug dealers who would very likely have puncture marks on their arms and neck.
It's it's barely it's not even evidence. Like it's just they're
At that point, it's like
stringing those two together.
You have nothing. You have absolutely nothing.
Because they're like, I remember watching it and being like, okay, I guess the rings are the same. But it's like that happens when anybody does like
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like
with...
you can't. The only thing you have is that you can potentially prove via drug test that the drug dealers were injected with ketamine. And it's like that's it. And even then, it's like they were injected with ketamine, but that doesn't. That you don't have proof that that is Dexter. You have proof that Dexter had ketamine, and that's it. Like at that point, you have speculation at best that can get him arrested. You gotta say, like, there is no evidence.
Yeah,
I do not understand this. The show acts like
there's no evidence at
the
all.
show acts like the noose is tightened, it's ready. All that's left is for someone to kick the chair, and Dexter is done.
This is weird because when I was watching it, I was like, "Oh fuck, they got Dexter." Like I was under the show's like, I don't know if it's the show's spell. I was sort of like, because like, obviously, I watched this in a different way that you did. When I first watched, I watched it like episode by episode, week by week.
Yep.
And so I remember being like, I kind of would just overlook the writing flaws, and then when that happened, I remember being a little confused by how you could really connect it. But I remember being like, "Oh, okay, Dexter's fucked." And then I kept like coming up in my head all the ways that they could continue this onward, and obviously they don't do that. But
Yep.
I remember just being like being under the show spell. But then when we rewatch when I rewatched it, it was so clear that like you can't pin any of this shit on Dexter. Like,
No,
at
not
all.
even remotely. So Dexter feels backed into a corner, and so he has a piece of leverage that he can potentially use. Now, I'm going to play devil's advocate. We'll say that the evidence that they have, even though it isn't, we'll say it's completely concrete. They can have Dexter arrested and thrown in prison. The best thing that Dexter can do, because again, the show is under the impression that he is done. His goose is cooked. It's over. The best thing he can do is tell Angela, all right, I want to make a deal. I want it in writing. I can tell you everything that I know about Kurt and what he did, what he's done, the people he's killed, everything. But here, I want years knocked off my sentence, whatever. Instead, he just tells her. And in doing so, he gets left at the station with Logan. And so, not only did you waste the opportunity that you had to potentially leverage a better deal for yourself if you are officially, tried, convicted, everything, but you have now also left yourself in a precinct with one other person who, arguably, Logan is the person that has been the nicest to Dexter throughout the entire show.
Yeah.
So, even with this, you're still in relatively good hands. You are in a cell, but you're not in a terrible spot. So, I guess it's acceptable, right? I cannot believe I am gonna say what I have to say next. But Logan walks up to him. It's a callback, I believe, to the first episode. He's got Dexter this very specific sandwich from this sub shop. And he goes, listen, here's this. But first, I got a question for you. I cannot for the life of me remember what that question is. Oh, I remember. It's where's Angela, isn't it?
Because when Dexter tells Angela where Kurt Caldwell's where he's hiding all those people or whatever, he tells Angela to turn the cameras off, and so Logan's asks him,
yep.
What did you say when you turned the cameras off?
That's right, yeah. So that happens, And Dexter apparently just snaps and decides in that instant that his best course of action, with no evidence against him, at least nothing concrete that would ever be brought to trial, and the fact that he has now just done the police chief a huge favor by allowing her to posthumously get the evidence that she needs to expose to the public that Kurt Caldwell is a serial killer and a degenerate piece of shit who murdered her friend. His best course of action is to murder Logan for absolutely no reason other than he asked a question I didn't like.
Yeah. Oh God, it's so fucking
I
terrible.
again, the show it begins by assassinating Hannah pretty fucking thoroughly. There's not much that's redeeming about her to begin with, but any semblance that she was a good person is just fucked by this show. You then have Molly Park get introduced, one of the most annoying characters I have ever seen in fiction. And you character assassinate her by making her a bungling idiot who doesn't realize that someone tried to murder her.
Yeah.
You then have Dexter, who tries his damnedest several different times to uphold his moral code when it comes to killing, despite knowing that killing is wrong. He just murders someone for no fucking reason whatsoever. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's
Like,
it's like the people that wrote that episode just did not know what Dexter was about, and they had to like
no.
write, oh, we're gonna write this character out of this way, and it's like it just feels so detached. It's literally it's not what Dexter would do. Like that's not a
No,
decision.
not in the slightest.
They don't even hint. They don't hint at the idea that he's going against the code or whatever. He still is thorough about following the code, even when he's telling Harrison, we have to follow the code. And it's like see, like the literally the episode after he's telling Harrison about how he kills people because he only kills people that are bad or whatever. He kills an innocent person. It's like it's so out
It's
of nowhere.
absolutely tone deaf. You have no reason to kill Logan. It's not like Logan's going to be like, "Hey, I have some evidence that Kurt gave me that I'm going to use against you," or "You're going away. You're a piece of shit. I know exactly what you did." It's nothing like that. He
No,
asks, "What did you say when the cameras went off?" and Dexter kills him.
it's
I holy fucking shit show. So, anyways, Dexter escapes and reunites with Harrison. Angela calls the bunker, doesn't get any response from Logan, and rushes back. Dexter prepares to leave town. He goes back to his cabin. His limp from 2 episodes ago, it's just fucking gone. Don't worry about it. Um, Harrison shows up, realizes that Dexter killed Logan, gets really pissed off, and so this is one of the other most stupid things that the show does. But Dexter and Harrison come to the conclusion that not only is Dexter's code flawed, which it is, but what like we talked about earlier, it's flawed in the limitations that it puts on him as far as the people he can kill, not necessarily the process of the code. Because the show is trying to say him killing Logan is a complication of the code being shit. It's like, no, it isn't. Him killing Logan is because he's just out of character. Like, this isn't Dexter.
yeah. This literally isn't like it's nothing he would do.
But that's the thing. It's like it even says it right here in the wiki. Which again, like wikis are known for doing this. They will write for the show if there is an inconsistency or a plot hole or whatever. But they come to the conclusion, Dexter and Harrison, that his code is flawed. And I'm like, well, not again. No, not really.
Not at all. Like
Because like, sure, there are issues I have with the code, but again, it's like it's what we talked about. It's like the limitations of it has to be a murderer. It's like that. Yeah, that would be something that I think that should be debatable as to whether or not it's ethical within the code. It's like, why does it have to be a murderer explicitly?
yeah, yeah.
But again, like, whatever. That's already settled. They come to the conclusion that Harrison isn't like him, which is also wrong because the show explicitly went out of its way to retcon the fact that Harrison has a dark passenger. And so apparently now that's not the case? Question mark?
Yeah.
Um,
Uh,
I don't get it.
well, yeah. Fuck. I don't know. It's,
So he decides that there is only one way for Harrison to be normal, and that is for Dexter to die. So, in order to free Harrison of the burden of Dexter's identity as a serial killer, he decides, and to free Harrison of the burden of having to live with what his father has done and all of his heinous acts and all of that, the best course of action is to have Harrison kill him.
yep.
I don't follow, but all right.
Yeah. It's.
The best way to make sure that you don't do the things that I did is to do the thing that I did. It's like, okay then.
Yeah. That's gonna fucking scar you for life, bro. Killing your
The
own.
thing that he will forever carry with him for the rest of his life. Yeah. On top of the fact that he's apparently already traumatized by the death of his mother. Right. Okay.
And he just got traumatized by killing Kurt Caldwell. Like he
Yep.
really was fucked up by that. So it's like literally
Yep.
in this of this kid's life, he's
I was
seen
gonna
some.
say, just to throw it out there, within the last 3 years of Harrison's life in the show, he has been struggling to accept the fact that Rita died, and he watched it. Potentially has a dark passenger, but also doesn't, I guess.
Mhm.
Met his father, who he was under the impression was dead for years. Ends up killing his father. And on top of this, he assisted his father in murdering another serial killer. And on top of this, his stepmother died of cancer.
Yeah,
Harrison is like unequivocally fucked.
yeah, he's not gonna have a normal life. It would make more
But
sense.
again, like that's the whole thing. That's their rationalization for doing this. Is it's like, well, this is the only way Harrison can have a normal life. And I'm like, do you not realize what you just did?
Well, yeah, and it's like uh, it seems like Dexter, for the first part of the season, wants Harrison to have a normal life, and he's bringing him into school, and he's making
Yep.
friends and shit like that. And it's like if the whole season was about Dexter trying to fix himself by fixing the mistakes he's made in the past, but in this one, it's like, oh, I made all these bad mistakes, just fucking kill me,
Mm-hmm.
whatever, I give up. It's like it, it's it's so weird. Like
Yep.
it feels like.
It's the show is trying to have him take accountability, and they do it in the wrong way because they have someone else pay the price for him taking accountability.
Yeah,
And
like yeah, they talk so much about how death impacted Dexter and how death impacted Harrison at such a young age, and it's like it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, we're just gonna have him kill his own father. Like
yep.
I think I talked about this before, but I think the conclusion of Harrison killing Dexter is an interesting idea, but it's something that should have been spread out throughout like 20 episodes or
Mm-hmm.
more,
You
honestly.
need a
Like
hell
it's
of a lot more time to make most of these payoffs work for sure.
honestly, if they would have actually, instead of retconning it, making Harrison older than he actually would be, have him be a kid, have him be easily, like super easily impressionable. But well, when we get to the rewrite, I guess
I was
what
gonna
we can
say
talk.
I know the way that I did it. I think it hits a bit harder what I have happen,
Yeah,
but that's because I built the entire show basically around the idea that if the show ends in season 8, that's fine. If the show ends with the rewrite of New Blood, that would be fine too. Um, but like there are so many different things that you can do, and the idea that Harrison does kill his father, I would agree. I think that's a very interesting payoff that you can have. The
yeah,
problem is the evidence that we have to support what we know to be true versus what the show is pretending is true by basically retconning, well, for the second time now, excuse me, Harrison doesn't have a dark passenger, but he does, but he doesn't. And, the only way for Harrison to be normal is to not do the things that his dad did. So to do that, we are going to have him do something that his dad did. And it's like, none of these, the work to get to this answer doesn't make any fucking sense at all.
You're kind of cutting out. I don't.
Oh, did I cut out? Damn.
Yeah, you cut out. I'm not sure if it's my connection.
It might be mine. Mine did this the other day. Basically, what I was getting at was like these are payoffs that I think can work incredibly well.
Mhm.
The idea that you have Dexter kill an innocent, it's like that could work pretty well. I think that's something you almost have to have him do.
Yeah.
The idea that you have Harrison reconnect with him, I think, is interesting. But like, all in all, I think the idea of having, you have Harrison kill Dexter, and you have Dexter die the way that he does, with the explanation that he does, like the work that the show did to get to these payoffs is not right. It's basically you've done 2 + 2 = 4, but you threw a fucking square root symbol in there on top of the regular 2 + 2. And you're like, that's the same thing, right? It's like, no, the fuck it isn't. And on top of throwing the square root symbol in there, you drew a 5 instead of another 2. And it's like, okay, now you're just changing what the work isn't remotely the same now. You there?
Yeah, you were just cutting out, so like I couldn't like I was having a hard time like piecing together what you were saying.
Oh god
So
damn
I
it.
don't know.
I don't know what's happening. All right. Well, I guess we'll move on. People in the upload will get it. But
Okay.
so the other thing that I was thinking about is why did you have to have Harrison do it? And then I thought about it, and I'm like, are the writers making like a joke? Like if Dexter tried to kill himself again, he'd fuck it up.
Yeah.
Um, and so to close us off, at least in terms of the initial discussion here, because I'm sure we're gonna have more. I don't know what you have left on your list that we didn't get to, if there's anything.
I'll
Um,
look at it, but I
but
think we got some most.
we have Dexter's internal monologue reveals that he feels love for the first time before he is fatally shot and bleeds out. And so, what I've got for that is Dexter, according to this, experiences love for the first time right here. It's not when Harry died and he was having issues getting over that. It's not when Rita died. It's not when he was with her. It's not when Harrison was born. It's not when he told Deb that he loved her. It's not when he mercy killed Deb in the hospital. It's right here.
But
Did you get that?
yeah, I got what you said. Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure if I cut out again. Um, I like as soon as that line was said when you and I were watching, I'm like, you did not just fucking say that.
Yeah, that whole monologue is so fucking like it's like melodramatic, and it does not fit with Dexter at all, and
Yep.
it feels so separate from what Dexter has been about the whole time. And it like you're right, it backtracks on actual moments in the previous show that like they definitely show that Dexter has felt love, Dexter has felt affection for other people,
Right.
like
Well, that was
for what he's
yeah.
done. Like,
I was just gonna say that's one of those things. Like that's what makes that payoff in season 5. Like I don't think it's particularly well done, but the idea that after Rita dies, he's like, oh yeah, I did. Like I can acknowledge that now. I did love her. It's
yeah,
like man, that hits hard because for 4 seasons he was almost in denial about the fact that he had feelings. And I mean, hell, season 1 does it. If I could have feelings for anyone, they would be for Deb. It's like you can't tell me that this is the first time he's genuinely felt love. Fuck off.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, you were saying something before I jumped in.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think what I was getting at was just the idea that this whole like ending of it where he wants Harrison to have a nice life and all that shit. It's like it's so it feels so separate from like reality at the same
Yep.
time, as well as being separate from what Dexter actually has represented himself as a character.
Yep.
And there's just so many moments where it's like, oh, you could finally think of it like, oh, he finally feels regret and he feels like, oh, I should get punished for what I've done. It's like you felt this way for so many different things. Like even
Yep.
when he went back and was looking at those, you know, re, reliving in his head the memories of Dokes, like he
Yeah.
genuinely felt remorse for what happened to him.
Yep.
Like those are small moments throughout like the show that really showed that. So it's kind of strange that he kills an innocent guy, which is against his code. But it's like, and he kills Kurt Caldwell and Matt Caldwell, and it's like, oh well, this is what I guess I deserve to get murdered now. And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
and on top of that, when he like we said before, it's like in the final letter of this episode where it's he's reading the letter he wrote to them or whatever, to Harrison and
Hannah.
fucking and Hannah. It's like, oh, I want Harrison to live a normal life, and if he shows any signs of any dark signs or whatever, to message me to call me back. And it's like, okay, so you want him to have a good life, but you also like you don't trust that he will not be fucked up in the head.
Yep.
It's so weird.
Right.
It's
Well, you don't trust that. You don't trust what the doctors told you years ago was impossible. You don't believe technically, not even technically. Like you basically spell out that you don't believe that Hannah can take care of him. And at the like, oh my god, there's so much shit that like when you really peel back what he says and does, Dexter is completely fucked by like his character, based on the premise of this show alone, is he's completely fucked. And then you look at what this finale does, like it's completely irredeemable and so far out of character. I cannot believe for a second he would have ever committed to any of this.
yeah, exactly. It's so stupid.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but goddamn, this season makes me so fucking annoyed.
It's frustrating for
Oh, it
sure.
is. It is. Um, so yes, Dexter bleeds out. Um, there are people still have theories that he's alive. I don't. I guess that's the thing. It's like if Showtime wanted to bring him back, I'm sure they would. But that I don't know how you make that more concrete than it is. Like he's dead.
Yeah. Well, like I was reading, the showrunners of Dexter New Blood said that they would love to revive to do a second season, but it's in Showtime's hands. But I think that interview was done before season the season finale was released. So,
I was gonna
um,
say I absolutely do not want them to ever touch this franchise ever again.
but I think the one way that they might actually do it is they might do it because Dexter New Blood was like the most like was like the biggest premiere or some shit for Showtime ever. Like it has like I think it was like the second to last episode or whatever. Dexter New Blood had like the highest amount of viewership that Showtime's ever had
Yep.
on their streaming service. So it's like they know the market. They know how many people subscribe to Showtime just to watch Dexter. Like they know their market, and so if they want to play with people's emotions because they know how much this fucked up people's impressions of Dexter, they might bring it back, and it wouldn't surprise me if they did. I don't want them to. Like I agree with you, I don't want them to, but they they probably will because they're a shitty. They're 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 a company,
Right.
first and foremost, so they're gonna think
Yeah,
of
yeah. I mean, absolutely. From the company standpoint, I get why they would want to do another one. I just
shit.
like
Yeah,
I you assassinated you assassinated pretty thoroughly three characters that I adore. Well, one character that I adored and two that I can't stand. And like
Yeah.
that alone, I'm just like, please do not ever do this again.
Well, it's like, and like if I had to say, if I had to compare what I just said to something else, it's like, well, I think it was it. I think it's Falcon and the Winter Soldier or like WandaVision. It was one of the two. Had like the biggest premiere for on Disney Plus ever or some shit. I forget what it was at the time.
Yep.
It's like, oh, they could easily make a season two based off
Yep.
of that metric, but they obviously they probably shouldn't, and I hope they don't. But it's
Yeah,
like,
I'm in that camp too. Please don't, especially on Disney's side of things. Like, just stop making things, please.
yeah, just take a break.
So the last little bit we've got here is Angela arrives to the aftermath of Dexter dying, giving Harrison some money and telling him to leave town and never return. Um, as she prepares to take responsibility for Dexter's death, Harrison reads Dexter's final letter to Hannah before driving out of town. And it was at this point in our viewing of it that I was just like, thank fuck the show is over.
It was getting it was getting so draining, dude, to the point where it was like I remember I was just like even the episodes I liked, I was just like, get this fucking thing over with.
Yep. Yeah, so that would be Dexter New Blood, start to finish. Um, I am out of bullet points. I don't know if you have anything left, but
Uh, I think I already covered my last bullet point,
okay.
but I can just reiterate it, I guess.
Yeah, if you want, go for it.
Um, so I I feel like a lot of this show is half baked. I feel like a lot of these characters, a lot of these writing decisions are super half baked. I think Angela's character arc is poorly done. It's kind of
Yep.
stupid, and it's half baked, and it's really poorly included into the narrative. I think, uh, I mean, like Kirk Caldwell, I agree with you. The what they do with his character is cool, but at the same time, it does feel a little half baked in terms of the importance that he carries on throughout the show. Because at the end, it doesn't really matter. Um, but at the end of the show, I think the ending, like we said before, this conclusion should be the conclusion of like a 15 to 20 episode season or an
Right.
entire second season. Rushing this important of a plot thread is, I think, damaging, and it leaves us with yet another half-baked idea. But like I wrote this in my notes, but it leaves you with a sour taste in your mouth. It
Yep.
makes you like whenever you think of Dexter, you don't think of the good seasons. You think of, wow, they fucked it up twice, and the last time was
Yep.
like really bad, and
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
it's so frustrating because I want to love the show, but I can't.
Yep. Well, it's one of those things. I think I said it in part one. Like talking with you, reading more about season 8 and New Blood, going into them, not getting spoilers. I was lucky on that regard, but just looking into them, talking to people that knew the show. I knew going in, season 8 was terrible. I had heard from several people New Blood was worse. And I'm like, I like after finishing season 8, I'm like, I don't know how you do worse than that. That's like it is astounding how bad season 8 is. And then going through New Blood, I'm like, holy fucking shit. They did it. They made it worse.
They made an ending that like completely fucks up everything, and like unless some fucking miracle happens where Dexter survives or the last episode is all a dream or something, to make a second season, like I feel like you'd have to um break away from believability, which I mean they've already done that multiple times in this miniseries. So
Yep.
it's like make another one where believability goes down the toilet again. It's like it
At
wouldn't
that
be a huge deal, but it'd still be really stupid.
I was gonna say
And
at that point, just give Dexter superpowers or make him God or some shit. Just at that point, fuck it, throw everything you can at it. Make it as
Yeah.
absurd as possible.
Yeah.
Christ.
Bad show. Very bad show.
Yes. Um, so I think we'll leave the New Blood coverage there. We still got a little bit more we got to do, but we're in the home stretch now. Is there anything else you want to say about New Blood before we move on, or no?
Uh, I think I want to say some positives because I hate like as much as I really hate this season. I'm a person that I will try to find the positives in like movies and TV shows that I watch, even
Mm-hmm.
if I don't like, you know.
Yeah, that's
I
fair.
do think that I think the visual presentation of this season is probably the best out of the whole show, at least some of the best. I think the cinematography is really good. I think the score is pretty decent, even though it's kind of teasing you and it doesn't really do a lot for the show. But I think the visuals look pretty nice. I mean, the special effects on like the animals, like the deer and the bear, look like they're not good, but you can tell it's like a TV budget, I guess. But it's one of those things where the visual presentation was really nice, and I felt like the location was really cool. But obviously, they wasted the location as well. But whatever. Um, I guess a lot of the positives I can say. I just think the obviously we were talking about the acting was really great.
Mm-hmm.
But everything else is negative. I mean, the story, the characters, the way that it all ends, how the ending when you go back through the entire season, it just everything just starts to fall apart, and it feels like they came up with the ending before they came up with the actual season, and
Yeah, yeah.
they were like, oh, let's just make this into a mini series. Like this would have been a pretty like if you would have stretched this story out into 2 seasons of a new Dexter show. That'd be fucking awesome because they know, and I feel like if you're looking at this from a business perspective, they know that that people are going to come back and watch Dexter. So it's like I don't know, make a 15 episode season that's the first season, and then carry it on to another like 10 episode second season or some shit. Do like that, you know? It's frustrating. I don't know. It's just that's the key word for this season. It's so frustrating because it had the biggest potential to bring back Dexter to you know to fix the wrongs of the past and to make the writing good again and didn't do it.
Yep. Um,
So
I think
I guess
it's. I was gonna say I think I've said this every time we've done the little recap at the end of each season, but I'm gonna just echo what you've said. Um, a lot of the stuff to praise about this season is very minuscule. A lot of it's minute, and I'm trying to think of the right word. It's basically stuff that, in the grand scheme of things, I guess doesn't matter to the story much at all.
mhm.
The only bit of the story I would actually praise is some of what they did with Kurt. The overwhelming majority of it is just marred in utter bullshit. The writers went off the fucking deep end. I don't know how else you can really explain what happened. Um, Dexter fans, I am deeply sorry. You absolutely got fucked over twice in the worst ways possible. I cannot even begin to imagine how that feels as someone that didn't watch the entire show start to finish as it was on TV, nor did I watch New Blood start to finish as that was on TV either. Um,
Yeah.
like for the people that had an insane amount of investment in the show, be it connection with the characters or the story or the time commitment that went into it, like I feel for you. This absolutely is just undeserved. um, as far like I said, I think I said this going in to season 8, or maybe it was the start of when we covered New Blood, like an hour and a half ago. Um, but my God, the the comparison between the two is insane. Like there's a stark contrast in terms of the drop off just getting significantly worse. Um, and the other thing is, like, as hard as this may be to believe, there is some stuff of merit and value that comes from season 8. It's not much. Again, season 8 is it's easily the second worst season of the show, it definitely earns that position. But like, what is gained from watching Dexter New Blood? What in its totality, what can be pulled from New Blood that is of value? And all I can really come up with is there's maybe a concept or two or a character that might work in something else. It's like that. That's about it. Um, I don't know. Uh, Past that, I think the last two things really that you and I have are we talked about ranking each season. So if you want, you can go first, or if you want, I can go first. It's up to you. And then I got one last thing that we're gonna do. I'm gonna make you do it rather.
Okay. I just need to find my document that has my rankings on there. I don't know if I saved those or not. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, you go first because I'm gonna have to write down my rankings real quick.
Okay. So my definitive, I guess, ranking of the show in terms of quality from start to finish is season 3 is the best, followed by 4, followed by 1, followed by 2, followed by 5, followed by 7, then 6, then 8, and then New Blood. And
This is gonna be pretty similar. So
yeah, that's about what I figured, but I figured there's going to be some that you and I are going to be different on, so I'm kind of curious.
yeah. So my ranking was gonna be a little different. Because I have my bottom two, like they're interchangeable in terms of how much they piss me off. But based on our discussion today, I have changed my mind a little bit. But so my favorite season is season 4. Then behind that is season 3. Then season 1. Then season 2. Then season 5. Then season 7. Then season 6. And then season 8. And then New Blood. So our rankings are pretty similar.
Oh, really?
But
I did I actually change your mind on New Blood?
yeah, because New Blood used to be was my second least favorite. Like it was the eight always had the crown of being the worst. But now that after our long ass discussion about this fucking season, I definitely think it's the worst
Oh
out
my
of all of
god.
them. It's one of those seasons where I was trying like the reason why I was putting it above season 8 was because of the visual presentation and the acting and the potential that the season had. But re-looking back into it, it's not that good. It's pretty bad. So yeah, yeah, you changed my mind, man.
Man, okay. Damn. Um okay, so the last little thing, I had everybody do this when we covered the Prestige the other night. Which actually I don't even know if that's going to be up on the channel when this goes up, but we'll see. Anyways, objective ranking and subjective ranking for the whole show. If you had to put a number out of 10 for how good the show is, like factually speaking, as best as you can separate your emotions out of it, what would you give it objectively? And then,
The entire show.
yes, like as a whole. And then
Okay.
looking at the entire show the same way, but purely with your feelings, how you felt about it, what payoffs hit you, everything. What would you give the show out of 10? If you
Okay.
want, I can go first. If you would like, you can go first. You're more than welcome. Either way.
Yeah, you go first. Yeah, you go
Okay.
first. I'll think about it for a second.
Objectively, it's really hard for me to pin down because of the fact that the first four, there's a lot of stuff that I like in them, but it is significantly harder to pin it down because the last 5 seasons of the show are complete dog shit in most ways. And even then, like I think the earlier seasons still have a lot of logistical issues to them. I think there's a lot of character work that needs to be done for a lot of the payoffs to hit as effectively as they need to. And I again, those last 5 seasons get just about everything wrong that they can. Um, Objectively, I'm gonna say Dexter, the complete series, is about a 3 or a 4 out of 10. I'm going in between, so I think I'll settle for a 3.5 right now. Subjectively, personally, I adore the show, but again, those last 5 seasons do so much damage to the show overall that
Okay.
subjectively, I think I would go with a 5 out of 10.
So objectively, I'd give it a 6 out of 10. Um, I guess my ranking is a little like how I rate things. I'm not like super critical, but I'm also not
No,
super
no, hey,
kind, I guess.
that's good.
But it's between a 5 and a 6 in terms of objectivity because you're right. Half of the series is not even barely half. uh, Like the first 4 seasons are really good, and then five. I think five is just okay. I don't think it's terrible. I just think it's just okay. It has a lot of issues, but I think it's all right. I don't think it's the best thing or the worst thing. That's why it's like number 5 on my ranking. It's so middle of the road that it's not great, but it's not bad either, in my opinion. And then 6 through New Blood are horrible. So, well, 7 I'm a little kinder on, but it's still
Yeah,
not that great of a season. So I'd give it like a 6 out of 10 objectively, but I think it's probably gonna teeter towards a 5. So I'd say it's like a 5 if I can use decimals, like a 5.5 or something out of 10, like
yeah, okay.
just like that. And then subjectively, I love this show. I think its strong points are really good, and the acting is some of the best I've seen in television. It's really good. I love a lot of these characters. Holds a lot of emotion. There's so many moments, specifically in the first 4 seasons, that really carried a lot of weight for me. So subjectively give it a 7, but it's between a 6 and a 7. But I wanted to rank it higher, but I literally couldn't because it's like it's a show that there's more bad seasons or there's more like not good seasons
Mm-hmm.
than good seasons. So it's like you can't really give it a high score. But yeah, I give it like a 7 out of 10 subjectively, but I do definitely think it has some extremely low points. I mean, I think you have you'd have to be like blind to not see that this show has some of the lowest like points in all of television. It's very frustrating. So
Yeah, I
it's,
don't really have much else to add. I
yeah,
think we pretty much got everything we could.
yeah,
I'm sure there's stuff we missed, but at the same time, it took us almost like what 7 8 hours to get through the entire show.
yeah.
So
How long is this recording?
we're
I'm just curious.
just under 3 hours and 50.
Oh fuck. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
Jeez.
actually, I say that I got another
Uh,
20 minutes I
I
got to
have to,
tack on
I
from this morning when the
I'm just
power
looking
cut
at the
out.
clock now and realizing it's 9 o'clock. Damn.
Yeah. Well, and again, like I gotta add another like 15 20 minutes from this morning when my power cut out. So
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
there's
Damn,
yeah,
4 hours.
we're at 4 hours.
Nice.
Yeah, that said, I would still recommend people watch Dexter. If you want to watch purely for the writing, watch 1 through 4 and stop. If you want to watch to learn from the writing, I would say watch the whole thing because there's definitely some stuff in the later seasons that you can pick out and identify like exactly why it's bad, what to avoid, writing tropes, all that fun stuff. I don't know if you have anything you want to throw in before we fully sign off, but you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, I agree. It's a show that I want to recommend to people, but it's hard to because the show is kind of like a toxic relationship where it's like you have so many great moments, and then it's like there's moments where the whole thing, like they're punching in the face, like
Yep.
it's so it's so hard to like praise this show because it's like I'll be like, yeah, you should totally watch Dexter, but like just be aware that the ending is really bad. And then if you tell people that, they're like, oh, I don't want to watch that anymore because the ending is too bad. But it's one of those shows where it's like you said, if you're looking for great writing, watch the first 4 seasons. Like you're gonna get some really good television there. But rest on, it's not very good. But yeah, I'm just in the mirror what you said. Like learning from this, you can actually learn a lot about writing, and it is kind of cool to look back on it and look at all the mistakes and see how you can fix it, even though it is very frustrating because it kind of ruins the integrity of the show as a whole. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's a show like if you haven't seen it and you've watched this whole thing, like it's one of those things where it's a show I'd recommend watching. But um, if you ever feel like, oh, I don't want to watch this anymore, just don't, because you're gonna feel like you wasted your time at the end of the show. But
Mm-hmm.
like if you want to be in on the discussion or some shit, I guess I get that. But um, yeah, I agree with you though. It's
I was gonna say, like, it's definitely worth watching, but at the same time, I mean, this was a show that pissed us off enough that we made a fucking 8 hour video. Well, close to 8 hour video between this and part one. And it'll be more than that because we got the fixes we got to do too.
oh yeah,
Um,
sure.
I I mean, there's a lot to love about this show. There is a lot to dislike about it and hate. So again, I would say tentatively, depending on what your interests are, give it a watch. Um, I think with that said, that's about all we're gonna do. We'll see you guys for part three when we do the fixes. Ian, again, thank you for your time. I know this was a lot, so I really appreciate it.
This
Link
was
to
a
his
lot of fun.
channel is in the description. You've been a blast to have on as a guest, and
It's been a lot of
we
fun.
will we will see you guys probably what a couple weeks in terms of the uploads. We'll see you guys for the fixes. So goodbye.